So I speak with him fairly often. And I was on a live yesterday where he came up and he always wants to talk about slavery. Like, even if that is not the subject, he somehow wants to bring it around to slavery. And it's like, Matt, is very concerning to me that you want to discuss slavery as bad as you do. I don't understand that. And so we're back and forth, and he was like, oh, I have this scholar that that wants to debate Dan. And I'm like, McClellan? Yeah, and I'm like, Dan doesn't debate.
Yeah, Dan's not a debater.
I'm like, he doesn't debate. And he, for the same reason I try not to, is because when you're trying to give access to public scholarship, it does you no good. Whatever nonsense.
Nailed him. He says he nails atheists. Atheist men.
Whatever words he uses, I'm like, that is not helping to foster communication or further education and misinformation of, or battling misinformation of the biblical text. That's why he doesn't do it. And it's similar to why I don't do it, because it's the same thing. I don't want anything, the idea of somebody who can win. Yeah, sure, I can dog walk somebody all day and read them like a book. But that in no way helps anyone understand or interpret or get a feel for the historical context of the text.
I got to show y'all something really funny. Sorry for interrupting. My grandmother's like a devout Christian who doesn't believe that I'm an atheist. She just sent me this care package. But I'm gonna wear this shirt. She sent me. Oh, look. Oh, okay. Gideon Bible app. She sent me.
New Testament, Psalms and Proverbs, right?
Psalm 81. Hey, Psalm 81:10 is my favorite.
Yeah.
And then this shirt. Spiritual warfare.
Oh, my Lord.
Hold on. It gets better. It's like there we go.
Oh, I thought those were fat cherubs on the back.
Oh, wait. Psalm 144:1. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, because I'm rock hard for Jesus. Trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle is crazy. I haven't even read this yet.
What I don't understand is what's with the knuckle dusters holding the Bible?
I don't know. Why is God so? Why do I need brass knucks?
Those are spiritual brass knuckles.
Those are iron knuckles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't wear iron knuckles unless you're going to fight God.
Fingers for battle is gotta be the fucking craziest. And I'm gonna call her and thank her, of course. But like,
it's hysterical.
This is fucking awesome. Like, I don't know if I'll take this shirt off for a week.
I don't know.
Fingers for battle. That's crazy.
That's wash, man.
Fingers are for pleasure.
Well, apparently so. In war and in battle, right? It says battle. And what about the rock part? Like the rock?
I don't know. I've had some moments where pleasure was involved, but it still felt like battle.
I don't know. I mean, were you using the brass knucks?
I can't disclose that. I signed an NDA.
I'm gonna make up an acronym here. It's gonna be good. MWGCN. My word, God can not. I don't know. I'm gonna figure that out. But this guy's freaking out over here. He just finished his ball of yarn today.
Aw, orange kitty. I don't know if I can top you, Forrest, but I
don't think you can. I'm not a bot.
No, I got a care package from some fellow unbelievers, and they gave me this as part of it, as a joke. I'm only assuming.
That's the best version of the Bible right there.
The KJV Red Letter Edition.
Actually,
I like it though.
Great. You need gold letters, buddy.
I love how look how tiny the wording is. Just,
oh my god! I think that's average size, Benny. I think.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna carry it around.
No, I mean, I can use this New Testament now because now I don't have to pull the scripture up on the screen for my live. So what my grandma doesn't realize is that I run atheist lives and that she's actually helping me. She still doesn't believe I'm an atheist. I told her, she's like, you're not an atheist. I was like, okay, I'm not an atheist and you're not a Christian. She's like, no, never. And I was like, okay, well, I love you. Goodbye.
Like, listen, Grandma. I watched an old guy comedian this morning, and when I say old, he was like 70-something years old. He's like, it's hard to be like a comedian at my age. I went into an antique store the other day, and they didn't want me to leave. And the last time I was on stage, they put the spotlight on me, and I tried to walk towards it, and I could not stop laughing. This dude was like 70-some years old, sitting on stage, holding on to stuff. Just he was cracking up. He said he was on a dating site for people his age called Carbon Dating, and I was
Carbon?
I can't.
Carbon? Like they're as old as carbon? Jesus Christ.
Dude is like 77 years old.
Yeah, they were around when carbon like came onto the earth.
Yeah, he said when he started being a comedian 40 years ago, he was told that that's how you get women. He's like, I'm still waiting to find out if that's true. I was like, holy shit.
That's just like the people waiting for Jesus to come back. Also, did you know that the guy who lost his wife to someone that she found on the website?
Yeah, I did know that.
And the person who invented the Segway unalived on one by falling off of a cliff.
That I did know.
Really
On a Segway.
I know the creator and owner of Tinder.
Really?
My son and his son are best friends. In fact, he came home one day wearing a Tinder shirt, and I'm like, "Where'd you get that?" And he's like, he says the name of his dad, and I'm like, "Why his dad? Why are you wearing?" He goes, "Oh, his dad's the one who owns it. He created it." And I was like, "No, he didn't." And his friend comes over and goes, "Oh, yes, ma'am. That's how we got the shirt. Look, I got one. You want one?" I'm like, "I do not want a shirt that says Tinder on it." No, thank you.
Is there like some kind of age requirement for carbon dating? Like, do you upgrade it to like?
I think it's about my age. You start being eligible for carbon.
Oh no, 25's not old enough. Sorry.
Oh, you know what? You keep trying. That's cute of you.
I'm doing
You're
it.
not
Yeah,
25? I was sure you were 25 too.
What about Methuselah match, Rabbi? You think Methuselah
I'm starting to feel a little jealous.
Okay, I got to tell you, in that vein, I went to the youngest son that I gave birth to just turned 18, and he's in his senior year of high school. I went to his back to school night with his older brother, Ivor, who is 23. He's the one I told you looks like Antonio Banderas, like from Il Mariachi. So he and I went for his back to school night because my wife had class, so she wasn't able to attend. Mm-hmm. And we are going into one of his last teacher's room, and we go to sit down, and like Ivor and I are making a joke about something, and she comes over and says, "Hi, I remember you from last year." And I'm like, "Oh, hi. Yes, I do mean Zorro." And then she looks at my son and says, "Oh, are you Asher's father?" And both Ivor and I were like, "What? Oh God, no. And he's like, "I'm 23 years old, ma'am. I'm his older brother." She's like, "Well, I was wondering because you guys look alike." And I'm like, "What the fuck? How old do you think I am to have an 18-year-old son?"
What does Asher mean in Hebrew?
Happy. God is my happiness.
Oh.
But you'll see it in the text too. In Hebrew, it'll say Asher. It means like happy, or happiness will come. So I originally wanted to name him Avraham. My ex at the time was not cool with Avraham. So then I said, how about Avigdor? But he's not Jewish, my ex, and so he couldn't say Avigdor. So he said no. So I was like, Asher? And he's like, okay, we'll go with Asher.
Why do you have to be Jewish to pronounce something right?
It is not that you have to be Jewish. He had no intention of ever trying to pronounce Hebrew in any way, shape, or form right. That was his excuse. I'm not Jewish, so I don't think I could say Avigdor. And I'm like, it's not hard. Like Mandy Patinkin was Avigdor and Yentl, and whew, those are the days. Anyway,
what do you do?
You know what's ironic is
naming him Asher.
You said Avigdor?
Avigdor,
did I pronounce it right?
Yeah, it's A-I-V.
Imagine how
Avig and then door. So A-V-I-G-D-O-R. Avigdor.
Avigdor. That's so easy. What? Oh, man.
He's white.
there's a now fuck I forgot my train of thought. Give me 2 seconds.
He's definitely the guy who is like is, I don't know, diet racist.
Okay.
Like he doesn't realize that he's racist until somebody points it out. And then when you're like, that was really racist, what you just said, he goes, was it? Yeah, like it really was. What you and when we first moved into our house, that when we were together, and of course I was poly at the time, so it was my other husband. He was also my husband. Then we had a house. At one point, he looks at all of us. Who, by the way, he's the only white one.
Well,
We're all like, we're all people of color. And he says the words, could we like treat this house like white people live here? And I was like, who's the white one? Oh, are you talking about you? The rest of us are not white, pal.
I say, why you gotta comfort his whiteness? Like,
I know. I was just like, listen, you're the minority here in this house. Like, we're all freaking like Mexican, indigenous, and like one of my sons is Korean. Like, who are you talking to when you say these words?
He said that's not what I said. But last night again, I fell asleep because Bought by Blood. I like him as a person, but
I do too.
He's like human melatonin. I'm like, Like,
I almost rage dropped him so many times for us.
I wouldn't have blamed you. I just like, I was like, I'll put my phone down and rest my eyes like an old man. And I woke up and it was 11 a.m. I'm like,
Liz,
I can't do it. Like
He's not. I think he's a nice guy. He and I have gotten like where we're on opposite ends of something, but unlike Matt, he and I just talk about it. I'm like, so this is where I'm coming from. And then Bought by Blood will be like, but have you taken a look at this and understood? And I'm like, listen, I understand your apologetics here, but it just doesn't run for me. There's nobody yelling at each other or, well, you're stupid. It's just like we disagree.
This was Matt's worst topic ever. Atheist, why is the Bible bad for allowing slavery under certain conditions?
Don't do that to him. He loves that topic. It's concerning.
who loves
Yeah,
it?
I mean, I think he wants it
Matt
back.
told me last night that there are certain conditions where it's morally acceptable to own another human being.
It's never morally acceptable. These people are sick.
Yeah,
And that's what he brought it around to. We were talking about something else entirely. I was on a panel I've never been on. The host said, I have heard about you. And I'm like, well, that's scary. I don't know if I like that. And so asked me a few questions. Matt comes up. Matt has never met the host. And he totally switches it around to slavery. And I'm like, this is very worrisome for me that this is a topic that you keep going back to, Matt. So he was asked directly, do you think it's morally acceptable to own a person? And he said, well, I think there are times, and then tries to explain it away. And I'm like, no, that's the answer right there. You believe that it's okay to own another human being.
Do you
Like,
understand
you
that
could be
he's...
the nicest slave owner in the world. You're still a fucking slave owner, my guy. Like,
He said-
let's be real about it.
He said 15 plus times, and he'll still, if I bring him up right now, he'll tell me that yes, he would be my slave in ancient Israel. And he said on the
Matt-
panel that he
Matt
believes.
would?
Yes.
Look, I've already promised myself to Jeff into species because I figured I could be a house slave that way. So
Yeah, I remember you saying that last time.
So
I think that
I'm
he
sorry.
wants to be. I think this is kind of he needs to visit a dame and work that shit out.
I've had that done many times, and that's quite fun.
I'm saying, Matt, I think he needs to.
Not from a paid professional woman, but a random man or two.
He needs to find one who's willing to put up with him for an hour. Like, I could do anything for money, but like, not Matt.
I'm gonna wear this shirt and FaceTime my grandma a little bit. But that's the other one that
Don't
I
lie to her like that.
The other one that I have that she sent me, it says it's got a picture of a little image of a taco, and it says "Want a taco about Jesus?" And I sent her that picture. Actually, I have a picture of that shirt, and I have a picture of that shirt. I'll show you guys. And I wore it, just to appease her because I still love my grandma no matter what. And she said, I called her and I FaceTimed her, and she said, "Did it work?" I was like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, like did anybody ask you about Jesus?" And I was like, "No, like they definitely didn't."
Well, technically, yeah, because we all run lives that talk about Jesus. So, yeah, but
I'm gonna have to pick I'm gonna get her to get me 5 more shirts, and then I can have one for each day of the week.
That is funny. All right,
Hey, Grandma.
Do me a favor. Let's try to get up over 5K and get these shares up a little bit more, because I would really like to get some people up, believers and non, who have questions for Rabbi Hannah. Father Mark may or may not be joining us. I'm not sure. Also not sure about Archbishop. I tagged them in the post, and they all said they'd be here, so I don't know. We'll see.
I know Archbishop is having some difficulty, health-wise, so it's hit or miss with them. They are really trying. They're resting a lot lately.
Yeah, and I can't. Your brother, I think, has blocked me because I shared my live once too many times because they switched it around on me when I go to reshare after I could hit my limit, and I go to share again, and sometimes I forget who I shared to, so I think I sent it to him like 5 times once.
Like, listen, I get it. Hello, Ariel.
Hey, Ariel. Hey, everybody. Thanks for the raid, Ariel. Appreciate you.
Ew.
Appreciate it. As people come in, I also sent a message to a recommendation from Dr. Joe for she's a Universalist Reverend.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. She might come through. I sent her the email or DM not that long ago, so we'll see what happens. Hey, Kate. Thank you guys for the raid. Thank you so much. But tonight it is all about non-believers and believers coming up here who have questions about the text. Hopefully we can get one of our Catholic priests in, but health-wise, things have not been great for both of them, so we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, that's where we're at tonight. But that's all right. Rabbi Hannah is full of knowledge, as am I for the most part, kind of, sort of.
There are times where I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. So, but we'll figure it all out. No worries.
I'm not a Catholic priest, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn. So
I was raised Catholic, and I jumped ship as soon as my mom let me stop going.
I was raised in a barn.
I technically was. No, I technically was. My parents converted a barn into an actual house.
Ooh, I'm kind of jealous.
No,
It's really cool.
I think technically the Holiday Inn I stayed at could be considered a barn. So I'm all of you.
Well, I would love to live on a kibbutz. That's really ultimately my dream. I grow vegetables and fruits and stuff in my. I have a mini, what I call a micro farm in my backyard because I grow vegetables, fruits. My wife is working on building me a chicken coop. So really, it's that I want to live on a kibbutz. Let's be real.
And it's funny because
Those are so much fun.
Growing up, people would always use that phrase, were you raised in the barn? And because we're hillbilly rednecks, we would be like, yeah, actually. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's funny because my mom occasionally would say it because she'd forget, and we'd look at her and go, yes, Mom. We are and have been. She hated that. She didn't like that so much.
She didn't like it when you said you were that you were raised in a barn?
No, because we just would catch her when she didn't realize something was the case, that she shouldn't have said it and she knew it. So we caught her in it and got to make fun of her. So she didn't like that part. She didn't like being caught and saying something that is nonsensical. My mom is an interesting person.
I think all of our moms are. I'm sure that my children would say the same about me. I think my children would be like, you like my mom? Why?
Well, mine is a personally acting, believing Catholic, but not a practicing in church Catholic, who is also MAGA. My dad apparently believes in the Native American Indian spirits and gods, even though he's not a Native American.
Right. I remember you mentioned, pardon me.
Yeah. And he's also MAGA, which also, if you're Native American, I wouldn't understand why you would support that.
I don't either. They're trying to kick us out of our own country and have us I'm like, where are you going to send us? We are freaking from here. What is it? Your problem.
Right. Tommy J, you are correct. It is wild. It is interesting. But I have forbidden them talking politics in front of me or social issues of any kind. Now my dad, when he calls me, he just calls me with dumb dad jokes. And I'm okay with that.
Yo, please check this shirt out real quick. Because this is actually a good shirt. This is when I weighed a little bit more too.
Is that what you look like, Forrest? You're a cutie.
This is when I weighed like 155. I'm way
Adorable.
I would like to point out, Forrest, I weigh 155 in my right butt cheek. Like, who are you talking to?
That's
not that tall. How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot, or no, I'm 5'5". I'm
I
5
thought you
foot.
were gonna say 6'5". I was like, get the hell out of here.
No,
I am 6'5".
I'm almost
No,
5'6".
Dugald is. Dugald might be.
I'm 5, like, I'm like almost 5'6". My wife is 5'7".
I couldn't read what it said though. What did the shirt say?
Want to taco?
I want to talk about Jesus.
I like it.
I'm gonna have to show Georgia that she said that she said that her father fingers are hurting, and I don't think she saw the verse earlier. I'm gonna reveal it later. She said she's got dad fingers, but that psalm is why is Psalm so full of lascivious verses?
The Psalms? Because David was, the Psalms are filled with like lament, praise, and a whole lot of smacks.
Clearly so. Oh, Rabbi Hannah, what about the trees?
The trees aren't in, I don't know what that guy was talking about for it.
All right, Georgia, I'll show you one more time. 1 second. This is a crazy quote.
Really quick. I was saying my fat fingers aren't working today because I'm misspelling everything. And then it autocorrects to father figures.
Are your fingers ready for battle? Look at these fingers. They got brass knucks.
Oh, jeez.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war, and my fingers for battle is crazy.
Rabbi Hannah, I feel like you should have this shirt.
I really do need that shirt. I think I do.
You've always thrown hands.
I'll have to ask her where she got it.
I'm telling everybody that Bob and my cat Mildred are having a long distance relationship.
This is the funniest phrase on TikTok, but spiritual warfare. Like, even with like the fucking goofy ass, like, there are two wolves inside me, and they're both.
I'll be right back, guys.
Spiritual warfare.
Now I'm just reading Psalm 144 out of my red letter.
Check out 81
KJV.
check out 8110. It's even better. This guy just likes destroying things.
Kind of like you. What?
That's a cat.
This is definitely a cat. He's about he got big old paws. How do you clip y'all's cat's nails? He won't let me.
I have them just like I have a million scratch posts and they just
we do too.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to use them. He wants to use the couch.
Right. Yeah, we had it was once leather.
They have sticky things that you can put on the couch.
Oh yeah.
Bob likes your
so
Bob
that
likes
like
I've seen like little like nail covers, but I don't think that like it takes away from their it takes away from their natural like urge to what is that like word for that? Need, I guess.
animals, Benny.
Oh shoot! I have 3 cats, a dog, 6 fish tanks. Oh wait, no.
Oh, I love aquarium.
2, 3, 4 fish tanks, 1 extra fish tank with a turtle in it, and I think that's it for now.
Do you have any saltwater ones?
No, oh gosh, no, that's way too much upkeep.
I got you. I could drop for fluff. Yeah, no, aquariums are.
me for fluff because I have kid stuff to deal with.
Hey, wait, before you go, Plum, what's better, Olive Garden breadsticks or Red Lobster's Cheddar Bay biscuits?
Oh, cheddar bay biscuits.
Okay.
That's tough.
They're the best. Also, yeah, I'm a drop for fluff.
Okay, thank you for coming out. All right.
I think I've been to Red Lobster once.
Thank you, guys.
Unless you're gonna get the Admiral's Feast, just why are you there?
I had to up my volume. I couldn't hear you real quick. We just got finished watching Tropic Thunder.
Wait, what movie was that again?
Tropic Thunder. I'm a dude, another dude playing another dude.
Yeah, we just got finished watching Tropic Thunder.
You think you thought there was an accent there?
Hi guys.
Hi, Fluff. How are you, my dear?
All right. I got told to take a vacation, so yeah. I'm resting now. Just got finished watching Tropic Thunder. I'm probably gonna go watch another one. Yeah.
Watch
I don't care what anyone says. Robert Downey Jr. is sexy no matter what color he is.
I watched that movie 4 times without knowing that was Tom Cruise.
Oh my God, I love Tom Cruise.
Why didn't you take a big step back and literally fuck your own face?
My personal favorite is Robert Downey Jr. and Elijah Wood in that monastery, Satan's Alley.
Fluff, do you have Plum Blocks?
Oh, all right. So I am not going to stay up and bug you guys. I am going to go down into the comments and listen and enjoy.
We appreciate you being here, Fluff. I love you.
I'm happy to be here. I love you more.
I'm all for the multitasking. I love like watching cheesy horror movies while I watch and partake in the chat.
Right. I'm about to turn on Stephen King's Dreamcatcher.
Ooh, I've been wanting to watch that again.
Why does Robert Downey Jr. look like he's menacingly staring at Rabbi Hannah?
Because he is. Look at me. I'm fine as fuck and I can get the job done. Of course he's staring at me like he wants to fight me. He's never found a clitoris in his life.
You know what?
I have to disagree.
I'm sorry, but if he can't find it, I will volunteer as tribute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
Did you want him to find yours, Forrest?
Mine is a little probably oversized for what he's looking for.
Oh, come on. Don't be a size queen.
It would be him, not me.
You're fine. I'm sure he could take it. Look at him.
Seriously, between Forrest, Sexy Jesus, and Robert Downey Jr., I might just volunteer as tribute.
Oh, sorry, Cyber. I'm sorry. I'm just saying you have exactly one organ. The female people have exactly one organ that is meant for nothing but pleasure, and people are still having a hard time finding it and treating it like it's this race car on the F1 track.
It's actually a part of Christian mythology.
I know it is. It doesn't exist.
Unlike the Shroud of Turin or like the Ark of the Covenant or Jesus' prepuce.
Wait.
Where is everybody? There's 36 people. None of you have actual questions. You want to talk to the rabbi about clitorises, I could do that. But aren't we supposed to be talking about God and shit?
How do you have like this like panel and like nobody's here?
Because
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something.
We're competing with Thinker right now. She decided to go live.
How many questions do people want to ask? Like, think about it. Jewish people don't recruit.
Yeah, we do.
They usually come up to ask these questions.
That dude, I got the question about the LGBT a couple days ago, but Leviticus 18:22, yeah, that's not what that says. See, that's what we were talking about when Matt came up and was like, he's wrong. Like, Dan is wrong. And I'm like, his analysis on the text in the Hebrew Bible is absolutely correct.
I got recruited by these guys the other day. What are you talking about, Fluff?
Oh my God.
Who recruited you?
These guys right here. They were on the street. I took a picture.
Run.
What's wrong?
You told me to run, Forrest, run?
Whatever is wrong with you, it's no small thing. Let me just say.
I saw very similar like dressed guys in Vegas one time.
All right. Non-believers, mute up for me.
Now I can't find my life. What?
I got you. I love Fluff. All right. Coach Kane, are you over 18?
Yes.
Perfect. And what did you want to ask us today?
What do you believe in then?
What do I believe in?
Yes.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any god or gods. Rabbi Hannah, on the other hand, she believes in Yahweh. Or I'm sorry, Rabbi.
Adonai. It's fine. Yeah, I'm a theist. I believe in what Jews would call Hashem, Adonai, Elohim. You know.
I believe.
Well, I have to say that everybody who doesn't believe in Jesus needs Jesus. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Have a nice day. I hope you'll find the light someday.
You don't.
I have a light on in my office right now, sir. So thank you.
Did I just take my first L on TikTok?
I guess so.
I think so.
Yeah,
Holy
I was.
shit.
I was trying to tell him what I believed in, but I guess he didn't care.
I just took an L for the first time on TikTok. Wow.
Just came up just.
My ego's bruised. I don't know what I'll do now. I'm gonna go into hiding for a few months, guys.
What up, Rav Kev? How are you?
Question for maybe Rabbi, one of the two rabbis that are up here now. In Psalm 119 on this KJV version.
Oh Lord.
Well, like it starts saying.
Let me get my Tehillim. Wait. Let me get my Tehillim. I'll be right back.
While we're waiting, Smith, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. And what did you come up to ask myself and the rabbi today?
Well, I was wondering, what's your opinion on jungle fuckers? Because they keep fucking my Wi-Fi. These jungle...
What?
Oh, weirdo people.
I'm so tired of the weirdos.
Wi-Fi? I don't even want to like give it any more.
No.
Yeah, I'm not wasting any more brain power on that.
Okay, you said 119.
I think that was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
See what I get, Petty? See what I get now?
I'm going to guess that this is one of those moments where the Psalms of King James are different order than the Psalms of the Hebrew Bible.
Well, it's a little bit different. There's like, if you read at the tops of like 119, it says Aleph, then it says like Beth, and it has like the Jewish like sort of alphabet.
No, it doesn't.
Like it's like Gimel.
At the top of 119, the very first letter is Aleph, but then it's a Shin, a Dalet, and a Yud.
He's saying that it is sectioned in his copy in different like
letters.
Almost, yeah, parex.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? All right.
I just was wondering if anybody knew why it does that at 119.
Who's Beth?
Which version is this?
Beth? And why does she have all these synagogues?
Wait, which version is this?
This is a KJV red letter edition.
Oh.
So, I mean, do with that what you will. I just didn't know if that's like a thing. I don't know.
It's not in the Hebrew.
Nope.
Yeah, weird.
That's weird. That is weird. All right, so Patty, you see what I get now?
It is in the Hebrew.
Wait, yes, it is. I'm looking at it right now. I have a book of Tehillim right here. So
It's an
119
acrostic.
has.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, so 119, 1 through 1 through 8. Then there's a bet for 9.
Hey, guys.
From 9 to 16. Then there's a Gimel. Then Dalet.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah.
I was trying to talk to Petty.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Petty.
It's okay. I'm invisible. I've been cast out with the jungle fuckers, I guess.
Like poor Petty. Like
a rash.
You would think so. You would think so.
Something about Wi-Fi. I don't know.
My goodness. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
I'm a friend.
I don't think I've met you before, Petty. I've seen your lives, though.
Oh, hi. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, I am.
Which one of us are you talking about?
I think she was talking about me.
Yeah, I know Petty's a troublemaker.
I'm a troublemaker, too. Just ask Forrest.
Oh, nice. It's good to be in good company. Hi, Dugald. Hello,
Hi, my dear.
everyone. I just came up to ask a question.
Of course.
Of the rabbi.
Of course.
Rabbi, would you share where I could find a lulav, please?
Oh, a lulav. Okay, so generally right now they're going to start coming in during Elul because we're coming up.
Yes.
We're going to have, of course, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and then Nomadic Hut Awareness Week, which is also known as Sukkot.
Yes.
So I find, especially in the LA area, you can start finding lulavs and etrogs in generally.
Robertson.
Yeah, I was going to say Pico Robertson and down about halfway through the month of Elul. Generally, the etrog a little later so that it doesn't spoil between now and Sukkot. But
Right.
lulavs are you can usually find them. Yeah, I would say Pico Robertson closer to almost the end of September or middle of September and then into Yom Kippur. Right after Yom Kippur is where I generally find them. If you want to, you can always have one, of course, an etrog imported from Israel as well. And you have to be careful. Some of these, the etrogs go for 25 a piece. I've seen them as high as 100 a piece for a freaking etrog.
Oh my.
Yeah,
That's
it just
a starter
depends.
one. They could get up to $500, $800.
For one etrog?
Oh yeah,
It's a
they have.
citrus.
Right.
Yeah, and it's an inedible one too. Yeah.
Okay.
They literally inspect them with diamond monocles.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Monopoly man comes in just for this.
Just for this, huh?
Yeah,
Can I
so,
politely ask why? By the way, I just was wondering what the reason.
She's Jewish.
Oh, amazing! Great. Enough said.
Yeah, she's gonna come out. I'm doing Kol Nidre out in LA October 1st, and as soon as I have the venue, I was invited by a group of Jewish folks I know out in LA. One of them is a rabbinical student who says that she's Rabbi Hannah coded because now she wears the hat and does the whole.
Aw, love that.
There's a store next to BB's on Pico. BB's.
So I said, yeah, I could do that, and then I remembered that Petty's out in LA. So I told her as soon as I have the venue, I'll let her know.
Yeah. So you were saying next to BB's, you said?
Yeah, next to BB's Bakery, to the right of BB's Bakery on Pico, there's a Judaica store that has really great options, price differences, and you can also call any synagogue. If you were to call Stephen Wise or Leo Beck or any synagogue, you could call Valley Beth Shalom. Also, they'll likely be doing large orders for their congregants. And you could probably get in on those orders as well, and it might even bring the price down a little bit.
Okay.
Also, if you're out near, if you're over by Pico Robertson's, if you're not in the valley, I used to live over in Toluca Lake. If you go over to Valley Village, just past Valley Village, there is a thriving Orthodox Jewish community over there, and I used to get challah from a little
Cambridge
bakery,
Farms.
and then yes, and then right next to it is a huge kosher market, and sometimes I have been able to find etrog and lulav there. I'll find the name for it and I'll message it to you.
Yeah.
Cambridge, it's Cambridge Market and Cambridge Farms is the bakery.
Yeah, Pico Robertson area is closer to me.
Cyber's comment to y'all.
Being Jewish is expensive. It is.
I said that in my life. Yes.
It is, man.
It's definitely expensive.
Oh,
you can build
No,
your
I
own
am.
lulav.
Fluff has a question.
Yeah, I've done that.
For our Jewish community members here.
Okay, I'll hop down to make room.
Oh, no, she asked from the chat. You're fine, Penny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can
she
someone
said-
ask my rabbi when the Torah was last updated? Updated? What do you mean by updated?
Why would it need to be updated?
You mean as far as translation
I would say-
stuff? Is that what I mean?
It was finally redacted during the Babylonian exile, so between 586 BCE and 500 BCE.
Oh,
The Torah, the 5 books, the Pentateuch.
She said it.
Oh yeah,
anyway.
no, that would be in any way. So that would be a long time ago. We have not updated. Like we don't retranslate, if that's what you mean. We haven't done any of that since it's as Rav Kavod said. So that's why I get people who are like, "Well, what are you reading from?" And I say the Hebrew. Yeah, but what one? The one it was written in. Like, what do you mean?
Only one.
I had one yesterday, Rabbi. This gentleman was like, no, Psalms 22 says Christ. So I said, well, let me pull it out. So I start reading it in Hebrew and then in English. So I'm like, line by line. And he's like, well, I don't know what you're reading. And I was like, the Hebrew? And he was like, but what Hebrew? And I'm like, the Hebrew that it was written in? Like, what do you mean, what Hebrew?
What about the tree? What about the tree, Rabbi?
Yeah, and then he's like, yeah, but there's a tree. There's a tree in Psalms 22. I'm like, there's no tree here. And David is clearly talking about himself. He writes in first person. He says it's a psalm by David for the conductor. He's talking about himself. He's literally first person. At no point does it go into a third person narrative talking about a prophecy. He's talking about how he feels being surrounded by people who he cannot trust, who he feels are after him. That's what this is. It's not a prophecy. I mean, you can see it that way. You're a Christian, of course you do. But where's this tree? And he goes, no, it's in the KJV. So I pull up the KJV and I'm like, there's no tree in here either, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah,
The trees.
Right. The Christians and their ability to read Jesus into the Torah is mind blowing to me sometimes.
It's how they're talking.
That's how you know it's eisegesis. That's how you know it's eisegesis, because they see Jesus.
I love that someone just said the word eisegesis. I've never heard that anywhere else except seminary.
Yes, it is it's a first person narrative. The Psalms are, David is writing either, like the tone I have found in David, and I don't know if you find the same thing, Rav, but is either is lamenting, why do you hate me so much? My life sucks, but I believe in you and I know you're going to come through. Or it's, ooh, everything is great. It's because of God, and I love this.
Definitely the former.
All right, so King Co-Pastor, obviously you're over 18 if you've been to seminary and things, so we'll skip all that. So are you still a believer, or?
I am. Okay. I'm a strange believer in spite of, I don't want to come out swinging, but what I perceive as, the more I go on, right, the misogyny and patriarchy being read into the Bible, Old and New Testament, which I just see as sort of part of the Genesis 3 fall, if you will. And as I've gotten more on TikTok, just been on TikTok more, I've seen it, and it's sad because I'm involved in a lot of the I guess you could call it I hate saying the word feminist for some reason, but like a lot of the people that TikTok puts in my algorithm, we'll say, are sort of the it's all men till it's no men people, and really fighting for women's rights and exposing all that misogyny, patriarchy. So I started going back through, I felt called to go back through all of the scriptures that involve women in any way. That includes the adultery, the divorce scriptures, like everything that gets weaponized against women in misogynistic ways. And I was like, well, I know how to do exegesis because I went to seminary and I learned Greek and Hebrew. I'm going to go back and look at them all. Even though there's a lot of that in my seminary, there are people who are very far, it's a very conservative Christian seminary, but we did learn how to do proper exegesis. So I went through, not based on what I was taught, but the methodology I was taught, and looked at the historical context and all of that, and realized, wow, this is really a distortion. There are a lot of distortions of scripture that we hear in mainstream Christian society. So in the churches, even, people are, a lot of people are embracing certain things that are kind of the opposite. Like a lot of those scriptures were directed toward, no offense to, I'm not saying all men are bad. I'm just saying a lot of those scriptures, like on adultery, divorce, even the sheet, for the virginity test, a lot of those were directed at men and were progressive protections for women because they were in a society that was way worse where women didn't get any due process. Men could just kind of discard them and treat them like objects and toss them out without any proof of anything. So a lot of the scriptures that have been sort of even First Timothy, where they talk about a woman should be silent in the church, that was even progressive because Paul was saying women should be able to sit and learn theology, which was not something that they were even allowed to do regularly. Even the wealthy women, like even the wealthiest people, barely had private instruction if they were female. So I've been really interested in that more recently and feel a little bit of a calling to dig into every possible nuance of that I can find. And I'm actually going to go back, even though I'm done with seminary, I have an MDiv from years ago, and I work full time and have a daughter. I'm going back to take free classes. You can take one per semester as an auditor for the rest of your life. And I'm going to do one next semester for the first time in years. I haven't been to seminary in years because I want to refresh my memory with the Greek and the Hebrew and all of it, because this feels important. I'll finish with this. Part of why this is important is because after I left seminary, I actually ended up in a horrible relationship with domestic violence, and it completely, like, I never went into ministry or anything. I ended up back in corporate world as a single mom. And so I was like, why did I go to seminary and spend all that money? I don't know. So several years later, here we are, and I've learned, like, something wasn't right? Something about the theology and all the nonsense couldn't be right, because this isn't the God that I worship. This isn't the God that I know. And so I decided to dig in, and I feel like I'm called to help other women out of the matrix, the misogyny matrix. So that's my 2 cents.
So go back for me. Remind me, what denomination are you now, or are you any denomination specific?
I don't know if I'm a denomination. I mean, I still say I'm a Christian, because I believe, like, when I say, I don't even like follower of Christ, because I don't think I do a good enough job, so to speak, or certainly not a perfect person, or I wouldn't say I'm like Christ in the sense of, like, Christ is, I don't know. I feel too reverent to kind of call myself any of the Christianese names, but I would say I'm a Christian. I'd say I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible is the Word of God. I do believe it's inspired. I do believe Jesus is Lord, all of those main basic tenets of the Christian faith. But I don't believe any of the overlay, a lot of the overlay is BS. BS. So the overlay that has been, and in fact, I'm starting to think that our Christians are modern day Pharisees. If Jesus were here today, who would he confront? Would he be talking to, I think a lot of the people that Jesus would talk to, like he did the Pharisees, would be people in the churches that I've been a member of, versus, so I see it on my page. I posted a video just recently about swear words. And that one I got a lot of hate for that. I just said, I can swear. Yeah. The Bible doesn't say I can't swear. Yeah, and so I got a lot of hate and just a lot of scriptures thrown at me. And I went through one by one and just, nope, that's not what they meant by cursing. They were talking about, that's taking the Lord's name in vain. They were talking about, so.
When you talk about this overlay, what do you mean by that?
So I feel so in Genesis 3, it says that I'm giving this as an example. I'm not saying it all rests on this. I'm just giving an example, but it says that, you will crave your husband and he will rule over you. That was actually a curse. It's one of the curses, right? What?
It's not one of the curses.
Okay.
So you mentioned you read the Hebrew. So are you familiar with Rashi?
It's been a while. I mean, that's why I'm going back, but
yeah, you're fine. So Rashi, who is one of our sages in Judaism, explains that your craving for your husband and he will rule over you has nothing to do with anything except sex. Okay, so your craving will be towards your husband for intimacy. And you will only be, should only be attracted to him, and you shall have the ability to tell him you want so. And he will be over you, he will be on top of you during intimacy.
Okay, well, I'd have to look into it. I don't know if that's true. I hear you saying that. I'd have to look into it before I could just concede that point. But Yeah. So
right, because why would the person who has a PhD in theology know anything about my own?
Well, why would the
language?
woman who has an MDiv in MDiv know anything? Like, just because you say it, I'm not going to go with a trust me bro on it. You know what I mean? I'm an educated woman who looks into things. I don't just take the word of a person I just met on the internet 5 minutes ago. Sorry about that. It's just not how I educate myself. But I'm happy to take it into account.
If the guy with the dick tells you, will you listen to that?
I don't.
We got 2 rabbis on the panel.
Okay, did you not hear anything I said, woman? I mean,
Sorry.
like, honestly.
Whoa.
Did you not hear anything I
Hold
said?
on. Did you just call me woman?
Did you just disrespect me?
Did
And you don't
just
even know
call
me.
me woman?
So I don't.
What the
listen,
fuck?
Ma'am, I have two names. You may call me rabbi or you may call me doctor. Those are your 2 choices. Calling me woman is not going to get you anywhere.
Where did anyone disrespect you?
I said, do you need somebody with a penis to tell you before you believe what I'm saying is true?
Disrespectful because
I didn't say anything about you personally.
You ignored what she said. There's another rabbi who is a male here. She was just asking that opinion.
Sorry, Forrest. I dropped you so I could come up.
Woman, you don't know how to listen.
Yeah, woman, you can shut the fuck up. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, Forrest. I dropped you so I could come up here.
Ma'am, I did not say anything of the sort to you. I said, do you need a man with a penis down here in the corner to tell you what I'm saying is true?
Hush, woman. You're not allowed to preach your book. Isn't that what 1 Corinthians says? Pick me, Pisha? Oh, okay. That's what the fuck I thought. Run, little bitch.
What the fuck?
It's just fucking rude to come up here and question somebody.
I'll pull it up, like, just
with a
because
PhD.
now
Like,
I'm...
if you want to check them out later, that's fine. But to sit there and be like, well, I'm not just going to be me. That's fucking
No, it's
rude.
okay. Like, you don't have to believe me, but you don't also have to be rude about it. That's why I said, do you want the guy with the dick?
I found
I'm
it
sorry,
very.
Rabbi. I had to come up here with that one. You know I love to fucking play with food.
Yeah, Rabbi, it was very invalidating for her to come up and assert what she asserted, and then what you said was just like, well, I'll have to double check that. And it's just like,
well, and that's fine. Like, you want to double check it, that's completely fine. But to be like, I'm not going to have to listen to somebody who's on the internet. Like, bitch, I had to listen to you for 3 minutes talk about your Christian God and your MDiv and how you're going back to audit shit.
That's why I was
like, I give a shit.
Yapping about
come
the
up to
chat.
address. She didn't come up to ask any questions. She just came up to tell us who the fuck she was. I don't give a fuck who you were.
I'm sorry, but if you're a pink pillar, drop the New Testament. I mean, honestly, just.
What is a pink pillar?
Like,
Can I ask that? Like, I feel like I'm done.
The anti-red pill, kind of. I don't know. It's
red pills for men, pink pills for women, or something.
Also, did she not read the fucking background where it says, ask an atheist, a rabbi, and a priest walk into a live? Did she not see Rabbi Hannah
fucking read?
They don't fucking read.
Not only that, you claim that you knew the Hebrew, but yet whenever someone who knows the Hebrew questions you on it, all of a sudden it's been a couple of fucking miss me with that bullshit.
Right. All right, Will, you're over 18, correct?
That was wild.
I am way over 18.
All right. Did you have a question for us, or did you want to come up and talk about one of the things you said?
You know what? I had a question, but I forgot it. She went off on a tangent. But hi, Rebbe, how are you? Shalom Aleichem.
No, it's Rabbi though, but thank you.
I know, Rabbi. I apologize. Sorry. I was eating my cheeseburger. It's not holistic at all.
Enjoy.
It is. Yeah. I'm that one. Anyway. Oh, sorry. But yeah, that was hysterical. That little rant was hysterical. I had a whole point. Then I started listening and my brain started working. So as somebody, I do have a question. If like an atheist, a rabbi, and a priest all walked into a room and they met somebody that was born of like, I don't know, a Christian and a Jew, what would all 3 of them say to that person?
Just a second. Ma'am, I'm unsure how you did mention earlier that you wouldn't even call yourself a Christ follower because you don't believe that you live up to his ideals. I did not insult you. I have yet to insult you. I understand you have an MDiv, and all I said was I disagree with you based on what the Hebrew said. I said, well, if you said you know the Hebrew, you said it's been a while, and I said, that's okay. Have you heard of Rashi? Rashi would tell you, and I'm in it right now, that 315 is, or 316 is all about how your desire will be toward your husband for intimate purposes, and he will reign above you in terms of where he will be seated, i.e. above you, during intimate congress. That's it. Now, I'm sorry if it activated you in some way, or you felt some sort of way about it, because that was not my intention. I understand intention is different than impact, but you came into a live that literally says there is a rabbi here, there are two rabbis here, and as you said, you know, being a woman, you are faced with, you don't think I face things every day of my life being a rabbi? I'm not told that unless I have a dick, my opinion isn't worthy. So maybe I might be a little sensitive to someone telling me I don't know shit after the 35 years I've spent doing this fucking job. What do you think?
That part.
The high and mighty and righteousness that you're displaying right now, you're really Christian right now. You're being very Christian.
You know, it's funny because she claims that she comes from a family of doctors. You know, doctors for the black market doesn't count, because I'm pretty sure your revenue is basically based on women of color, because you give me that pick me Christ energy. It's kind of funny how you're riding so hard for a piece of ghost dick that doesn't even give a shit about you, because guess what? He was a Palestinian Jew, princess. Get the fuck over it. Petty, you wanted to read her to filth too?
I'm just saying, white women, and I'm sorry, Petty, let me just say this. White women are the men of women. You know that, right?
Oh, completely.
No, actually, I wasn't going to read her for filth. I was just going to say that I hope she takes a minute to realize that if she would have just decided to have a conversation instead of deciding to be venomous, that could have been a very different and rewarding exchange. Like, it's so funny to me that people are so anti-conversation. You know,
I agree. Well, when you question somebody's when you question somebody and their ego is put into question, and you know, the defensiveness is, you know, if you don't have the ability to think critically and you don't have the ability to think humbly, it's understandable that somebody would react so viciously, and call somebody's hard-earned PhD worth less than toilet paper.
So
unbelievable.
Now, but I just so I can, if you're still in the room, and I'm happy to do so. So here we go. In 16, you're suffering the pain of course, raising children. Now, this is Rashi, who is, you know, one of our sages. In pain you shall bear children. This is the pain of giving birth. And craving shall be for your husband. This is regarding for relations. But even so, you do not have the nerve to claim him verbally or to ask to have relations with you. Rather, he will rule over you, being he will be on top of you, and his initiative for intimacy should not just be his, but might be. I'm just right there. Do you want to, your desire will be towards him, and his soul craves your desire. You can, you can repeat yourself. Fucking white women, man.
Wait a minute. You're the one that came up.
The white women.
Hold on. You're the one that came up here, lady. You're the one that wanted to not address a prompt. You came up here to selfishly talk about yourself and lambast all over my fucking panel as if you got some relevance, and you had nothing to say about what we're actually wanting to talk about and want to do. Instead, you came up here, had some attitude, after you gave your fucking 3-minute long monologue about introducing your fucking self, which nobody fucking asked for, and then you want to be insulting, and then you want to sit there and be mad at us because you want to be I'll just say it, you want to be a bitch about it. Fuck you. I don't fucking care. You're of no authority. Your degree is trash. Clearly you know nothing. Fuck off. How about that?
Like, just because you come from a family of colonizers doesn't mean you need to colonize this space, sweetie. Get fucked. Expeditiously.
Somebody block that piece of trash. I don't need that shit. I don't need that shit.
That was wild.
All right. The fact that she came up here and tried to colonize the whole panel was fucking ridiculous. And the centering is fucking the centering, I can't fucking take it.
Pink Pill, you can go and Google Rabbi Hannah. She's there. Fuck off.
It's only like, I'm not world renowned or nothing.
Validation is just wild. I cannot, especially when it comes to like Rabbi Hannah. And like I've seen this too many times, mostly from
feedback.
men.
Ow.
All the time. All the time.
Everyone's having feedback.
I don't know.
And I don't even think it was a big deal. I was just saying, hey, Rashi disagrees with your sentiment about men ruling over the heads of women. He believes that it had everything to do with just intimacy and the soul craving of the intimate act. It had nothing to do with outside of the bedroom. I'm just quoting Rashi.
Right.
Like I'm looking at it right here.
And like that's important because you worded it to not invalidate what she had to say.
No,
you just gave another view where then she took what you had to say and instantly invalidated it and said, I'll have to check on that.
It's fine if she disagrees with me. I have no issue with that. She's Christian, so of course she's going to read the text differently than I do. And I affirm that for everyone. If you're a Christian, you're going to see it differently than I do. But if you're going to say this is exactly what it says, and I say, well, have you heard of Rashi? Because he would disagree with you.
Rabbi Hannah, really
and you
quick.
mentioned
Really quick. Holly in the comments. Holly, 3x17. Petty didn't mean to mute you. She was trying to mute the person that I had already muted. She didn't see that. It was friendly fire. She did not mean to do that.
It happens all the time.
Apologies. We were both going for the same person, and then she disappeared, and you popped up. So that's all that was.
Me and three of my mods were on top of that shit. Like,
right.
You know what? It's funny. It's generally, I don't get that kind of crap from women. I get it from men all day long. And I wasn't even disagreeing. I was just like, hey, Rashi has a different, this is why I said, well, you read the Hebrew, right? You mentioned you read Hebrew and Greek earlier in the comments. So you read the Hebrew, so you know where Rashi's coming from.
Rabbi, I think she was lying.
I don't know that she was lying. I don't want to invalidate her MDiv just because she invalidated my PhD.
All right,
exactly. I'm going to
give her any more energy. Will, did you have anything else you wanted to say before?
I wanted to ask, what does a rabbi, an atheist, and a priest do when someone who is Jewish and Catholic walk into a room and they want to ask, "Where's my validation?" That was my whole question.
That's a good question.
This very theological question to bring to this panel before this person tried to reroute. But anyway, that was my whole question. That was my theological question, is because I battle with this theology, and I love theology. And Rabbi, we've been on panels before, we discussed things.
Yeah.
I love like the theology. I want to know where is the centering between one's personal beliefs, I guess is my whole question.
Uh-huh.
So that would be my question. Is like, yeah, go ahead.
I would say that, like, obviously, the center of my job is to be in service to Jewish people. That is why I became a rabbi, is to be in service. So when somebody comes to me and they need to validate where they're at, whether it's in their faith journey, whether it's in deconstructing their faith and coming away from their faith, my job first and foremost is to listen to their struggles, their story, and first see them right where they're at and to meet them where they are. Not to give them a highbrow, like, well, you should be doing this. No, my job is to meet them exactly where they are, see them for what they're going through, and then listen to them intently. Not listen to respond, but listen to understand the words that they're saying between the words. You know, we're all say something. In doctor, like, I have friends who are doctors, and what they say, it's called the door handle, like, thing, where they tell you what they came in for, but what they really came in for, they're too nervous to talk about until you're reaching for the door handle, and then they go, oh, wait, doctor, there's one more thing. So, like, kind of my philosophy for how I deal with it is I sit and wait, mostly silently, and just say, okay, I'm hearing you. What else is there? I hear something else, and I'm the person who can, you know, whatever you need to say, I'm completely fine with that. Like whatever you need to tell me, it stays with me. So I am the safe space. If it's like I think God's a schmuck, so do I most of the time. If it's like I don't know where my place is in Judaism because I'm gay and I'm trans or I'm insert moniker here. Okay, I don't know that God cares. I think that humans care more than God does.
Yeah.
So that is my whole point, is to sit and validate their feelings, affirm their feelings, and see them for who they are in the moment when they're talking to me about it. And then if they want, go from there in terms of building something for them to look forward to, or how to deconstruct more, or how to come back if that's something they're looking to try and do, or reconnect, or just disconnect completely. It's really, my job is just to be the kind of like the compass and navigator for their own journey. It's their journey. I'm just along for the ride.
And I'm pretty sure if Father Mark was here, he would probably say something similar. And as for me, atheists aren't a monolith, so I can't answer for all atheists, but I can answer as a deconstructionist. I say find that validation in yourself. You don't need somebody else or something else to validate you. You exist in this world. You're part of it. You don't need to be validated.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
This is a very centralized Jewish question for like the deconstructionist and the reconformist movement on the panel. As Rabbi, I know you are a reconstructionist. We've had similar.
I'm a Sephardi.
Oh, you're Sephardi. Okay,
yes.
So see, and that's the thing. So, see, okay, never mind. Let me reform my question.
You're fine.
No, and okay, as even being Sephardim, right? So I can reform my question as like being Jewish and saying like someone is reconstructionalist or like reformed, the whole reformist movement, like. I find myself very traditionalist with like an Ashkenazi perspective because I was born Ashkenazi, but I was also born of Sephardim as well.
Okay.
So it's when you have
unusual.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so my Zaba was married to a Sephardim woman and he was Ashkenazi after, you know, and then I was born of an interfaith marriage, long story short. So like I have all these ideological perspectives, but I have my own perspective.
Right.
But I also have my own view of Judaism. And like someone
you do.
Gay, like I'm also the L'Jibakwa. I wanted to go to rabbinical school, but I was pushed back from that. So I still feel like at this point in my life, I do want to go to like.
You want to
not be a rabbi,
into rabbinics?
No, I want to go into rabbinics, but
you don't know that you want to be a rabbi.
Yeah, I just don't know if I want to be a rabbi.
Well, so first, not all rabbis are congregational rabbis. I have plenty of colleagues who do not have a congregation. They're not pulpit rabbis. They do other work. They're still rabbis, but their focus is in some other area of Jewish community, not necessarily pulpit work.
Do you feel like if you were like someone who's done like I used to lead services for Jewish children and family services. Like I was a para chaplain for Jewish children and family services for years.
That's wonderful.
Like that was what I used to do. I used to bring the Jewish community to people who didn't have the community to bring to them. Like if we didn't have a Rebbe, I would lead Shabbat. And like when my
that's beautiful.
Passed away, I gave him his bracha. Like, you know, I feel like as far as and then there's people who's pretty much my question is say as far as not be rabbinical, but they're saying like I don't like people that negate people's Judaism,
right?
Because they feel like they're not Jewish enough. But we're more Jewish than some people that claim to be Jewish. That was a two-part question.
I kind of get what you're saying. So that is one of the reasons I became a rabbi. So I was a PhD long before I earned my PhD in 2008, and yes, it was from a small seminary in West Virginia, but it is what it is, and I'm not ashamed of it. I worked just as hard as somebody going to Oxford, but that's neither here nor there. That's something my wife and I still work on. I'm like, I went to a tiny seminary, and she was like, it doesn't matter. Like you put in the work. That being said, I did not, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a rabbi. I mean, I was already Jewish, and I would say to my mother, I wanted to be a rabbi.
I was like, wait a minute, Rabbi, what?
Jesus, my mom's a cantor, and she's like, what? No, but my mother, I saw only men in the role of rabbi when I was growing up. Because I'm of an age that, you only saw men as rabbis when I was growing up. I'm not saying what it is, but so I kind of got that out of my head, and it is sort of what pushed me into theology anyway. I went into university, and then, I went into seminary, and then I went into university, and then went back to seminary. But that point being is that I literally loved the book so much. I loved the Torah so much. It was something I wanted to understand on a deeper level. Mm-hmm. Once my wife and I got married, I would see the way that some Jews treated other Jews and kind of pushed them to the outside parts of the tent of Judaism, because that's kind of how I see it. I see the Judaism as this very large tent, and I saw Jews being pushed to the margins, and I would say to my wife, that is not what Jewish law says. That's not what it says. You can't do that to people. That's not what it says. That's and my wife would say, right, and so my wife would say, go do something about it. I'm like, no one is going to want me as a rabbi. I know Bert's heard this, and so I apologize for that. No one's going to want me as a rabbi. I'm an ex-sex worker. Who literally paid my way through school doing this, took care of, as a single mom, took care of kids doing this. No one is going to want me as a rabbi. And so we would have a little back and forth, and then something else would come up. Like I had a dear friend who's a trans woman who the local Orthodox rabbi was fine to have her in the congregation, and to take her money, but not fine to allow her to be actually affirmed within the congregation. Exactly. And I remember her telling me this, and I was like, does he recognizes your womanhood? Yes. Then what is the issue here? Like, what is the problem? Like, we were just chatting, and I'm like, that is not okay. That is not Judaism. Like, what is happening? And so I would get mad, and finally got to the point where my wife went, okay, Rabbi, what are you going to do about it? And I'm like, I'm not a rabbi. But I will say that the big thing I will tell you is if you can picture yourself doing literally anything else, then do that. Because this is not a job for people who want to make money, who want to be famous, who want to be popular. It is a job where you're in the trenches. You walk with people on the worst day of their life, and you have to be the one who holds them up. Yes, you get a lot of simchas. You get to do baby namings and marriages and b'nai mitzvahs. But you also have to be there when someone needs you to sit shiva with them and cry with them because their tears are dry.
I've already done that.
So if you can picture yourself doing anything else in the world, do that. But understand that it is the job of a rabbi is not to be famous. The job of a rabbi is to act as a shield between the Jewish people and others, and sometimes between the Jewish people and God, and to be the thing that stands in the gap and says, never again means now.
Yes. I feel like I would be a modern day rabbi.
I think we need them. I love tradition. People look at me, they see the way I dress, and they think that I am not a traditional. Yes, to comfort the afflict and afflict the comforted. Yes, thank you. I'm stealing that, Bert. I think that people see the way I dress. They see that I have tattoos, and they believe that in some way I am not in any way traditional. But what they don't realize is the way I dress is part of mitzvah. I cover my hair. I don't cover my hair with a wig. I don't cover my hair with scarves, but I do cover my hair because I'm a married woman. I don't wear skirts because I don't like them, but I don't wear pants because I like the mitzvah of wearing clothing that's non-bifurcated. So I wear kilts instead because that's more my style, but it is still traditionally in line with the mitzvot that I commit to. I have found a way to commit myself to mitzvot in a way that makes me comfortable and still adhere to tradition. It's just people look at me and don't believe that they see the outside and don't understand or don't bother to be curious about it. I answer questions out of curiosity. If you have a curious question and it comes from a place of genuine curiosity, I will absolutely do it. I will absolutely answer you. But if it's just because you see a picture of me and make assumptions, then I don't think we're capable of having the conversation. And really quick, I'm going to answer Jason very quickly. You keep saying Rebbe, but Rebbes are cult leaders. You mean rabbi. I said rabbi. I'm a rabbi. I've never said I'm a Rebbe. I've had other people call me a Rebbe, but I have never called myself a Rebbe. I'm a rabbi.
All right.
So, yeah. I don't know if Rav Kavod has another has a different answer for you than I do. But
Rebbe's are typically Ashkenazi coded as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Archbishop.
And I'm Sephardi, so.
How are you?
Which, by the way, means I get better food. No offense to the Ashkes in the room.
Archbishop's here. How are you feeling, friend? Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. Very, very glad to hear that. All right. Will, do you have anything else that you wanted to ask?
No, thank you. Thank you for having me on your panel. It was a pleasure. I love you all. Thank you, everybody. Have a blessed day.
Before you want to discuss, I did follow you back. You're welcome to message me, and I'm happy to have more discussions with you about it.
No, we already follow each other. I go on your lives as well.
Yeah, no, I recognize your voice and I recognize you.
Yes,
I think you might have to, if it is something that you want to do, you might have to give up talking about cheeseburgers in public.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm from Philly. I do like everything that's like non-dairy and meat, except like cheese and like burgers. That's it. Everything else, I eat kosher. On like I'm perspective.
Yeah, I'm kosher. I do occasionally, I will, however, punch somebody in the schnoz if they tell me I can't have chicken parm, because you cannot milk a chicken, and I stand on that.
Yes, it's not.
When has there ever been chicken milk?
So
there's never been. It's part of.
Interestingly
it's part of the
enough,
law.
the reason that chicken. So even Rashi says that chicken and milk is fine. It is a very late idea, and the reason is that it's anti-classist. The idea was that people should be able to have meat on Shabbat, and not everybody can afford to shecht or slaughter a goat or a lamb or something. And so by making chicken fleischig, then you meat. I'm so sorry. By making chicken meat, you essentially give this opportunity to have meat. Although I will also say I eat chicken and milk because it is delicious, and also because I've never seen, as you said beautifully, that I've never seen milk come out of a chicken before. Although flamingos make milk, so
I'm not out here eating flamingos. I just
if I go to
find that
the
interesting.
store and I see chicken cheese and chicken milk, I'm quitting this timeline. This is some bullshit.
Flamingo. But when have you ever seen like flamingo meat in the supermarket?
I mean, that's true. I mean, I will tell you, I got into it with an Ashkenazi rabbi over this very thing, because Sephardim, obviously we have different understanding. Like, we all have the same, we're all Jews, but our rabbis, Sephardi rabbis, sometimes pass differently than Ashkenazi rabbis. And our rabbis were like, chicken is whatever. It's not on the same level as a mammal. And so I was speaking to an Orthodox rabbi who was just like, the eating chicken and cheese is not in the Talmud. And I'm like, you're right, it's not. What about it? Like, and that is not kosher. And I'm like, And then I pointed out, I'm like, Rashi says, that it's fine. I don't understand why is this the hill you want to die on? But okay. And we were having a back and forth. I'm like, I want you to go into a Sephardi community, and I want you to tell them that they cannot have chicken parm or chicken chopped chicken salad with cheese. I want you to do that and see what happens. And she was just like, she was just back and forth. And I finally said, this is the hill. This is really the hill. And she said, what do you mean? I'm like, you're a trans woman Orthodox rabbi, and you're picking chicken and dairy as the hill you want to die on?
It's amazing.
I think I know who you're talking about, by the way.
That's funny.
Tell me you don't. Oh gosh.
I think I heard you talking about her in one of your videos prior.
Oh, but I've never named her because I respect her very much.
You
She is
never
a
named
wonderful
her, but
human
you
being.
talked about her.
Yeah, I respect her very much. She's a wonderful rabbi. She knows what she's doing. This is just like a conversation she and I had back and forth where I was just like, this is the thing. Like, of all the things that you could, like, push back on, it's really whether or not Sephardim, which you're not of, enjoy chicken parm. And then somebody else called me a Reform rabbi. And I'm like, listen, I would be honored to be a Reform rabbi. Are you kidding? The Reform movement it was on the forefront of understanding how we interpret and get to different understandings of halakha and of Torah and of Talmud. So I would be honored to be a Reform rabbi. Unfortunately, I was not born Ashki. So I am not a Reform rabbi. But if you are calling me Reform in a way to insult me, then you've just honored me by insisting that I belong to a movement that was on the forefront of Judaism. So piss off.
I didn't say that.
Well, really quick, guys, do me a favor. We have 55 people in here. I really appreciate y'all being here so much. But you all know TikTok, and it makes y'all work for this. So I need y'all to be doing some more tapping, some more sharing, some more things. I really do appreciate you all so much. All right, go ahead. Wait, James has been waiting a long time. So,
yes, thank you,
anything
James.
else that you wanted to ask?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here, friend. I'm going to drive you back down.
All right, no problem. Thank you for having me. I love you all. Shabbat.
Hey, those are such great questions.
I like the questions.
Yeah. Listen, my biggest question is, who is he? And we all know the answer to that is yes.
Exactly. All right. James, are you over 18?
Yes.
Perfect. And what did you want to ask?
Okay. Well, how's it going, everyone?
Good. How are you?
Your patience.
You're good. Oh, yeah, no problem.
And Plum, I'm going to switch you out. I'm going to ask Archbishop to come up if he wants. Thank you.
Yeah, so my whole thing is like, well, let me just state that, well, me personally, I am a agnostic. That's a practicing atheist. But I do have interest in some polytheistic things. Yeah, I know. This is kind of weird. I mean, like, I am practically an atheist. It's just that I do appreciate a lot of things in different religions for philosophical reasons. But I don't actively believe in a deity. I don't believe that there is a deity, but I cannot prove that there isn't a deity. So I just stay within the agnostic. But since I'm not actively believing in a God, I'm pretty much atheistic. That's just how I see it. But what my question is for the rabbi. How do you say your name? Hannah? Or is it Chana?
Oh my God, yes. Oh, I was getting ready to correct you. Bless you. Yes, it's Hannah. And everyone here knows, but usually I get called Chana or Shauna. Right. So bless you for getting it right on the first go.
Okay, yeah, because I heard it before, so I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I seen you on bar stuff, so that's how I kind of followed you back.
Shalom, Rabbi Bert. I hope to see you again.
Thank you very much.
And if I don't, have a good Shabbos. And welcome to the month of Elul, my love.
Love you, Bert.
Thanks, Rabbi Bert. I appreciate you. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is Hannah. You absolutely have it right. It's Hannah.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So my question is this: there's certain people in the community I live in, and they happen to be, and you probably heard of them. You know, the Hebrew Israelites, right?
I have, yes.
So they're kind of a nuisance, and well, I shouldn't say kind of. So the interesting thing is that I grew up Christian, and I know that amongst rabbinical Judaism is that. When it comes to who is Jewish, it usually goes through the mother's line, correct?
Yes, the mother determines who, if you're a Jew, the father determines what tribe you belong to.
So it seems like what they point out, and of course they have a warped Christian, because I believe that they're just Christians, when it comes to the Hebrew Israelites. When you're talking about actually, let me preface this. The ones that are, if you ever heard of the One West camps,
I have.
I believe those are Christians. Because there are Hebrew Israelites who are Torah only, and they don't do the New Testament or anything like that.
Right,
But,
I do know those too.
So those particular ones, they always claim that it's through the Father, and that in the Bible, even though they don't read Torah, they read the King James, they are saying that it is only through the Father that you can be part of the tribe.
Well, it was in that time. So we don't start counting by the mother in Judaism until being under the Roman rule. So before then, we counted your tribe as well as if you were or were not an Israelite or Hebrew by the father. You know, this is why you see in the Torah, you know, the lineage is always by the father. You know, son of Isaac, son of Jacob, you know, etc. So what happens is we get into the time of Roman rule, and Roman soldiers are assaulting Jewish women in an attempt to breed out Jewish people. Now, this is not something that's unheard of. We also see it over in Scotland, where prima nocta was a huge thing, and English lords were allowed to come and have the first night with a Scottish married woman in the act of prima nocta in order to try and impregnate her before her Scottish husband could impregnate her. So this was the idea to really breed out Judaism, breed out Israelites. So our sages of the time say we are going to lose ourselves as a people if we don't try to figure out a way to keep us solidified as a people. And so what happens is they say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We always know who the mother is. We always know that the mother is Jewish because we know who the mother is. We don't know necessarily who the father is. So if we know that the mother is Jewish, then the baby who comes from the mother has to be Jewish. And then we can use the father's tribe to determine the tribal affiliation of that child. But we will now understand that because you always know who the mother is versus knowing who the father is, Judaism will now be counted by the mother. So that was around the time of Roman rule. So yes, they are correct in as much as it's in the book. It's in the books that says that Judaism is counted by the father, but it is incorrect to say that we still do so to this day.
Now, I don't know if you have any I don't know if you know anything about the DNA amongst Jewish
about
people.
What?
DNA amongst Jewish people. Yes.
I do. We don't use it.
Okay, right, because it came after. But
no, DNA. The reason we don't use it is because it's connected to blood libel, which was on the rise during 1930s Germany.
Oh,
it's a recent development of there's not a.
Yeah, we because we are a shared ethnicity. How you are counted as a Jew is by, of course, if you're born Jewish, if you convert into Judaism. But because we're an ethno-religion, how we count the people is by shared ancestry, ethnicity, language group, and understanding. Like, we don't use any type of eugenics. So like blood libel, DNA, if somebody comes to me and says their DNA says they're 12% Ashkenazi, I'm like, okay, that just means you share a group, some DNA of the same group. That does not necessarily make one a Jew. It's the same in indigenous bloodlines here in Turtle Island. We don't use blood quantum to determine who is and who's not an indigenous member of a nation. The nation, each nation has its qualifications for what they do. Like, I am accepted by my nation, and that is the biggest thing. Does your nation see you as a part of the tribal affiliation? Luckily, mine does. Both mine do. I'm Yaqui and Wajaji. I am claimed by the Wajaji nation, and I am claimed by the Yaqui nation. So similarly, Judaism is the same way. Are you recognized among the Jewish people as a Jew? If so, you're a Jew.
Okay, well, I guess that answered my question for even Beta Israel.
Oh, no, Beta, like I would like to say, I understand Beta Israel, and a lot of Beta Israel is absolutely valid. Like, because I think what happens is people think Jews and they think Ashkenazi. They think of the Jews that they see predominantly here in the United States. Yeah, I was going to say Beta Israel, exactly. So when you see Ashkenazi Jewry, and that seems to be the blueprint, the wider community forgets that, like I am a Jew. I'm Sephardi. I'm not Ashkenazi. There are Mizrahi, Bukharian, Beta Israel, Ethiopian, Kaifin, which are the Jews who
in China.
In China, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we have cultures everywhere. We are all Jews, but how we approach our Judaism is different, and can be different based on what laws we kind of go, oh, yes, we are. We sock this way versus Ashkenazi might sock another way, meaning how we lean. Oh, it's hard. Okay, hold on a minute. That also is really Jewish. How we understand the interpretation of the law might be different, but at the end of the day, we are all Jews. We just come from different parts of the world. And so when we went into the diaspora, we were raised in different cultural understanding. Ooh, that's wonderful. So I'm Jewish, and like I'm Wajaji and Yaqui.
Oh, so is it possible that somebody, so say like, because I know that some of the people have to come, well, actually, no, because that probably has to deal with the state of Israel, and that's probably separate from.
Well, ask your question and I'll tell you. I won't know until you ask it.
Okay, so I know that with some people, and even with some Beta Israel, I know that for them to be accepted into, I guess in the state of Israel, they had to convert, even though they were already following.
Dugald, that was my partner saying hi.
Right. No, that is a really good question. So here is the issue. Mm-hmm. The nation state of Israel is not the people. I think that is a really big delineation that I have to make. The nation state of Israel does not equal Am HaYisrael. Mm-hmm. Or I'm sorry, Am Yisrael Hai. The people live. The people, the Jewish people is not the nation state of Israel. So there are some groups of Jewish people who have been Jews forever, but have not been recognized by the state of Israel and wish to be recognized by the state of Israel. I know of a rabbi who was a rabbi for forever, but because the nation state of Israel would not recognize his culture, he came to the United States, went to JTS, the Jewish Theological School, and was made rabbi through there, just so that his people, whom he presided over, could be accepted by the nation state of Israel. That's Rabbi Sizamu. He's a wonderful human being. The fact that he was willing to go through this just so his people could be legally recognized. Yes, talking about Rabbi Sizamu. I love him so much.
Oh, and hi to your partner. Sorry, I was sending this out to somebody. I'm sorry.
So in as much as there are some that will do that because it's something they want or need, yes, the Abudaya. That doesn't mean everyone who is Jewish necessarily wants to be recognized legally by the nation state of Israel, because not every Jewish person puts that much weight into the nation state versus the acceptance by their communities and by God.
Actually, this is really informative. Thank you, because
it's my pleasure.
Because what you just said actually makes it a little more sense. I've like looked up other like avenues to like describe what was going on. I mean, I went to like Tavia Singer and some
Toiva. Oh, I see you. Tovia.
Tovia, sorry.
Yeah, Tovia Singer. Tovia. I was like, wait a minute, do I know them?
Actually, what's really interesting, hold on a second, guys. Pretty Cat, are you still in here? Apparently she's a former Hebrew Israelite, and I have like all the questions. If you're willing to come up and answer any, that would be amazing. But if you don't, I get it. I wouldn't be mad at you.
Yeah, especially if she's a part of a camp. That'll be the interesting part, because those seem to be the most radical. The other ones tend to like leave other people alone, and some of them don't even deny. Because, you know, the ones that you picture as a Hebrew Israelite is really the one West camps.
The ones that we've dealt with here on here, both men and women, both have been abysmal. You have to have a normal conversation.
Fucking terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Usually won't.
They're definitely abysmal. And
I'm here, guys.
but I have to mute. My mom is might be having a diabetic crash, but I'm here. I'll be.
Okay. We hope that she's fine.
Yeah, let's hope she gets okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Dugald, I'm going to go ahead and drop into the comments because, listen, you have a panel that is unbelievable. So I want to make room for people who have questions.
All right.
Mine was already answered.
Well, I appreciate you. And thank you so much for what you do in the mod section, too. I appreciate you.
I just want to say I wrote my Hebrew. I wrote my thesis on Hebrew Israelism.
I can't stand them for the simple fact that they're trying to erase my Egyptian culture. Bitch, who the fuck do you think you are? You wish you were Egyptian. You're not.
You know,
everybody, if you're really quick, if you're not following Petty, who is just on the panel, Petty Idol down there in the comments, please do. She's amazing. She's knowledgeable. And she's really funny. She's an amazing person. I've come to really adore her in these last several weeks. I've come to know her. She's awesome. So please follow her if you're not. Anyway, continue.
Oh, so you're Egyptian, the one at the top, Hanji?
I'm Greco-Egyptian, but yes.
So, do you have Egyptian ancestry, as in, like, native Egyptian? So I have a question. Now, I get annoyed with a lot of people in a particular community made up of my people. They have this weird obsession with Egypt.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason they have this obsession, because, like, I'm descendant of enslaved Africans. We know where these enslaved Africans came from, and it wasn't Egypt. But it seems to be a really weird push and a really weird obsession with Egypt. And I was wondering, how do Egyptians actually feel about, well, one, were you born in Egypt?
My father was. I was born in Greece.
Okay, you were born in Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've been to Egypt and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, as an Egyptian, how do you view people who are mainly descendant of Western Central Africans claiming ancient Egyptian culture, ancient Egyptian heritage, when DNA-wise, we don't have it? And what they try to circle around is that ancient Egyptians went to West Africa and this is how we are Egyptian, or somehow anything like that. Like, what is the view of that? Because I feel like it's trying to appropriate someone else's culture, but I think it's done because we're told that our ancestors in Western Central Africa didn't have anything and we were just running naked in the jungle. And we didn't have any cultures or any civilizations, anything like that, which is not true. But this is what's kind of presented to us. And since Europeans have such an obsession themselves historically with Egypt and North Africa, we tend to claim those places. I'm wondering, what is the view from a person descendant of those cultures on that particular community?
We fucking hate it. To put it quite plainly, we fucking hate it. When it comes to the Egyptian culture, it was a tribe in Upper Egypt thousands of years ago, before the pyramids were even built. And they were a sect of tribe that were definitely Afro-Indigenous, but they were from that area during the time. When they came into Upper Egypt, that's when the tribe expanded. But during this time, Kemet was already trading and doing business with the Minoans. The tribe, as people would know, is the Nubians. They had coarse hair like myself, curly. They were all different types of skin tones as well. They weren't just dark.
Right, you can see that in the paintings too.
Exactly. We were all types of shades, and yeah.
Right.
When it comes to, and I hate eugenics, but when it comes to actual like blood testing that they have done, the Egyptians that you see today have the most ancient tie to the ones back then. It's the same thing with the Sicilians and the ancient Greeks. When it comes to Sicily, they were part of the Greek culture during that time as well, which is why the Italians were very racist towards Southern Italians, including the Sicilians, because they were darker skinned, so therefore they were illiterate, they were uncultured, they were violent. And it's funny because a lot of Greek civilization during that time was my skin tone and darker. You had some shades of light in between, but that was either during political marriages to symbolize unity between certain areas in the Mediterranean and Asia Minor. But as far as the whole concept of West Africans are indigenous to Egypt is just not true. And that's why it also pisses me off when I see my fellow brothers and sisters going into Islam, because Islam did a slave trade that lasted longer than the Atlantic slave trade. You have the Saharian slave trade, which lasted 1,000 years. And then you have the Arabic slave trade, which lasted 1,400 years. And guess where they were getting those people from? West Africa.
West Africa and later on in East
Sub-Saharan, yes. Yep. So with that being said, I do not understand the obsession of my fellow brothers and sisters of the West Africa. And I say this because I do have West African ancestry as well. I have Nigerian, but the Congolese is actually my major percentage as far as my blood goes. But when I see them fighting for and wanting to be a part of something that A, had nothing to do with them, and B, enslave them the first chance they got, why would you do that? Why would you want to be a part of that? It makes no sense to me. And the history is not a pretty history either. It was a very brutal history. It was a very bloody history. When a matriarch turned into a patriarchy and Rome started sticking their nose into fucking business that didn't concern them. So it's the same thing with how they were trying to get Cleopatra to be black. Cleopatra was Macedonian.
Yeah, she was.
She was Greek. If anything, she was either my skin tone or lighter. But she was a Greek. Same thing with Alexander. Alexander conquered all of fucking the Mediterranean and Asia Minor, all the way up to Babylon. Why do you want to involve yourself in something that clearly was built up of blood and conquest?
You know what's interesting? I don't think it's necessarily West and Central Africans that are claiming this. It's really people who are descendant of enslaved Africans, i.e. African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, like a small community. They're the ones that are making this claim. Because West Africans, they have their culture. They know what they are.
They know where they came from, their roots and everything.
They're not claiming Egypt. It's really just, it seems African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans is because that in the system, when we're taught in school, we're taught Egypt, and Egypt happens to be in Africa, but they don't teach us the Mali Empire. They don't teach us the Ghana Empire. They don't teach us Oyo. They don't teach us any of these things. So the only thing in Africa that we got to look to is Egypt. And I think that gets stuck in people's minds. And I mean, Egypt is beautiful. Yeah. But we got to understand where we are from. And we're never taught that. So we fill that gap with whatever, we get taught in schools.
I mean, the culture and history is beautiful, but as far as Egypt as an actual civilization in place, as a Greco-Egyptian, I can say this: that place is fucked. I mean, you see the pyramids when people travel. That's all you need to see. You don't need to come. You don't need to come. Save your monies. Save your monies for something else. Because you're going to get bombarded with the locals, constantly asking you to buy things, purchase things. It is not safe for women. If you're married, bring your husband. Trust me. And please, for the love of Amun, wear clothes. Because the moment Egyptian men see you unmarried and very revealing, you have to remember this is a Muslim culture. They will.
I actually, that's a good point Craig makes in the comments there. combining the whole of Africa to say we came from the whole, just like European. It's not right. It's not right.
And that's the thing. It's just like, why do you want to be like the oppressors?
Facts. Why?
Like my country right now, Greece, is actually, we're trying to stop, like completely halt Israeli tourists because of what's going. We're just like, hold on. So you have money to come here and live in luxury, complain about how the fuck we make our food, how we talk in our own fucking country. But aren't you going through a war though?
It's a threefold.
Isn't it dangerous?
It's a threefold appropriation. It's first, Christianity is appropriated from Judaism, Islam's appropriated from both of them, and then you've got the Hebrew Israelite movement, which appropriates Islam and Christianity. It's like,
actually, you know what's interesting? Hebrew Israelism, especially like with the One West camps, a lot of that stuff comes from Christian identity, which is where they're saying white people are like the descendants of, and that's from the 1700s or the 1600s, where they're saying white people are the 10 lost tribes of Israel, and that Jewish people are not the real. That really comes from white people,
right?
And they just
agree with you. Here's the thing:
it's crazy stuff.
Really quick, Rabbi Hannah, how's your mom?
Okay, so she had a nebulizer treatment earlier and she was still shaky. And I was just checking to make sure her sugar wasn't crashing, and I got her all set up. I told her to check in with me if anything changed. So there's that.
All right,
so yeah, she's okay though.
All right, good. Hey, Zach, how are you, friend?
Your mom's all right.
But yeah, when it comes to this whole Hebrew Israel, I can't tell you how many times like these Malachias literally in my face tell me, "You're not Egyptian." Excuse me? You're not dark enough to be Egyptian. Excuse the fuck out of me? Like, first of all, how fucking dare you? Last I checked, you weren't, in my father's balls waiting to be squirted out, which created me, by the way.
Ooh, there's the image.
Well, my father is very handsome. I will say, my father he's a looker. And sometimes he be telling me TMI stuff that I'm just like, I don't want to hear about your weekend fling. Thank you. But moral of the story, I'm tired of people claiming something that they are not. And it is becoming very prevalent, especially on social media.
Cedar, I would say
it's not
no
right.
To that. Cedar, I'd say no to that.
No, we're not very light-skinned.
No.
We're all shades. We've been all shades since ancient times.
Yeah,
the thing is that people need to get is that Mediterranean people look Mediterranean. So everybody around the Mediterranean
Literally.
There's Italians that look like that. There's people from the Levant that look like her. Everything.
There's
the Greeks and Romans.
Like that as well.
Yeah, everybody who live in the Mediterranean look like each other more than look like everybody outside the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
That's just something that people just have to get, and they always mixing each other.
The longer people has been a place, the more they look like the people that have originally started it. Like they don't branch out that often like that. It's usually you get some branches that go and explore, and that's how you get the variations. Obviously, as they migrate and whatever. But like books wise, what's in that area, and it's always been in that area, is what's in that area. Like it's what it looks like. It's what it comes from. That's what it is. It's crazy. Yeah, people don't really. It's because of that concept of race that got stuck in people's head back when that fucking Portuguese fucker put out the whole fucking black versus anything else and all that other shit, the whiteness of it all, and just fucked everybody over.
Up till I left retail work, I was still in yeshiva and I was working at Macy's. And when I worked there, I cannot tell you how many times a week I had Middle Eastern men think I'm a Yemenite because I have light olive skin, so I have that light green undertone. I've come to realize that I'm kind of seasonally brown. Like I'm Mexican, but because I'm also unfortunately part white, like I can get very dark. I don't burn. But I'm also anemic, so like, if I don't go outside very much, I lighten up very much. Like not like my wife, who's white. Like she looks like any moment now she's going to start an encampment white.
That's
But like,
funny though, Rabbi Hunter. Like listen. I've told you all before. I've taken the ancestry test. I'm as white as a ghost at midnight in the middle of the blizzard. I know
Yes, you are.
White.
You
But
pasty bitch.
for
I still
some
love you, though.
reason, when I do tan, though, I tan. I don't know where it comes from. Apparently, the recessive gene is still in there somewhere for me.
I mean,
most of the time I look like this, but if I decide to tan, I get pretty fucking tan.
well, then the original
yeah.
Europeans, they were darker skinned, right? So you could have just
well,
had
and
that.
you know, the way I would dress also, I'm sure, helped add to it. You know, I usually I'd have these gentlemen, and they were all respectful. I know I had some white women too, but I would have these gentlemen come in and ask if I was Yemenite, and based on, especially during COVID, where we had to wear all the masks. So I have on my scarves, like the way I was dressed for Macy's, and I have just a black mask. So all you can see are my eyes. So the minute they'd see me is, "Are you Yemenite?" I am not. I am. I'm Wajaji, and I'm Jewish, but like, yeah, I'm not. Are you sure? Oh, I'm sure. Or I'd have white women ask where I was from, and I would say Nevada, because that's where I was born. You know, I grew up elsewhere, but I was born in Nevada. Well, you know what I mean. Oh, I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I have to be polite because I'm at work. But like, I know what you meant. You were this far of asking me to go back to my own damn country. Let's be real.
Is it Nevada or Nevada?
Depends on if you're from there.
Okay,
It really
that's what I
would
was
be
wondering.
Nevada.
Yeah, if you're from there, like we say Nevada. Occasionally I say Nevada to be an asshole, but we say Nevada.
If you're really goofy, you say Nevada, just to piss them off.
I'm up here with the real questions.
I'm not goofy.
I have a great question for Rabbi. Oh, okay.
So I have a little joke for Georgia. So Georgia said that she's mixed with Turkish. Bitch, we got ancient beef. I still love you though. You're my favorite Turk.
Not the generational beef.
No.
That's a
I don't want
You
that
will
for
see
dinner.
it.
That's moldy.
You will see it in real time in our countries. The beef is ancient.
That shit's
It's
rancid by
not
now. I don't want that
going
beef.
away.
That's just rancid by now. That beef's nasty. I don't want that.
It's so bad.
I don't want that.
Look.
James, did you have any other questions that you wanted to ask, friend?
No, that's pretty much it. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, Hanji.
My pleasure.
And thank you, Dugald.
Before you go, James,
Yep.
me being Greco-Egyptian, I do follow the ancient gods of my ancestors on the Greek and Egyptian side. So I do have my Ankh. I do have my talisman of Ares and my Eye of Horus. So we're still out there. The Egyptians can't behead us all. Yes, it is actually a crime to follow the old gods in Egypt.
Yeah.
It's actually an unalivement sentence.
Oh, really?
That's
insane. That's another thing, because like, it's not really the Hebrew Israelites that be talking about the modern day Egyptians. It's mainly like the Hoteps. But yeah, and they also bring that up, is that, you know, that you guys can
They
get
try that shit over there. Yes, you can. Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
That's crazy.
If you are DNA Egyptian, whether half like myself or whole, whether you are from the States or any other part of the country, just from your genome alone, if you have Egyptian in your blood and you go to Egypt and they see you serving or worshiping the deities, whether it's in the museums, in the safe space, or the statues, you can get arrested and unalived for it.
That's sad. And that's your ancestors. And you know what's funny? Arabic takes from the Egyptian language. I mean, takes from the Egyptian writing system. Actually, our writing system comes from the Egyptian writing system.
Linear B.
Proto-Sinaitic. That's so sad.
The other day, Hanji, you were talking about doing a calendar with Zarin, and you said you wanted to be Aphrodite, but you couldn't figure out what month. I think you should be February, because it is the month of Valentine's Day. So Aphrodite, you could do that for February.
That tracks.
But isn't Eros more suited for that holiday than Aphrodite, since she's the all-encompassing?
Eros is, because Eros is literally the encompass of love. Aphrodite is not just about love.
She's all the.
She is also about war, strife,
obsession, really,
and chaos.
Like, she basically boils down to, she goes the gamut from stalker energy love to agape. She runs the whole gamut of the various types, the harmful and the good. So I'd say that's more of an.
Well, that sounds about right for Angie then.
I do cause a lot of chaos. And
I told
I
her
do
she's
cause
the
a lot
goddess
of
of
jealousy.
awesomeness, so she's been the goddess of awesomeness before, so I've told her that. So there you go. She can do that.
And forbidden, it's illegal over there because it's predominantly Muslim. Yes, Georgia, my darling.
Oh,
And
no,
you know what,
I had to
Hanji?
get my pork chops settled before I could unmute. So we just found out about the Turkish heritage. I know nothing about it. My aunt decided to do a 23andMe, and hi, how you doing? It popped up. But with that, we also found out how heavily German my dad's side of the family is, and with deeper look into that, yeah, I am never ever going to claim my dad's side of the family because I found out which party my dad's side of the family was a part of in the 1930s.
Yikes.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then my dad decided to marry a Native woman and have me. So now I have those ties while being Native. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm
Honestly,
from
the German.
white.
Why?
I mean, that makes sense because
I'm not
during that time
surprised.
period.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, as far as the Turkish side being with the German side, it makes sense because during that time, we had our own dealings with Mussolini. So when it pushed out, there were some Turks that were fighting on the side. So yeah, not surprised that mixture is there, unfortunately. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, darling. It's not your fault.
So you must understand that when I go places and I travel a lot around the world, and people look at me, they make a lot of assumptions because I speak perfect English. However, I was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I speak perfect Spanish. So as soon as I open my mouth in a Latin American country and speak perfect Spanish, it just blows their mind. I'm white-skinned and blonde hair. How can that be?
So it was a lot of
But-
Spaniards. So a lot of
Exactly.
Spaniards.
That's just my point. Is that when they conquered Argentina, the conquistadors were pretty astonished to see a lot of the indigenous people actually looked like them, white skin.
You know what's amazing? You know what I find amazing?
So
This is what I find amazing about that, though. I know a lot of people from various countries in South America and Central America, right? And just from 43 years of life and whatever I've done, but every one of them, they don't like the Spanish of any of the other ones. And Spain especially doesn't like any of them.
You want to know what's funny? And I must speak on this. Spain hates everyone, even though they fucking conquered us for what? But they hate everyone, but gave Boriken a chance. They literally see the civilization of Boriken under them. So they said, hey, we see what's going on in the States. You Boricuas, if you guys want to come to Spain, you can. And I kid you not, my island was like...
Hey, do you know why the Taínos disappeared from Puerto Rico?
Oh, yes, I do.
I don't mean to break in on the genealogy talk, but I know this gentleman's been waiting to ask me a question for a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
We'll get back to it.
First of all, hello. How are you guys?
Good. How are you, friend?
Good. Just so you guys know, I am 33 and I'm Norse pagan. I'll go ahead and start with that there.
Skull.
My question for you, Rabbi, is this.
Mm-hmm.
What we know about the resurrection of Christ.
Right.
About the shroud being, when they did the carbon dating, about it being like around like
Fake?
1200 BC.
1200, yeah.
Yes. My question to you is this: could it have been a spiritual resurrection, like kind of like it was with Odin, instead of an actual resurrection?
Okay, so that is a really good question. First and foremost, I would like you to understand that my scholarship is not in the New Testament. I know the New Testament in as much as I know the history of when the books were written, when they were redacted together and harmonized with the Old Testament or the Hebrew Scripture. But I am not a specialist.
That phrase, by the way, harmonized with.
That's what it's called.
I know.
Yeah, it's harmonized. But I am not an expert in New Testament theology. My expertise and my major was in Near Eastern studies and Hebrew text. So what I would like to say is, academically, we do not have enough information one way or the other to determine whether or not the historical Jesus existed. Like, there's not enough evidence to say there was no historical Jesus that was crucified, and there's not enough historical evidence to say there was, for in fact, a historical Jesus that was crucified. Most scholars lean into, and I'm one of them, the probability that someone named Yesu or Yeshu, who is an apocalyptic preacher of the time, was around the turn of the century Levant, is pretty high. A lot of people were named Yesu and Yeshu. It was kind of like naming somebody John or having the last name Smith in that time. What your premise, though, is interesting. The idea that was this resurrection spiritual, and there's not really a way of knowing, only because the text in the New Testament describes an actual flesh being presented to the women who waited at the tomb. So we see two different accounts within the New Testament text. One, where he tells the women as he comes out of the tomb to spread the good news. And another text that says to not tell anyone. But they, at some point, I mean, in the not telling anyone, they obviously had to tell someone for this to be written down. That being said, they claim, or the claim that is made about the evidence of these women, is that they saw a flesh person, a human being, or what they would consider a human being, because of course now they believe the divinity of Christ, come from the tomb. So the likelihood that what they're talking about is a spiritual resurrection isn't very high, but again, I am not an expert in the New Testament text. So someone I would suggest you ask this question to, who is a Christian scholar, really, really, really well balanced, is a man named Kevin Carnahan. He is here on TikTok. He is a professor of, I believe, Christian studies, and I can never remember what university he teaches at, and I hope he doesn't hate me for it. However, he is a really good person to ask this question to. This is kind of the limit to my knowledge of it. Based on what I know of the New Testament text, it's unlikely speaking to a spiritual resurrection, as does the myth surrounding Odin and his resurrection. But it's a very interesting question, and I would personally actually like the answer to that. I think if you ran into someone who was a preterist, they would say that it was a physical resurrection and that Jesus fulfilled everything before 70 CE, and that no one is waiting for Christ to return because that return was already happened. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, University of Michigan, thank you. What form of rabbi are you? The one that's alive. I'm just a rabbi. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I would need a little more context.
You want to know what?
So I could answer.
I don't know. You guys call it tribe?
Help me.
Denominations or a stream.
A stream?
Yeah, so either denomination or stream is what we would call it. So I'm sorry, Ulf, if I was not able to answer your question in completeness. I know that, you know what? In fact, hold on a second. I don't know. JTP is in here. By any chance, JT, do you happen to know if the text could prove out that Jesus was more of a spiritual resurrection as prosed within the understanding Germanic Teutonic Norse pantheon of Odin's resurrection? Could that be something that could be taken from the text? But you're asking, you said, what form of rabbi are you? What form of Judaism? I don't know what you mean by that. I would
he's asking
need more.
which stream are you or which number.
Well, then that's what they need to ask.
Yeah.
I can only answer questions that I'm asked.
Yeah.
So, so you
JTP
so you
actually
do believe
answered
it could be.
Okay.
Yeah, so you do believe. So JT is a really, really well versed in Christian theology and the Christian text himself. So when I can't reach, and not to say you're second string, I just have a lot of people that I talk to when it comes to the Christianity. Oh, so from Paul's perspective, see, I would not know any of this.
Yeah, I'm not a Paulinian type, so I don't really care about anything Paul said.
I've been doing a lot of thinking on it the past few days, and then I read that about Odin, and I was like, I wonder. So that's why I was asking that question, because it kind of got me thinking, like, okay, with it being a physical being and then being able to, like he said, hey, touch my scars and you could see I'm real. That right there would make me think, okay, it could have been a spiritual resurrection instead of an actual one.
Oh Lord, please somebody help me, because I don't believe that Jesus even existed.
That's okay. There's a lot of people who don't.
Same.
Are you part of the New Age or traditional? Okay, so is there a way I can invite you up? Because having a conversation with someone in the comments is a kind of a half conversation. I'm unable to understand exactly what you're getting at. So I'm going to invite you. Obviously, you don't have to. I don't want to put pressure on you if that's something that you're not interested in. So let me make sure but I am going to invite you because you do have questions and it sounds like you're curious, and I'm happy to answer any kind of curiosity. Hi there. So, okay.
Right.
I apologize. It's hard for me.
Hold on. Before we get started, hold on just a second. James, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down, friend. I really appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for having me on.
Thanks for having such good
Thank you, and thank you for your great questions.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Valeria, I'm also going to drop you down as well, in case we have somebody else that has questions for everybody.
Absolutely, honey. I'll be in the background.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, take your time, Link.
Guys.
Thank you. Yeah, he said they said, I'm not sure what their pronouns are, so I don't want to assume. They said they needed to get somewhere silent, so I'm going to wait for that.
All right. Good. Jay, I know you were Grana and Jay, I know you guys were next, but she wants to go ahead and answer Chaos Goblin's questions. So go ahead, guys.
That's just a nickname my girlfriend gave me, just so you're aware.
Oh, what?
That's fine.
I'm a tattoo artist, so I had to go outside away from people.
Oh, you're fine. Do you have a name you want us to call us?
You just became my best friend. Are you
Link
kidding?
is my first name.
Oh, okay. We'll go with Link then. All right.
I'm Ramadi, so.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I hear. I heard tattoo artist, and my ears perked up and went, "What now?"
Yeah, I just wanted to know what type of rabbi.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not exactly sure what you mean by what type of rabbi.
Like, are you, because with females weren't allowed to be a rabbi till like the 1970s. Or it wasn't accepted. No, it wasn't accepted like globally or like
That is also not true.
Can you explain that to me then? Because I'm not very versed with it.
I'm absolutely happy to. No, I'm happy to explain. So if we want to go into just the Torah itself, the first someone who we could see as the framework as rabbi that was woman is Deborah, who was a judge. And that is partly what a rabbi does, rendering legal decisions based on our halakha, on our law. So in Talmudic times, we have Beruria. Beruria was a Talmudic scholar, a Torah scholar, who has great opinions within the Talmudic text. Now, then, when we get a little farther in, of course, there's not too much within the first 1,000 years after that. But we do see the Maiden of Ludemark, who, when her husband passed, took over as rabbi of her local community. Then we have, if you want modern times, the earliest in more modern times would be Regina Georges, who was made rabbi in 1934 in Germany. Yeah, her name is Regina Georges, and she was unalive during the Holocaust in 1944.
I think I'm familiar with that.
The closest rabbi that you know in America that's a woman is 1974, and that's Sally Priesland. Yeah, so she was the first woman ordained in America. But we do have a long-standing history of women who are not as prevalent as men, but they are there.
So I'm not
deliberate
familiar.
that her name was in that Mean Girls movie then, because that's like.
Oh yeah,
close
that's
to
her name,
actual
Regina Georges.
Yeah, that's like stunningly close to her name. Like that's crazy.
But I'm not familiar like with a lot of things because I've only been in the States for 20 years. I'm 35.
Yeah,
So-
no worries. It's completely fine. Ask away. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask questions because normally I go into like debates and like I argue and I'm like, well, this is a subject I know nothing of.
No, yeah, absolutely. I'm happy. I'm happy to answer them. Yeah, so I am not Ashkenazi. So
Okay.
there's that. So Ashkenazi have denominations: the Reform, Reconstructionalist, Renewal, Conservative, Orthodox, Hasidim. So those are all Satmar. Those are all Ashkenazi denominations, and that is what Ashkenazi delineate and how they divide themselves between observance.
Okay.
I am Sephardi, and Sephardi do not have that. A Jew is a Jew is a Jew. So we don't have like how each rabbi or each community, it may be different in how they psak, meaning how they interpret the ideas of Torah. But in that, to Sephardi, every Jew is a Jew, and to create invisible lines between ourselves does not make sense.
Okay.
I know I look kind of like out there. I do have tattoos. I have tattoos all over me. Right now I have 17. I think I'm planning at least 3 more.
Rookie
yeah,
numbers.
you
You
can
need to
see-
bring those numbers up, Rabbi.
I'm
I
working
have,
on it.
as a tattoo artist, I think I have like 3 less than you. Yeah, I'm at like 14, but that's because I have big ones.
Oh, yeah, no, I have some big ones.
Go big or go home.
In fact, on my leg, on the side of my left leg, is a giant Ysidril with Jormungandr wrapped around it.
I have on my back. I have Baphomet.
Oh,
like
nice,
it's a
nice.
whole back piece, but like I'm also a Satanist, but like I don't judge anybody. Like I'm not like those type of Satanists.
You're not a believer in Satan. You're one of the atheist ones who just does it ironically.
Yeah, I care. I believe in myself. Like I have the power
Yeah, I
to.
get it.
I have the power to take care of my own self, and I respect everybody equally.
Anton LaVey.
And your
No.
you mentioned your Romani.
Yes, and Anton LaVey is a joke. That's all I gotta say.
Oh no, that's okay. I've met a lot of people who believe so too. I've had conversations with lots of them.
Yes, I am Romani.
Yeah, so,
I've heard about him from certain Satanists, but then again, I'm not American. I don't know this shit.
Yeah,
I will say, you asked if I was New Age or traditionalist, and I would say
Yes.
probably both.
Okay.
As that I am gay. Like I've been married to my wife for almost 15 years now. We have lots of children. My wife is sexier than any person I've ever seen on the planet, and continues to be so. No matter like they are turning 41 this year, and I'm just like, you actually are sexier now than you were when I met you. I don't know how that's a thing, but here we are. As I mentioned, I'm tattooed. I'm gay, and you can see in my picture that I wear like kind of the hat. A lot of people think that that's a Ashkenazi hat. I use the mitzvot. I cover my hair because I'm a married woman, and I used to use scarves and wigs. Neither of them were really me, and so I bought this hat a few years ago during Mexican Awareness Month. And or like Mexican Appreciation Month, and I'm like, hey, I'm a Mexican. I need to be appreciated. So I started wearing that, and that's kind of been my thing.
I do have another
If you see
question.
me out and about, oh, absolutely, please.
What's with the braids? Like, you know, what I'm talking about like when the Jewish men when like they have the braids.
Oh,
like,
the
is that-
payas. No,
Yes,
those
yes.
aren't braids. They're called payas. So what it is the Torah says you shall not round the corners of your beard, nor
Okay.
shall you cut the edges of your hair, meaning where your temples are. The reason is because there was a belief that pagan people at the time were making marks here at their temples, and so Jewish men were told not to do it. Now, in some
Okay.
communities, they're very short, so you don't see them. And in other communities, now this is Ashkenazi, Sephardi, not so much, but I mean, they have them, but not to the length. Like I know some communities where their payas come down like to their chest because they never ever cut them. And then that is what we would call a minhag, like a cultural community understanding. So every community might be different. One community's minhag may say that they have to be a certain length. Another community of Minhag may say they don't require a certain length. It's just, if you want to keep them short, you can. If you want to make them long, you can. But they are a mitzvot, or a commandment to say that you are not supposed to act like the pagans and cut there. Now, the tattoo thing is different, because the Torah doesn't say anything about tattoos. It says cutting into the flesh. So tattoos aren't really cut in the flesh, and there wasn't an understanding of what we would consider modern-day tattoos. I know Orthodox rabbis who are Ashkenazi who are just covered in sleeves, and I'm jealous, but here we are.
Even the Orthodox priests of the Orthodox Church are covered in tattoos. Don't let them fool you.
If it's my temple, man, I'm going to decorate it how I want to.
Yeah, basically.
Shit.
Where are you from?
Greece.
Okay, you're from Greece. Okay.
And I was unfortunately born here in America. I mean, not unfortunately. I'm native. So, like I mentioned earlier, I'm Mojaji and Yaqui. So, and in fact, where I live right now is named after one of my Mexican ancestors. Half of California is named for my direct ancestor.
I'm a descendant of Vlad the Impaler. By 80% of my bloodline. Yeah, 80% of my bloodline is a descendant, and the other 10% of my bloodline is related to Duke Rollo.
Hold on a second. I'm literally telling my wife right now, because she's gonna.
I fucking love Vlad Tepes. Such an icon.
We're we're talking to a vampire baby. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, one of my.
It's actually not vampire. It's Strigoi, which just means it's the term just means living dead.
Yeah, I know. I just poking fun at the whole.
But can we just say that Vlad Tepes is such a fucking icon? Bless him. I love him.
His mustache is terrible.
I want to meet him in the afterlife because I have so many fucking questions. How did you do it? Was it
I
fun?
still do Romani like gypsy things. I do divination. I do all that, but I don't force it on nobody.
We have some
look,
Romani
I just
here.
said this to my wife. I was like, "Hey, I'm talking to someone right now who is a direct descendant of Vlad," and she went, "Oh, aren't you lucky?"
My girlfriend seems to think I have a 10-in-1 accent because I came here at 14 and I adapted. So
that's
when I'm angry, when I'm angry, my thick Romani / New York accent comes out, and she thinks it's very interesting.
I get that.
Well, did you have any other questions, Ben?
No, other than how does one research more? Because I'm interested in learning more.
About Judaism in general?
Or just different cultures. That's my thing. Is I like cultures.
Well, if you're interested in learning anything about Jewish culture, then honestly, no matter how dumb it sounds, literally the book Judaism for Dummies is a really good primer.
Okay.
I know it sounds like it's dumb, but anyone who's I make my potential conversion candidates read it. I do suggest it to anyone who wants a general understanding of Judaism in general. It's a really good primer. Now, it does focus more on Ashkenazi Judaism than it does the others, because there's a lot, as I mentioned, I'm Sephardi, but we have Bukharian, Kaifin, Assyrian, Syrian, Abudaya, Ethiopian, Beta Israel, Mizrahi. So depending on where you are in the world, depends on the culture you grew up in. But it does have a really good primer for generally understanding the overall kind of structure of Judaism and our culture.
Thank you, by the way.
And then, of course, I talk about Jewish culture a lot. I do come from a Sephardic standpoint because here in the United States, while Sephardi were the first people here to the United States from Spain, in 1492, Ashkenazi coming over in the 1930s, 1920s, and then after became the prevalent culture. So when people think about Judaism, they do think about Ashkenormativity. Sorry, that is what we call it, especially as Sephardi. We're like these Ashkenormative nonsense. And so I do talk a lot about the differences between Sephardi and Ashke culture on my page, and how I psak, being a rabbi, how I psak as a Sephardi rabbi. And I am distinct in that I am the only the fifth Sephardi woman to ever be ordained as rabbi in the entirety of the world, and I am the first one to ever be gay and ordained. We have 6 in total. The last woman who was a Sephardi woman ordained was in Arizona this last year. Now, I am ordaining a Sephardi woman in 2026 who will be the 7th Sephardi woman to ever be conferred the title of rabbi in the world.
That's quite the accomplishment, my friend.
I love that for you.
Yeah, my rabbis told me this. I didn't know this until like literally last year. I was just like talking to my rabbi, and I was just like, I don't feel very important. I was having one of those days, and my rabbi looks at me and goes, Hannah, you realize that you are the 5th Sephardi woman to ever be made rabbi? And I was like, no. I just, a woman rabbi, that in and alone is like not as prevalent. And he's like, yeah, and you're the 5th. And you're the first one who's gay. Could you stop with the maybe I'm not special nonsense?
That's great. And I didn't just happen upon your live. I'm friends with Ulf.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, I go into debates.
Had some really great questions.
Yeah, I go into a lot of debates. So
my wife is Norse pagan.
Okay.
So, well, she's Norse animist now, but like she's Jewish, but she became Norse animist a few years ago, and so
Norse
like I support
makes
her.
The most sense.
Yeah, I absolutely support her like every day of my life, and unfortunately, I'm half white, and that half white comes from that territory. Hence the Jormungandr and the Ysidril on my leg.
Yes.
I always had a thing for Ysidril, and so I have it with.
That's
it's
the tree,
really
correct?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. I'll show you the tattoo. I have it right here. I'll just put it up.
It's just a different way of saying it that I've heard. I've always heard Yggdrasil.
Oh, Ysidril? Yeah, I have a weird. I'm just weird. Let me just be real with you.
It's okay. Be yourself. We're not here to
fine.
judge.
I can't really. Well, I could say it could be other people, but that would require a really long conversation that I don't think anybody wants to have.
I'm gonna follow you, and I'd like to talk to you more. And learn.
I always welcome conversations. I really do. Where the hell is it?
She goes live herself sometimes, so you can always catch her there as well. When she does.
And I am trying to be more consistent. Also,
Okay.
I teach classes on Near East culture in my Patreon. I do a lot of like stuff on Judaism there too.
I can educate other people about like Romani culture too, if you need help.
I would love that because I understand. Like I have friends who are travelers, not Romani but Irish. Who are also Jewish, which has always been really interesting to me. But I haven't really had an opportunity to spend a lot of time with Romani folks. You know what? Never mind. I can't find it.
It's okay. I'll find it. I'll see it another time.
It was a Norse artist who did it, and I messaged her and was like, "Do you mind if I make this a tattoo?" And she's like, "I appreciate that you asked instead of just doing it, so go ahead." So yeah, it's beautiful. I love it so much.
I think the host is ready for me to be done.
Not because I don't like you. I appreciate you. I just these people do.
No, thank you. I appreciate.
No, thank you.
If you have questions, feel free to message me. I try to check my messages a couple times a day.
All right, you guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Link.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you so much.
Hey, host, I didn't know you have thieves on your live.
This is a monthly thing I do with Rabbi Hannah. Yeah.
No. JTP right there. He stole my beard hair. Right.
He stole your for profit or for fun?
No.
know what? No.
He stole my beard. Give it back.
That's right. That's right. I'm
Give it
Christian,
back.
homie. I take ideas from Jewish people. I take beards from Muslim people. That's what I do. We appropriate.
Oh my
we
God,
appropriate.
I will have my.
These
get
are
back.
the ultimate
Wait
appropriators.
until Ramadan. That's when I get my full beard. It'll grow.
I'm going to take Ramadan too. I'm going to take Ramadan too.
Listen,
I wish
that
you
was some
would.
peak white
Come
shit
here.
you just said, JT.
Come to the Islamic. Come to the Islamic Society of Tampa Bay. We'll see it. I know you live in Texas.
We'll see. I'll see you there. I'm going to be under your bed. You're not even going to know it. Yeah, Rojo was a friend of mine. We met when I was in my second TikTok incarnation. And I got adopted by
literally was
Muslim Talk.
I was going to tell you,
got
JT, I was
adopted
about
by
to go
Muslim
hard.
Talk.
I was like, what did you say?
I
When you
really
said-
appreciate it, but it's
The
why
minute
I
I
felt
heard
like I was
thieves?
like, I better say something.
Yeah, I heard thieves, and I'm like, listen,
All right,
my
guys.
hackles
I was like, oh,
got up.
snap.
Hold on, before we get
make
too
me.
far into this, hold on. Grana Zana has been waiting the longest.
You our beautiful
I've
human
got to
being,
drop
Grandma.
too. I have a session,
Fine
but I'll
guy.
be back up if I can.
Fine
I
guy.
appreciate
Okay.
you, JCB. Thank you.
Let's see, guys. Yeah, bye, Hannah. I just came up to say bye. How you like that? Bye.
That is a great beard, by the way. Beard recognizing beard over here. So just saying.
I am so sorry, Grandma. You have been so very patient.
Oh, no problem. I understand. I was having fun listening, so what am I going to complain about?
We appreciate
I'm a
that.
Jew. I can think of something to complain about.
Oh, I can too, but I don't need to because you guys are entertaining.
I'm Greek. There's always something to complain about.
Exactly. Well, first of all, I want to say that I win the prize of worst history of my relatives. My dad's family is Jewish, or not Jewish, sorry, German. And
You could be German and Jewish.
No, not Jewish, just German, and not the.
Oh, just German.
And my mom's family goes back to the colonial days.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I win. My family, and a lot of them still are evil to this day, I have to say. So, but my question is, that was just for fun. I've heard you, Rabbi Hannah, talk about, sorry, I forgot the verse. I had it written down and I lost it. But where they say that that men should not basically have relationship with men, but it's really not.
Right. Leviticus 18:22.
Right. Thank you. And I've heard two different things, and I want to know if they're both accurate or if only one is accurate.
This is what I know too. Yay.
One of them is that what they're talking about isn't that it's that it is people below you, and not literally, but like people who are your servants and stuff like that. You can't force people who are younger than you or below you to have sex with them. And then the other that I've heard is just children, like male children.
Okay. Neither of those are completely correct.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's a little bit, but neither of those are completely correct to my understanding.
There's a larger umbrella to it, basically.
Yeah. So there's a couple things at play here. One, that culture believed that you could pollute the land, that the land itself could inherit pollutant that would have to be cleansed of. So that is kind of the framework for where this comes from. Secondly, the children thing, completely not. I mean, children could be involved, but the idea that the word zakar, because the verse in Hebrew is ish vi zakar, man and male.
Right.
Lo tolidot tishkav mishkave isha toivei, meaning man and male, you shall not push down a male in the lines of pushing down women.
Oh.
So, because the way that it is, mishkav means bed. That is the operative word here, and it is used other places within the Torah where you see and it is generally meaning in the Congress of like intimacy, and so you see mishkav a lot. But mishkaveh is an act of almost like with lo tolidot is like an act of pushing, like. Almost.
So it's a violent act of.
Yeah, it is. Sex. Yeah, like you're allowed to do this to women, but you're not allowed to do this to men. And the reason is because men, their social capital is at the top echelon in their communities. So to force a man to take the receptive position in a male, same gender intimate act is to remove his social capital and to place him at a lower social part of the community standards. That is why when you go to 2013, it says their blood shall be upon them. The male who took the receptive role in a same-sex intimate relationship between men has now no value among the community. None. It's gone. So there is no place for him. The male who took the insertive role and did so like in a violent manner, so he is no longer got social capital within this community standard.
Because he's been made a woman, basically.
Yeah, so the other part of this is that there is no such thing as loving, consensual relationships or even loving, consensual acts of intimacy. It is an act that one person did to another person, regardless of gender. So one man did this to one woman. one man did this to one man, et cetera, et cetera. It was not we are doing this together. Women had no consent whatsoever, no agency. I'm sure you've heard me talk about that. So their idea had nothing to do with it. But to make a man and put a man in the same position that you could put a woman is to sully him. It is to ruin his reputation, and it is to make him the lowest in the community eyes. Plus, the act of doing that pollutes the land upon which you live.
Okay.
So the way that it has been then translated over the years is you can't do it with a child. Well, you can't because that's male, but it is not specifically about children. You should not have power over people. That is actually absolutely true. So when you talk about someone who is your servant, that is also true. You're not supposed to degrade your servant, especially if they're a fellow Hebrew. So there is also that. So that's why I said it's kind of a mismatch of these things that people want to use. Now, if you took it to its strictest translation, which I do know some Jews who do this, and say it says, man and male just can't lie together. It's literally not even talking about someone being a homosexual. It is talking about an act. And an act that the expectation is every male who is gay must engage in is nonsense.
Right.
Like to think that is the only way that two men express intimacy with each other or love for each other or physical love for each other is through this is a ridiculous notion. And I'm not trying to get too out there, but like a rabbi who is a colleague of mine, his name is Rabbi Steve Greenberg. He's the first out Orthodox rabbi ever. And he writes a book, Wrestling with God and Man. And he addresses it, saying, first of all, I think that too many people in their head thinks that all two men ever do together is that specific act, which would become kind of problematic if that's all you ever do all of the time, just for physical reasons.
Sorry.
And I was just like, yeah, that's how he put it, just for physical reasons. And I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But like, obviously I'm not sitting around thinking about how people engage intimately. So it was never something that goes through my head. But then he does go on to say that there are plenty of traditional gay male Jews who that is the act they won't participate in to stay in line what they believe is halakha. So this idea that it talks about all of homosexuality or just being gay, it does not in any way, shape, or form. Now, it gets a little more murky when you go into the New Testament, Romans and all of that, but Romans doesn't even talk about the being of someone who is part of the rainbow community as much, again, as acts. It even says God gave them over to, meaning he went, all right, if this is how you're going to behave, then you go ahead and behave that way. Another person who talks about like the New Testament text about it, of course, is Dan McClellan. You can find him here on the app. He talks a lot about it because, like me, he's very concerned about the way that these texts are leveraged against marginalized people, especially the gay community.
Right.
I don't know if I answered any of your questions.
You totally did.
I always worry that because I'm a rabbi, my occupational hazard is to like over explain. And then here's the reason over here. And then if you get into this, it's this. And sometimes. So I'm like, oh shit, did I actually answer it?
No, I understand. I was a teacher and I had to be careful with that all the time.
I did that to my therapist yesterday. I literally was like, and so you have to understand. And I'm like, wait a minute. Sorry, occupational hazard. I'm here to talk to you. She's like, let's get back to the therapeutic process. I'm the one in charge today.
Right.
Yeah, my therapist a lot. I'll get off on a tangent and he'll be like, okay, now what we were talking about or something like that. It's really funny.
What's funny is like if you're thinking about the New Testament versions of it though, what's funny is that all just came from, I don't even understand where they got that idea from, because the Romans used to do the same thing that any of the Israelites and all the other used to do. They used to send young boys out with
warriors so that they could slake their thirst. Yep.
And they were fine with gay people for the longest, and suddenly it
didn't. Even in America, it was not a thing. The reason it became a thing is in the 1940s, it became a thing of the church because they needed something to latch onto to bring people into the church and fire and brimstone and all that.
Basically.
Right.
Wedge issues, same thing with like abortion, I would say. But
it's such a stupid way. Like,
exactly.
Literally all of time, nobody really had that much of a problem with it. And the ones that did, they had just put rules on it to make it so it's just somehow acceptable to them. Like, it's such a stupid thing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how many times if I tell someone, no, you do know abortion's in the Bible, but it's not against anything.
Right.
They will
And it's
believe it.
to modern day times, it's not anything. And Judaism actually not only doesn't forbid it, but in a lot of ways, Judaism prescribes it in certain instances.
He literally
Right,
said Adam's life didn't start until he breathed into him.
Yeah.
Right.
Breath.
And they won't believe me. I'm like, I'll pull up the verse and I'll read it, and they'll just be like, that's not what it means. What do you mean that's not what it means? Like,
It is. Omar Huckleberry, if you want to come up and talk about it, but yes, abortion is in the Bible.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say though is like there is the whole like impact over intent, like part of like the Christian understanding of those verses. So like sometimes I will like be like, well, obviously, you know, like telling you the context isn't going to change your mind. So like, you know, there's that whole kind of like angle that you can take on it. Like, I mean, so far, like I would say 90% of the Christians I've talked to will be like, yeah, you know, it's a sin. You're going to hell, but we love the, you know, the sinner.
exactly.
It's just so you have to kind of like come up with like other arguments
It's kind
around
of like when they talk about spiritual death and physical death, when there's literally no distinction in the Bible for it.
Right. It's just like, and like Rabbi said, you know, it's just like homosexuality, like it didn't exist really back then. So
I mean, it existed, but like the idea of it being a thing wasn't.
well, the idea of marriage for love wasn't a thing.
Right. Exactly. So when they just thought they just thought two people be fucking, and if two people were in a relationship, they were in a relationship. They didn't really fucking care.
So it's kind of that like whole living Bible. It's, you know, they adapt it to, you know, how they do.
Change it over time. Kids drug kicking and screaming through progress, just like conservatism.
Yeah. Yep.
You all eventually come along anyway. I don't know why you all fight it so fucking hard.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll keep working on going against what my many relatives have done in the past, and then I'll go from there.
I just, when I take on the Christians, I always just say like, well, you know, Romans says that God shaped you like as the potter to the clay, and if that's the case, then he made me just how I am.
Yep. All right, Silver Fox, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
All right, perfect. 1 second, everybody. We still have 55 people in here. So, if you guys can do me a favor, try to get me up to, we'll say 40K in the next half hour. That would be awesome. Because otherwise, I think one of the mods we're gonna have to start resorting to turning off comments. I don't like doing that. Y'all know
It's either that or I have to shake my ass for money, and no one wants to see a 50-year-old ass.
But you all know TikTok been making y'all work. It don't let me.
Speak for yourself, darling. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I have a nice ass. I'll give you that.
Yeah, shake it if you got
I
it.
bet you
know?
do.
Shake them if
I can
you
still
got
throw
it.
it back in a circle. Is that what their kids are calling
I'm
it?
saying make it clap, okay?
Benny, would you have
I'm just
am I on
okay.
YouTube tonight?
What?
Am I on the YouTube tonight?
You are.
Awesome.
Yeah, 81 watching right now.
Oh, awesome.
Oh my gosh, there were other people?
Yeah.
Shit, and I just said I was going to throw it back in a circle.
If
Nigga, I'm not complaining by all means.
Yeah, if Benny's on my panel, I'm usually on the YouTubes.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Hi YouTube people. Nice to see you.
YouTube loves Dugald. I'm not gonna lie.
I really need to get over there. I need to start working on getting the multi-stream.
You get more views than I get when I host, and I'm a little jealous. Mezzo beats both of us, but
I've never been Benny, I would like to talk to you about that because I don't know how to do any of that because I am a Luddite.
Well,
I would be more than happy to help you out whenever.
Why don't we just?
I'm a little
do, like,
busy
a
at the
call?
moment, but
why don't we
yeah.
just do like a call at some point and just we can learn together?
That's a great idea.
Yeah. But what was I going to say?
Do you want to come up here, Mr. Huckleberry, or do you just want to stay petty in the comments? Like, I'm just trying to figure that out.
Fox has a question.
Yeah. All right. So Fox, go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, because I've been wanting to ask this to Rabbi Hannah for a while.
Ask away.
All right. So, are you familiar? I'm pretty sure you are, but like, are you familiar with the concept of two powers in heaven?
Two powers in heaven? Not really.
Yeah.
Could you expand on that? I don't know if
Yeah.
maybe I've heard it called something else or.
Yeah. So what it is, I don't know if it's like, which cause I guess kind of my question, because I thought it was like, I wasn't sure if it was like widely accepted in Judaism, or maybe only a certain sect of Judaism kind of talks about it. But it's like, I guess this perspective or theory that there's like two powers in heaven just because of the way the text is written. That kind of sounds like, I guess for an example, like Yahweh rained down fire and brimstone from Yahweh, and it sounds like there's like two powers in.
Okay.
Like the LOS and Yahwist.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I kind of get what you're saying.
I'm looking at it. It comes from Jewish text that says, I'll read it for you real quick. Divine figures in the heavenly realm that basically rule over everything. I guess Adonai would be.
To that extent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just giving a name for the other.
Now I know what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes and no. So it's not quite like that. So there is a belief in Judaism, and I hear where Dugald is coming from. So that we have Adonai. We're kind of henotheistic and duotheistic in a way that we also believe in the Shekinah. We believe exists here on earth. She exists in exile with us here on earth and acts as a conduit for us to Hashem.
Really, I'm so sorry I didn't see this detail till now. This actually specifies the second one being not another God figure, but more like an angel or a really super powerful spirit. I don't know if that means anything, but for the chat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So this is kind of like the divine feminine, and she exists. She's in exile with us, and she will not be able to return back to Adonai until the coming of the Moshiach, where all of Israel is brought together. Until then, she resides with us. Now, in the text, she is presumed to be the cloud that traveled with Egypt or with Israel by day, where Hashem represented the fire that protected Israel at night. Her origins, however, come from Asherah, the original goddess married to,
that's who I
was consort of El. And then she has kind of formed and merged and been revamped and renamed over the eons into different forms. We see her as Ishtar, and we see her as Sophia, the Christian Gnostic goddess, and also as Athena, Athena, the goddess of wisdom.
I didn't realize the
she
Gnostic
has
God had a goddess. I didn't know the Gnostic.
Yes, Sophia. And she is in the Proverbs listed as wisdom in terms of wisdom being seen as a woman. Wisdom in the Proverbs is referred to, I'm sorry?
Does she have a name?
In our terminology, we just call her the Shekinah. But Asherah, you
was
see her.
talking about that day. Okay, that makes sense.
So in the text, you see her seen still as Asherah in the text where Josiah is saying, you shall not worship an Asherah pole next to where you worship El, where you worship God, because at some point that was not unheard of. To worship El and Asherah next side by side was completely fine. There was nothing incongruent. In 19, it's either 1913 or 1919, and I always screw it up. There was an archaeological excavation in Jerusalem that turned up 250 Asherah statues. I was in a I went to a panel kind of about it because she's a specialty of mine. And the farther you got away from Jerusalem, the way they kind of differed in shape, but they were still represent of the Asherah. Through the years, she has evolved, and like I said, been known as in Canaanite culture, she was known as the Atharat, the Lady of the Rivers.
Astral poles are so cool. Like I think they're so
have
cool.
a cultic. I'm looking at mine. I have a cultic Tananic statue that my teacher's assistant 3D printed for me, and I know the person who made the files, and also just got the file for the Kirbat Ebbet tomb structure with the hand on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So my wife is like, she printed out a test one for me to look at because I make small ones for Patreon, but that's neither here nor there. So the Jewish understanding is we try not to, the traditionalists say that she is not exactly a goddess in her own right, just this divine feminine spirit of a different aspect of Hashem. Those of us who understand the history of it and understand our own history as Jewish people know that what they mean is the Asherah. Myself, I would say Dr. Jill Hammer, she's also a rabbi who ran the Kohanet Institute forever and a day. She actually has a Siddur, which is a prayer book, by the way. Siddur means our prayer book. So she has a Siddur HaKohanet, Hebrew priestess prayer book, where she references the Shekinah on the daily. So rather than, if I were to do a prayer, I would say Baruch Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam. She would, some of her prayers are more like Baruch Adonai V Shekinah Eloheinu. So she is acknowledging both.
Interesting.
And then sometimes she has some that are literally just devoted to like the goddess herself. So like she has one for Alota Neshama Shanat Bi Tahara. He basically saying, Goddess, you are the soul you gave me is timeless. So she's discussing this Shekinah a lot in his Siddur, as well as she has a book on the history of the Hebrew priestess called the Hebrew Priestess, where it goes into the history of women as priestesses in biblical times, as well as the Shekinah herself.
Okay, that's really interesting. I mean, I appreciate you shedding like light on that. The reason why I was really curious about it, because it's a concept that I wasn't familiar with until I saw this Jubilee with Alex O'Connor.
Oh, gosh.
And he was debating this Christian, and he kind of invoked or not invoke it, but he brought this up as part of his argument with the two powers in heaven. And I'm starting to see more and more Christians now use this to kind of like give them more of a backing of like, oh, the two powers in heaven. It's talked about in Judaism, and
yeah, they try to use that as like, oh, it must be Jesus.
Power is Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, I've kind of heard that.
I've heard them use it for like the Holy Spirit. Also, like their consideration of the Holy Spirit is, like Asherah or like Sophia or wisdom. But that's kind of coming from the more Gnostic, I guess, early Christian stuff.
Yeah, Sophia is kind of also really described. I cannot believe I'm going to bring these two up because I don't care for them too much. But like, is it Socrates and another one? They came up with this idea of philosophy mixed with theology that they called theosophy, where they believed that philosophy and the understanding of the divine were intertwined. And so Sophia is represent of like the understanding of the demiurge and how she comes in to save. Oh, hold on a second. Here, maybe pull up notes now. That's okay. I don't mind.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, is it Ole?
Yeah, correct.
All right, awesome. Did you have we're talking to Silver Fox in a moment, but give us just a minute. We'll come right to you.
Let me see.
Okay, thank you.
Where is it? Asherah, Shekinah. Where is she? Oh, there we go.
I think in like the Sethian version of like the Gnostic belief, like Seth is on the other side of like the non-physical realm with Sophia, and then Jesus is somehow the like connection to the physical realm or something. It's been a while.
So Sophia really comes into light in the Apocryphon of John, It comes into the Pistis Sophia excerpts and the Nag Hammadi library. So the Gnostic cosmology shows Sophia's position, the aeons, and also the demiurge. So hold on a second.
Yeah, she's like mother to the aeons, which
yes.
I wish I could understand why they think Jesus is his physical tie when he came down physically a lot in the Old Testament. Like, I don't understand that, ignoring that fact completely. That they see.
Well, there's kind of this like a little bit of an anti-Jewish narrative that goes on where Yahweh is the demiurge.
But
he's
God, so of course he's the demiurge.
So Sophia's role in other mystic traditions, Christian mystics, particularly in the medieval and Renaissance period, see, this is why I have notes, really equate Sophia with the Holy Spirit or even with Mary, emphasizing her as divine mediator. Mystic thinkers such as Hildegard of Bingen and Meister Eckhart viewed Sophia as a unifying force between humanity and the divine. Of course, in Jewish mystical thought, particularly Kabbalah, Sophia has the parallels with the Shekinah, the feminine aspect of the divine, representing God's presence in the world. As I mentioned, being exiled here with us on earth. Now, in alchemy and esoteric traditions, she's symbolized as the wisdom that leads to the transformation of base matter into spiritual gold, symbolizing spiritual awakening and enlightening. Sophia as the divine feminine, then as the Shekinah in Kabbalah, and then her role in Christian mysticism is how she becomes this idea of Sophia. Now, and so in the mystic tradition, Sophia has a fall that is often viewed as an allegory for a human soul descent into material existence, its subsequent quest for salvation and then enlightenment. Her sorrow and eventual redemption there are seen as metaphors for the spiritual journey, moving from ignorance and error toward divine knowledge or gnosis. This is where this kind of idea of gnosis comes from. So some of the really good texts, if you want to know more about this, would be the Gospel of Philip, the Pistis Sophia, and focusing on the redemptive power of gnosis in Sophia's story. That is one of the more really good ones. I would also say the Apocryphon of John, because the Apocryphon of John also goes into the demiurge, the aeons, and her presence as the mother of the aeons.
Really quick, WTV, there's actually some speculation that that's what the Holy Spirit is.
That's kind of like the tie-in.
Yeah.
Now, she also has a role in philosophical systems such as Neoplatism and, of course, Kabbalah. Let's see, where's my other good? Where's some really good?
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I can bring a little bit light in it. By the way, I created the theory of everything, and it says you are the room and everything is a consumption of yourself. That means the reality is only a black hole. Because you're coming out of a black hole and you want into black holes. And your eyes and your ears and your nose and your mouth and your skin pores are black holes. Black, white.
You were saying, okay, thank you. Okay, so if we go into the Neoplatonic system of emanations, I hate being philosophy bugs me, but this is part of it. Right. It builds, Neoplatism, of course, builds on the Platonic thought, but introduces a more elaborate metaphysical structure where the one, or the good, is the ultimate source of existence. From the one, successive levels of reality emanate, including the divine mind, that is the nous, the world soul, which is responsible for the creating and sustaining of material world. Sophia plays this role in Neoplatism, often equated with the world soul, or again, divine wisdom, serving as the mediator between the transcendent one and the material cosmos. Now, this is where the theophacy comes in, because of Plotinus identifies the world soul with Sophia and the anima mundi, as it is through her that the material world is animated and maintained. It is Sophia that bridges the gap between the physical, allowing for the possibility of the material world then to later return to the divine world. Being that she encompasses the world soul, connected to the divinity of the one who is the ultimate creator. So if you read Enneads, Quantitatis Ennead, specifically Ennead Volume 1 on the three primary hypostases, you'll find that information.
Here's the thing. To me, this boils down to that they recycled a version of Trinity from the Pantheon. They took Elion, Asherah, and Adonai, and moved them down, and basically made it Holy Spirit, Asherah. God, Adonai now takes over for El Elyon, and then Jesus just becomes
a little bit. It's a little
was.
more. It's a little more complicated than that. At the time of the construction or the understanding and the belief of the Trinity, where it's coalescing, there's also a wide understanding in pagan, and I say that loosely. Oh, my hand! I fixed my refrigerator yesterday, and I fucked up my hand and my knee. There's a wide understanding of what is known as the triple goddess, Mother, Maiden, Crone.
Yeah, Hecate.
So we have this kind of parallel scene in the Father God.
Yeah. I thought about that before.
Jesus as the Son, or like the Maiden, and then the Holy Spirit is almost like this crone. Yeah, Hecate. So like we have that.
And Hecate is a primordial. She's ancient. She's even more ancient than the Greeks.
She's been through all the pantheons,
and we see it in we see it in the kindly ones, the fates. Yeah, the kindly ones, the fates. In the Norse pantheon, it's known as the fjords. They're the women who create your destiny when you're born, your life, and they cut the thread at the end of your life. So a lot of that also is kind of rubbing up against this idea of creating something almost similar, whether by intention or just because of cultural like exchange, because of nomadic tribes and nations all just kind of telling each other stories. Then it's like, oh, well, we can identify those. You know, when we recognize patterns, we start to apply those patterns to everything we see.
If I'm not mistaken, if American Gods, the show is to be believed as far as like names of gods and their attributes, wasn't there like a Slavic version of a
yes, there is. God? As much as I'm now kind of mad at Neil Gaiman, I was a Neil Gaiman stan forever, and I've read the book American Gods lots of times. He did his homework when it came to the pantheons and their names and the names they used to be called and what they evolved into. So yeah, there is a Slavic tradition that have the something equal to the fates.
Yeah.
Should I get secondhand of his books then, if that's the case?
I do have his books. In fact,
I won't buy them directly now. I'll have to buy them from like a second.
No, yeah, I bought them years ago. So the Dreaming, of course, I have all of the Endless. I have all of the Endless comics, and of course, I watched Netflix because I had to see if they were going to do Morpheus any justice, and they did such a good job. And I'm like, God dang it.
Yeah, Georgia was a really good show too, but it was called The Sandman. It wasn't this; it was Sandman. American Gods was.
Yeah, it was called The Sandman. Yeah, American Gods was a different one.
But unfortunately, everybody found out that Neil Gaiman's not a good man.
A piece of he's a terrible man. And I look back on The Sandman
season 2. That's why it wrapped up so fast.
When I look back on the Sandman graphic novel series, because I own all of them, I'm like, oh yeah, I should have known sooner. Because obviously they took out so much from the Sandman TV show that they could not have put in there because people would have like lost their shit.
But what's funny is like when you read them though at first they do seem very open minded because like he's got death as the most powerful but most lovable of all the he's got
right. And she's not the oldest. Destiny, of course, is the oldest, and then her because the moment you are born, you have destiny.
But she'll be the last
and then you're
one
destined to death.
Right.
Yeah, you're destined to die. Dream, of course, the youngest being, of course. Now she's Despair, but at one time she was, delirious.
Delirium.
Oh yeah, that's right. She used to be Delight. You're right. She was Delight, and then she became Delirium.
But these myths go through all pretty much anywhere that branched off from Sumeria and Mesopotamia. That's where it all comes from. The idea of a trinity has been existing. Like if you read back from like Sumeria and the Mesopotamia gods, there was an idea of a trinity of them. There was a whole slew of gods, like hundreds and hundreds of them, but they all had a trinity that they kind of ran their stories together in. Like when they talked about there was always two brothers and maybe there were a third. less. You know what I mean? There was always a triad of gods that they talked about in every story.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'm going to say your name wrong. Annika, yes. So I've loved Neil Gaiman for as long as I could read his stuff. I wish I could tell you otherwise. In fact, I had him on my knee licking list, and I'll just say this is what I call it. So obviously I'm a gay woman. I don't want anything to do with men's junk, but like some of Aaron Sorkin, his work, one day I said, one of these days I'm going to lick his kneecaps.
Chaos,
so that became a thing.
Chaos, you can unmute him. You don't have to mute P. Mars. It's fine. Let him.
And so in that,
let him do his
Neil Gaiman was on the list. Aaron Sorkin on the list. David Tennant is definitely still on the list. The Welsh guy that plays with him all the time, who was in Good Omens, of course, is on the list. Michael. I'm going to get mad at myself. I cannot remember his last name, but I can see his face. So all of these guys were on the list. My best friend at one point was like, I'm your best friend. Why am I not on that list? And I was like, fine, I'll put you on my knee licking list. The minute I see you, I'll lick your kneecaps. Michael Sheen, thank you. Who is also, my best friend kind of looks like Michael Sheen. He gets that a lot because I think they're both Welsh.
Is also a really excellent show.
God, it was so good. So the issue is that when it comes out that Neil Gaiman is a serial woman abuser to the nth degree in ways that I actually could not read about because it would have triggered my own CPTSD. I had to have my wife kind of, she read through it and was like, it's just stuff that if you could imagine it, he participated in it.
I thought he was just a harasser. I didn't know he was a full-on.
Oh no, full on.
Not
full
that
on. Just
harassment is good. I'm not. Please don't take my justice justifying or giving credit to. I'm just saying I didn't realize he had gone into like physical harm as well. Like that's even worse. Well, not worse separately, but worse compounding. Yeah.
What did David Tennant do?
So sorry. I apologize. My mom called. What about David Tennant? Oh, no. David Tennant's fine. He's fine. He's on my still on my
about Neil Gaiman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Neil Gaiman, as it turns out, he, in fact, one of the stories that this reporter did report on was a woman who came forward who was hired as a nanny, and the day she was hired, he attacked her. So, like, I tell my best friend, obviously, Neil Gaiman is off my knee-licking list, and my best friend's, to try and cheer me up, his reaction to that was, oh, good, I go up the list now. I just need to get that other Welsh guy out of the way, and I'm going way towards the top. And I'm like, oh, my God. But his writing is very good. But then when I look back at, like, the Sandman series, and even some ways American Gods, I'm just like, oh, why didn't I see that shit? Because he does absolutely portray a scene of Roman guard, of Roman soldiers bringing with them, young men. For that purpose.
That's their MO.
And like, while we know it, I don't know that I had to actually see it graphically in terms of that it was a graphic novel. Who's on Georgia. Oh, I've met him. I've met David Tennant. He is absolutely a good guy. I have not met Michael Sheen. If I did, I'd probably pass out. Yeah, it's like David and Michael are on my knee licking list. I met David at Disneyland, and he was a wonderful human being. And so far in my lifetime, the only person I got ham tongue over. And I've been in rooms with A-list celebrities because of past jobs I've had. Never ever got ham tongue. Never like had an issue where I had to like stop, breathing. But David Tennant literally made me catch my throat and go, I don't know what to do.
When I worked at Disney, I met a few celebrities. I just didn't care. That's when I realized I'm not really a pop culture person.
I didn't either. Like, I'm a cinephile, which is why I worked where I did. When I lived in LA, I worked for Universal Studios, and then I worked box office for a lot of film events. And so I ended up being at after parties and VIP places a lot with that was exactly me, Chaos. I was like, I don't know what to do with my hands. And so I've been in rooms with all of these guys that I'm just like, okay, so you put your pants on the same way I do. But I was at Disney with my wife. I had on my T-shirt that says Gallifrey University. I hear a tiny Scottish voice say, "Hey, look, Dad, a Doctor Who shirt." And I hear the voice, "Oh, really?" Like right behind me, in line for coffee. And I just went, babe, I need you to look behind me. I need you to look behind me right now. Is that who I think it is? And she like peers over my shoulder, looks back at me. Yes, it is who you think it is. What do you want to do? I don't know what to do. She's like, babe, really? And I'm like, what do I say? Well, you got to think outside. You got to shit or get off the pot. Either we're moving forward to get coffee, you're saying something, or you're getting out of line, because we can't just stand here. And I was like, I can do this. Yes, you can. So I turned around. I don't normally talk to celebrities at Disney because they're there with their family. And like, that's rude.
Yeah.
Like I've been to coffee with some where I just like will talk to somebody at the coffee shop or something, but it's Disney. You got your kids. I turned around and was just like, I know you're here with your family. I absolutely appreciate that, but I have to tell you, I've seen everything you've ever done, and you are bloody fucking brilliant. And he's wearing a Spider-Man shirt, which just reaffirmed my love for this man. And he was like, oh, thanks for that. And instead of getting coffee, I ran away and screamed. That was my reaction to David Tennant. And I've been in the room with, like, you can name a celebrity, and I've probably been in a room or talked to them or helped them with something. And I screamed at David Tennant. So that's my whole David Tennant story, and it's embarrassing. I am absolutely a Whovian. I am a huge Doctor Who fan. Like, gee whiz. It's ridiculous. I mean, I have the 16-foot scarf from Tom Baker. I knit two of them, one for myself and one for my best friend for our podcast, because we do the religion and theology, or theology and archaeology of pop culture.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I did. I cried. I called my mom and she screamed. But yeah, I apologize. I totally got off topic. Occupational hazard. Plus, I'm a Jew. So, like, there it is.
You're good. Rabbi, I have a question for you.
Hit me. Actually, get me out of whatever it is I'm talking about now. I'm going to need help. So hit me with a question.
So, first of all, for TikTok purposes, I'm 40 years old. Blah, 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 blah. I am an ex-Mormon. So my question is surrounding 12 tribes question.
Okay.
And why is the Mormon Church so so they do this thing called patriarchal blessings.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Why is the answer always Ephraim or Manasseh?
That is a good question, and I actually do not know the answer. I have spoken to, like, I spoke to an active LDS church member on a live not too long ago, and they did tell me that they're from the tribe of Ephraim or Manasseh, and I'm like, where are you getting this? And they're like, well, we can trace it back, and I'm like, no one can. This is why, like, we don't talk about what tribes we are from unless you happen to know you're a Levite, because that seems to be the only tribe that we have been consistently able to track. This is why you see somebody named Cohen. They're likely from the tribe of Levite, because Cohen comes from the word priest, and Cohen HaGadol would be the high priest. So Cohens are very special in Judaism.
Okay.
So, but I don't understand exactly where these other, like as Jews, we don't sit around going, hey, are you from the tribe of Gad? It's not something that we continue to do. So I am unsure exactly why Mormons or LDS church members still consider themselves. In fact, hold on a minute. I might have a note on it here somewhere, because I do tend to talk to a lot of people. And I take a lot of notes because I had a stroke and I don't remember what I did yesterday.
You're good. You seem like a very brilliant mind, and I know that you're very well versed in your people's history and culture and everything. So it's always something that has weighed on my mind when I deconstructed from the church and everything, because I've never met anybody in the church that had been anything but Ephraim or Manasseh, and it always seems to be like Ephraim was like the goody two shoes kids, and then me, I'm from, called a Manasseh, whatever, when I still participated. And, it was the kids that smoked or, didn't always follow everything. And then, they tried to come back. It was almost like second classing, if that makes sense.
So some of the notes I do have, just like notes I've taken down from speaking with LDS men, people and some other colleagues of mine, is that it's supposed to reflect a spiritual, not necessarily literal lineage. And the declaration isn't supposed to claim biological descent, but covenantal or adoptive lineage, which they believe belongs to the Melchizedek priesthood, a promise to the house of Israel. Now, there is a book on it called Mormon Doctrine by Bruce R. McConaughey. I have not read yet, but I have it in my notes to read.
You don't want, well, actually, you might want to read some of McConaughey's stuff. Just be prepared.
Oh, okay. The great majority I have a quote from him, which was why I wanted to look it up. The great majority of those who become members of the church are literal descendants of Abraham through the lineage of Ephraim. Oh, okay. Well, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, and there's so in my lifetime, so much doctrine has changed, and I still follow. I still have lots of family members that are still active in that church. And
I see. Okay.
So I still follow and everything, and we're talking like the closed off Utah Mormons. But they in my lifetime, doctrine has changed so much. Like when I was getting ready to theoretically go on the mission that I never went on, the doctrine was still that dark skin was the mark of Cain.
Oh, I've heard this.
And they have since, changed that. And now that they know that, like, the foundation of their book, which I don't know if you've ever seen a Book of Mormon, but like literally the first page is
I have
a bunch of Egyptian stuff. It turns out it's just generic Egyptian funerary rites. But supposedly Joseph Smith translated that into a more, whatever form. And came up with the Book of Abraham.
What did he call it? He called it some sort of. Oh, there's a term that he has for that type of Egyptian, like how it's translated. Oh, I can't think of it.
Oh, divine revelation using a hat and a couple of rocks.
That, but like he was like told that like the angel that Moroni taught him like this special form of Egyptian. And there's like a I can't remember.
And so what's you grow up with that, and it's very culty, and then this stuff starts changing to be more accepting. Obviously, I don't buy into any of it anymore, so. I was just curious what their fascination with it was, or whether or not you had any insight as to why it would have been those two tribes in particular. Because I just don't know enough about, Hebrew and Jewish tradition or history for that matter.
No, absolutely. I totally understand. Yeah, I lived in Idaho for a while. So I lived in Malad, which was right on the edge next to, of course, Utah. So the small town that I lived in, I was the only Jew. I mean, I was the only, like, anything, because everyone else was Mormon or LDS in that town. And unfortunately, I was forced at the time to go into seminary because it was part of the the schooling. Yeah. You had to go to a period of seminary. And every time they're discussing, LDS theology, I'm like, I'm a Jew. Do I have to be here? But I did as part of their schooling, and I'm like, I don't like any of this.
Yeah, there's a lot to it that as I've gotten older, I've just found out how bad. Like, I feel like Christianity as a whole is pretty bad, but that particular subset of Christians is, they'll put on the smiley face and act like you're their best friend and everything, as long as you look like them. Mm-hmm. And it's still very much like that. So thank you for answering my question.
No, it's my pleasure. I'm sorry I didn't have a better answer for you. I wish I did, but I don't know a lot about, like, that's never been something that I deep dived was LDS Church. But now I'm a little curious, so I might have to spend some time talking to some scholars I know about the LDS Church, as well as I have one on tap that I can just ask questions of, but I'm reticent to ask them just because their friendship means a lot to me, and I don't want to use them for their knowledge base.
If it's Dan McClellan, he may be hesitant to answer because he's still very culturally.
Oh, no. Dan and I are friends, and we've talked before. So if I really wanted to ask him, I would. But like I said, I don't. His friendship is really, really important. Anyone who I have as a friend is really important to me, and I never want to say to somebody, "Hey, I know we're friends, but I really want to know this." He and I've talked a few times, but I know his faith is very personal to him, and so I try not to pry.
Right, and I can totally respect that. So I was going to say that I don't know is always a viable answer if it's the truth.
Oh yeah,
answer.
no,
So
I'm very much of the opinion that especially in Judaism, I'm like any rabbi who tells you they know everything is a red flag. I am a rabbi who will say, you know what, I don't know. I'm going to have to research that and then come back to you. Because I would much rather be honest and tell whoever's asked me a question, I don't have 70,000 pages or 10,000 pages of the Talmud memorized. So I'm going to have to go and look for you. And when I get an answer, I will bring it to you. Rather than just come something off the top of my head that is complete bullshit.
Well, awesome. I think you guys are amazing. Thank you for having me up again.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. Now you do have my... I have a little bit of now I have something new to
maybe if it gives you a project,
awesome,
even better. So
yes.
You guys have a wonderful night.
All right. You too.
You go ahead and drop me, Dugald.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. PRK. Are you there?
What's going on?
Awesome. Are you over 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 24.
Perfect. And what did you want to ask today?
So I do believe in God. Okay. I did have a question to ask you, 2 questions, or maybe 3. So they kind of lead into each other. So the first thing is do you think it's important to only believe in things when you have evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a naturalist?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the evidence that naturalism is more probable than, the God hypothesis?
Because there is literally no evidence for the God, but there is evidence for a naturalistic approach.
Such as?
Everything from the Big Bang to cosmology in general. There's mountains and mountains and mountains of it.
Observable reality.
Yeah, so I agree with you on that there's a lot that we can observe and stuff. I would just say when we're looking at certain aspects of the universe, is this better explained by naturalism or the God hypothesis? This is kind of like parsimony type argument. Usually if you're going to argue that naturalism is more likely, you want to say it's more parsimonious, right? So when it comes to certain things like order in the universe or consciousness or the existence of the universe, things like this.
There's no order to the universe and there's no consciousness to it either.
You don't think consciousness exists?
I think consciousness exists, but it's a byproduct of having a physical brain that interacts with itself and has chemical processes going through it.
Okay, so you would say
they've even connected the 5 senses to the regions of the brain that control your consciousness.
Sure. So you say that the consciousness, it's all physical. It's identical with physical things like consciousness.
It's a byproduct of a physical thing, but it in and of itself is not.
Okay, so that to me, do you think that some type of immaterial source would be a better explanation for some immaterial thing, or
because when the brain dies, the whole consciousness is gone?
Yeah, we've even seen consciousness change, like in the case of Phineas Gage, when he had a rod put through his, it went through his skull and his brain, and it
completely an asshole.
And a lot of actual serial unalivers have a lot of them, a shockingly amount of them have a history of traumatic brain injury, and how that like a lot of them have said, like, you know, this is when my, you know, obsession began.
Yeah.
But that's my belief. Rabbi Hannah, she's a theist. She believes in a God, but it's not the same God.
Right. And I was going to say, like, I think
the way other people do. Let me make that clear. It's not like I'm sitting around. My idea of God is much different than even probably Judaism would say, although Judaism has an interesting concept of God to start with.
Give me a minute too. I'm listening. Just give me. I won't speak for a minute or two.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Rabbi, I just want to say congratulations on 500 something gifts. That's very impressive. Now,
yeah, I didn't even notice. Obviously, I don't do this for that, man. Yeah, but I appreciate anyone who wants to throw a coin to their Witcher. It definitely does help, but it's never anything that I expect from anyone.
Now, my understanding of Judaism is somewhat limited, but from how I understand it, there is no hell or heaven, correct?
Yes and no. We do not have the concept of eternal conscious torment as our Christian brethren do. Absolutely. I will say that. And our understanding of heaven is more like we don't think about it. Like, not that we don't think about it. We believe in something called Olam Haba, which is the world to come. But we don't spend a lot of time trying to theorize what that might be like, because our mission here is to bring heaven to earth. We are here to raise the mundane into the sacred every moment of our life, and to repair the world and to be like a light unto the nations. So our belief system is that the world rests on 3 pillars: loving kindness, hesed, devotion to Torah, and to repair, to be a light. So what we are committed to doing is making the world better than we came into it when we leave. And the afterlife will pretty much take care of itself. Like, we're not there, we're here. So while we're here, we're committed to making everything holy, bringing the holy to us while we're earthside.
This was brought up in the chat earlier too, to this point as well. You guys are waiting for a Messiah, but you're not concerned about it.
We're not waiting. Like, when people say you're waiting for a Messiah, it says to me like we're sitting around going, when is Messiah? But we don't care.
It's not a focus you have. It's not a concern. It's not a thing you think about. That's what I told them in the chat. I was like, we don't. It's not something they think about.
We don't. And mostly the reason is because we believe it's kind of our fault. Like, you know, we talk about Jewish guilt a lot, but a lot of it is rendered in the idea that we believe that the Messiah, or the Moshiach, as we would say, is born in every generation. But what has happened is the Moshiach looks around and goes, you guys still haven't figured out how to be good to each other. You still have what we would call sanat hinam, baseless hatred of your fellow man. Since you can't act right, then you haven't earned me. So go repair the world some more.
Right now.
Oh, fuck Netanyahu! Right in his ear.
Thank you, honey. I was worried that you were an Israeli supporter for a moment. I'm like,
oh gosh, no. So Jewish law, our most sacred law, and this is one of the reasons why Netanyahu gets on my nerves, is what we would call pekuat nefesh, which is the preservation of life. We are allowed to break every other law that we have in the pursuit of the preservation of law. Of preservation of life. In saying that, it even our own understanding is that we ask, even in war, where does God cry? Because we are not supposed to be a people of vengeance. Justice is one thing. We are supposed to pursue justice, but we are not allowed to make that justice turn into revenge. So when I hear that Hamas unalived this many children on October 7th, that is awful, because every universe, according to Judaism, is a universe who belongs to God. So when you save a life, you save a universe. When you take a life, you take a universe. So when I say, then it is not justice but revenge when you turn around and unalive 30,000 Palestinian children and allow them to starve and allow them to go without medical care. That is one saying that somehow only Jewish people belong to God, and that God does not care about any other person, which if you say that we're Be'etz Elohim, made in the image of, that cannot be true. 2, you have broken our most sacred law, which is to preserve life. You are not preserving their life. You're just seeing children who have no choice in where they are born as enemies when they are not. I had no choice where I was born. These children have no choice in where they're born. Adults make choices and children suffer for them. And 3, when he calls an entire people Amalek, I'm like, that tells me everything I need to know about the kind of human being you are. Like, I cannot stop him from being a Jew. I cannot do the no true Scotsman fallacy that unfortunately some of my Christian brethren will do. I cannot say, well, he acts like this, he's not a Jew. He is. He's just a fucking asshole, like, chauvinistic, megalomaniac Jew. Like, and I'd like to see him hung up by his toes. What he does not do in the name of God. He does in the name of his own ego.
And,
sorry, that was a... Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. That rant was absolutely valid, and I agree with everything that you said. Now, I personally practice witchcraft, so I believe that...
Oh, that's awesome.
I believe that when we die, you have many options on where to go. When you die, you may go to the astral realm, or if you are in devotion to a certain deity, then they can decide where you go. And well, I don't really have a point. I was just making my beliefs known. Oh, have you seen the Superman movie where it's not like explicitly stated that it is Israel and Netanyahu, but in that movie, Superman kills a warlord who's committing a genocide, and the Israeli Zionists kind of told on themselves with that because they called it anti-Semitic when there was no religion or country.
I loved that movie. So I have to say, and I know, like, my mother is a huge Superman fanatic. Obviously, one, because Superman is created by 2 Jews. Superman's name, Kal-El, means voice of God. Like, he is coded to be Moses. That is kind of the idea. Like, put in a basket and sent somewhere to be saved from the destruction of his people.
I never paid attention to the parallel.
Oh, yeah,
His
yeah.
mother's blanket, too. And
so he is meant to be Moses. And so
they do
growing
say
up,
he's supposed to lead people to a brighter future.
Yes. So part of it is, obviously, my mom's Jewish, I'm Jewish, so Superman is huge for us. Mostly my mother. But the idea that that we went to see this because it was for my mom's birthday, and our favorite Superman on film is Christopher Reeves. He had an ability to play Clark Kent, that kind of nebbish, and then he had the ability to be Kal-El. So we hadn't really seen somebody who could do both. You see the strong, kind of fierce Superman in Cavill, which is fine, but his ability to try and be a nebbish reporter, not so much. Like, you don't have a sleeper build, dude.
So pretty.
Like, he is pretty. He is pretty.
Oh
also,
my God, I find superheroes so attractive.
To find out that the person who is... To find out the person who is now playing Superman is Jewish. David Cornsweet is a Jewish man playing this Jewish superhero. And the moment I saw on the big screen, the phrase that told everything to me about how they approached this Superman is when Lois is interviewing him and he's getting frustrated about why he stepped in. And the words he says to her was, people were going to die. I'm like, and that tells me everything about what they understood about the character that Superman was supposed to be. The idea of the people he came from being like he's coded Jewish because he is a Jewish superhero. So those 2 things, and understanding that he lived Pekuach Nefesh. I have to save lives. It doesn't matter what they were fighting about. It only matters that people in the middle of this were going to be harmed. When my mom and I saw that, we took our kids, it was just like this was perfection. And looking at it, I think it was supposed to be a mix of both Ukraine and Russia, as well as Israel and Palestine. And so watching that scene with you have the people out there with nothing but farmer tools, I'm just like, oh shit, this is gonna make people mad. And my mom's like, good.
Good. Make them mad. They deserve to
make them mad. She's like, I'm so tired. And my mother is a wonderful human being who is 70. and was like, if the goyim don't like it, the goyim don't like it.
And you know, the way you're talking about her, I can tell that she's just an amazing woman.
She is.
I myself am 68 years old. I have 7 children and 15 grandchildren. I have my own little army.
Well, my mother there's me. I have a brother, and then I have one brother of blessed memory who unfortunately was unalived in action when I was about 13. That being said, so there's us, and then I have 18 children, and I have 7 grandchildren. So my mother is a great-grandmother.
I'm so sorry to hear your loss. If I can ask, what battle did he lose his life?
My brother Kurt was an Army medic with the 101st Airborne, and in 1989 there was an insurgence in Iran. It was like 9 days, and he was in there as a medic to help, take care of people. And unfortunately, he and his best friend were in a vehicle, a Jeep that exploded while he was trying to help people. And so, I was 13 when that happened.
Oh, wow.
He was, he was 10 years older, so he was 23.
Oh, I am so sorry for your loss, honey.
He was, I loved my brother Kurt. Like, he and I were very, very close. I remember being very young, 4 or 5 years old, and him reading books to me before I would go to sleep at night. I would crawl into bed with him, and he would, pull out a book. And then he's like, okay, it's all done. And then I would go crawl into my bed. So he and I were very close growing up.
That's funny, Reverend. My brother, he was also 10 years older than I am, but he introduced me to Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I was 4.
Oh gosh, no! Oh wow, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because you were a boy. Like my brothers were overprotective.
Fun fact: there's not a single drop of blood in that movie. It's just all macabre.
Just scary, yeah. And I'm talking the original, not none of the remakes, like the original, because I was born in '82, so there was no remake yet.
Oh yeah, that one was my mom and I loved Superman. My kids, my son Ira is 23. He absolutely thought it was probably the best Superman that he had seen. And he also, it's funny is when you see him, you talk to him, you don't realize how very proud he is of being Jewish. Like he talks about how much he's proud of being he's Mexican. But it isn't until something happens that you realize how he is Jewish down to his marrow. That's when that comes out. We had a Seder a few years ago where he's like, I'm tired of people who look at me and don't realize I'm Jewish just because they, we're Sephardi, so we don't look Ashkenazi, so we don't look Jewish. And I say that with parentheses. And he's like, I feel like I have to go around every time I meet someone, go shalom, and then so they'll know. And then he was in a room, or he went to visit friends in LA, and one of the people he was hanging around didn't realize he was Jewish and started saying some pretty anti-Semitic stuff. And he was just like, all I'm hearing is that you want every bone in your body to be broken. So that's what I'm hearing. And you want me to oblige you in that. And he's like, I don't know why you're so upset. And he's like, I don't know. It could be that I'm Jewish. So say one more thing. One more thing. And I will smile in my mugshot right after I'm done folding you like a chair. So what do you want to do here? The only reason I haven't reached out and hit you already is because I like her. And I'm trying to be respectful of her space. But say one more thing about my people. And I swear to you, you will not be able to speak because you're going to be eating your food through a straw. And I was just he came home and told me about it, and I was like, babe, oh my God. He's like, I don't know why people think I'm not proud of being Jewish. I am absolutely. And then he's kind of a smart ass like me. So with his friends, he had a friend the other day who said, I hope you burn in hell. Trying to be funny. He goes, you just said burning to a Jew? Burning? Next you're going to tell me gas. And don't gaslight me. He goes, you said gaslighting to a Jew? He's fucking with them. But that's my son. He literally is just he'll say it right off. He goes, oh, I'm sorry. Or they'll say he doesn't sound Mexican. And he'll be like, am I supposed to be arriba, 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 andale, andale? What am I supposed to do?
I'm going to ask you one more time then, Rabbi Hana. I'm going to ask you one more time, Rabbi Hana. What happened to your little brother then?
I know, he's a pain in the ass, right? My little brother is a pain in the ass. If you don't know him, he's on this app.
How'd you let him find Jesus?
I didn't let him do nothing, but he found him. You know who he blames for finding Jesus? Zadok blames Menachem Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, for why he found Jesus. It's true. Like, he and I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, well, this idea of the Moshiach, and I'm like, he's not talking about Jesus, Zadok. But yeah, here we are.
Here we are.
He's now an he's an Anglo-Catholic priest.
Well, honey, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, first of all,
he's a Calvinist, so it makes it a little rough.
He is a Calvinist, and I'm just like, where did this come from? And he's a hard determinist.
Oh,
and I'm just like, you were raised a Jew. How are you a hard determinist? What is wrong with you? What have they done to you?
What does a Calvinist mean?
It's kind of So Calvinism is like.
I used to be a Calvinist.
What?
She used to be a Calvinist.
Switch. No.
You can't do enough tshuva. That's what I've been spending the last 10 years trying to do tshuva for my former Calvinism.
Yeah, hold on a second. So they have like this idea of like total depravity, unconditional election. John Calvin was the kind of the idea of this. They have the idea of like hard determinism, which is like everything you ever do all the time has already been predetermined. I don't actually pay too much attention to it, but I know my brother loves to talk about it, and him and I get into it a lot about the whole hard determinism. And I'm like, you were raised Jewish. How are you a hard determinist?
They made me so
Calvinists kind of believe the chief end of all creation is the glory of God, and the interpretation of scriptures like Romans, like Romans 11
deconstructed from Calvinism. The only people that were like nerdier than Calvinists were Jews, so that's why I converted to Judaism.
We really are really nerdy, and so he took the idea of limited atonement, irresistible
you
grace.
can be nerdy without switching a religion, right? I'm sorry, I don't mean to poke fun, but I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, so
criteria. That was my only criteria.
You nerd.
Right.
You nerd.
I don't even know how the Anglo-Catholic Church let him in, because his presiding archbishop knows he's a Calvinist. And our Anglo-Catholicism are not Calvinists.
Father Mark doesn't seem like a Calvinist to me either.
He's not. Neither is Archbishop Campbell. But they're his presiding bishops and priests.
That's weird to me that they don't. That's crazy.
I know. Occasionally, Mark will say, "Well, I'm still working on him," and I'm like, "Really? I've been working on him for years. He's still a Christian. He hasn't yet done tshuva. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Good luck."
And, I think some of those extremist beliefs are not okay, but being like a converted Jew to Christianity isn't necessarily a bad thing, because Jesus Christ was a Jewish Palestinian man.
Yes, but no. Jesus, yes, absolutely. I will agree with you that Jesus was the Second Temple Jew.
Came around
The
since you stopped feeding him. You still want to keep...
Did you mean to come up, ma'am?
No. Yeah. I knew you was going to change your mind.
Do you want to come, honey?
I don't
Did
think
you mean to come up? Okay.
Yeah, she did.
So I will absolutely agree with you that Jesus was a Second Temple Jew. That being said, Jesus would not recognize Judaism now. Rabbinic Judaism is quite a bit different than Second Temple Judaism. In the absence of the Second Temple after 70 CE, we had to adapt to life without the temple. And how do we continue as Jewish people and have a continuity of our lineage in the absence of the temple? So our practices are a great deal different than Second Temple age.
Well, and the theology and canon of Christianity was developed all by Greeks. So like maybe there was a generation of Jews involved, and after that first generation, 0 Jews involved in the development of Christianity. So whatever started with Jesus, what Christianity became is very far removed from that. It has nothing to do with Judaism.
Well, that's very
Hey guys,
I appreciate your
I
guys'
just wanted to give a really quickly mod announcement. Dugald has been on here for a long time. Can y'all please round them taps up to 50K? I'm sure we'll get higher than that, but he should at least be at 50K. We have a good number of shares. There's still a good amount of people in here. I see Rabbi Hannah with her gift, so thank y'all for supporting the live. There is a Gigi at the top. I'm about to contribute to it. Can y'all please help me knock that out and hit 50K, and then we'll keep going after that. But he should at least be at 50K. That's all I wanted to say.
I didn't even realize he wasn't. Like, come on, guys. Tap that screen like you tap that ass.
Love you, babe. You're hilarious.
One of the benefits of not being a priest is I can tap that ass.
Thank you so much, Ariel. Thank you for that.
Oh, do rabbis need to take an oath of virginity?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you. I apologize. No, ma'am. Judaism is the exact opposite of that. We actually are commanded to engage intimately with our spouse every Shabbat because it is it's considered a mitzvah to God to demonstrate pleasure because we were given pleasure by God. So we are supposed to do this on Shabbat. And in fact, I know Dugald has heard me talk about this, but depending on your job, a male, because it is a man's obligation and a woman's right in Judaism. It is a woman's right to have pipe laid correctly. She can actually divorce her husband for not being sexually satisfied.
Wow.
So there are some texts that tell us how many O's a woman is supposed to receive during the week, depending on the occupation that her husband holds.
A woman would prefer a man of modest means who gets it on more often, according to the Talmud. And this is a great example of Greek influence in Christianity because the Paul, and then especially later on in the development of Christianity, their ideas about sexual ethics are based on Plato and not anything to do with Hebrew, Israelite, Jewish religion whatsoever. So in Plato's Symposium, that book basically supports and popularizes the idea that once you're enlightened and you're a philosopher, you will lose your physical urges and you'll only be attracted to people's souls and to truth and to these higher ideals. But Judaism doesn't have anything like that.
No, and that's mostly because they have never seen my wife's ass or they'd understand.
Oh, honey, you're a lesbian.
Yes, ma'am.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, my wife and I have been married 15 years now. We've been together 15 years, married 14 years. Yeah.
Beautiful. Me and my husband were married for around 20 years. He died around, I believe it was 14 years ago.
Oh, may his memory be a blessing.
Of course. And, I was quite the... I'll just say I was quite the slut back in my prime.
Good.
Good, yes. Exactly.
Any good person was at one.
I'm just saying, if you're a straight person, men should be able to, they have to earn that, is what I'm just saying. If you use that button wrong, God gave that's the only anatomy on a woman that has no other reason to be there except for pleasure. So...
And he actually, well, I don't personally believe in God, but he did also give men a G-spot in their prostate.
This is what I'm saying. I've seen that. I mean, not up close, but like I hear about it. And I would say that in Judaism, we tend not to, I mean, there are single rabbis. I know rabbis who are unmarried, but generally rabbis are supposed to kind of be married to be kind of an example of marriage to their congregation. Some congregations, some temples won't allow a head rabbi to not be married because of it. And you could be a member of the staff, but not necessarily the lead rabbi. Some congregations do not care whether or not you're married. Judaism is a vast religious tent, so it really much depends on the congregation. But we definitely do not have the idea of, as rabbis, taking a vow of celibacy.
Okay.
We are very much the opposite. I have a dear colleague of mine who wrote an entire book called The 50 Shades of Talmud, and it's funny as hell.
That title alone is funny. Now,
well, one of the atheist creators I follow, Forrest Valkai, that's one of the things he would basically say is that it's an ancient sex manual. The Bible is just a Bronze Age.
The Holy Letter in Kabbalah, the Holy Letter literally lays out how a husband, is supposed to. I'm trying to figure out a TikTok way of saying this. Invigorate his kala, his bride. It goes into how you have to talk to her and capture her mind. Like, don't talk to her about stupid stuff. You have to speak with her, make her relax, comfortable by engaging with her soul and her mind before you ever touch her body. And then it literally goes into how you need to make sure she is a certain moisture level. I'm trying to figure out how to do this before anything should happen, because you could hurt her, which is weird to me. And I love this. And then I hear, and I don't know if
that's hysterical.
I don't know if Switch has ever heard this, but like, I have an adopted sister who lives in Israel, and she and I were talking a couple years ago how she has Kala classes, and how one bride told her that her mother, and explained to her that generally men are not going to be romantic because they have to think about our sages while engaging intimately and pray to our sages while engaging intimately. And so she messaged me and she's like, have you heard this? And I'm like, so her mother told her she's supposed to be thinking about men, or he's supposed to be thinking about other men like Rashi and like Maimonides and stuff. And she's like, yeah, I had her in my class and she was like, how do we make sure we're silent enough so we don't disturb them during their prayer? And I'm like, their prayer during the act? They're supposed to be all about you. You're supposed to be connected to each other during the act. And then I made the offhanded comment to her that, like, if he's praying and thinking about the Rambam the whole time, that's a little gay.
Bam.
Like, if you're in the middle of intimate congress thinking about dudes, that's gay. Like,
that's what I'm going to call intimacy from now on. I'm just going to call it Rambam.
Bam, thank you, ma'am. I was like, that is such an interesting, I never heard of this, but I'm assuming it's got to be in very ultra-Orthodox communities.
I've never heard that. I know there's a story. This. There's a story in the Talmud that, like, whatever your mind is on is going to affect the child that is conceived, possibly, but not to the extent that the guy is supposed to be like thinking about
like,
the Chachamim.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know that the Rambam wants to be thought of. Like, have you asked? Maybe the Rambam's like, could you not? This is not for me.
In Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, God actually creates the world, and the ongoing creation of the world is through union with the feminine divine called the Shekhinah.
Shekinah, so, yeah, I was talked about that earlier.
Oh, okay. So that's like, Judaism is very, as long as you're in a committed relationship, we're happy that you get it on. Also, I wanted to point out that the Talmud is the oldest legal system that considers marital rape abhorrent.
Against the law. Yeah, you can't. According to Talmud, you are not allowed to force your wife. And that's where we get the idea that it's a wife's right to ask for it. and it is a man's obligation to give it to her, but a man cannot demand it from his wife.
I didn't realize how slutty Judaism was.
Oh, we are. There's a joke that I love to tell where it's like a man comes to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, can I have my wife on the table? Absolutely. Rabbi, can I take my wife on the dryer? Absolutely. Rabbi, can I take my wife while standing up? No, because that might lead to mixed dancing.
There's a famous.
I'm the only one who gets this joke. What is that?
There's a famous story in the Talmud where one of the rabbis has a student who sneaks into his room and hides underneath the bed because he wants to learn how you're supposed to take care of your wife. And the student goes, "Oh, the master has never tasted the dish."
Basically, yeah, he says that oh my gosh, he acts as if he's never had this cup of wine before. I made the mistake of telling one of my rabbinical students this, and Torah loves to tell every person that she meets about how she's allowed to hide under my bed. And I'm like, you are not allowed to hide under my bed, Torah. She goes, I'm going to, because you're supposed to learn in the dust of your feet. And I'm like, yes, I know you're supposed to learn in the dust of my feet, but not in the dust bunnies under my bed. What is wrong with you?
Right. Rav says that was inappropriate for him to do that. And
absolutely.
there is also, you saying, can I do it on the table? There's women came and complained to, I forget who the rabbi is, that their husbands wanted to turn over the table and that they didn't want that. Whatever that euphemism meant. Some people think that it meant a woman on top. Some people think it's from whatever it was. And the rabbi says he can do whatever he wants in the bedroom. Like, that's not for me to say anything.
When people ask me, I've been asked interesting questions. I had a couple come to me where the husband wanted to be spanked with a hairbrush, and the wife was concerned. Is that okay? And I'm like, well, and asked me what I would do. And I was like, well, do you love each other? This is an act of love, right? It's supposed to be about your guys' union together. Oh, of course. And I'm like, well, if I was put in that position and my spouse came to me and said, this is something I desire in the bedroom, I would say, well, do you want a wooden handle? Do you want the paddle kind? Because ultimately it's about the two of you. So if it's something you both are comfortable with and it is consensual, play on. There's nothing within Jewish text to say you're supposed to engage with each other in a way that both of you are going to be fulfilled and find pleasure in. So obviously, if it's not something that you're going to find pleasurable, or it's going to be distasteful to you, then maybe you find some alternatives. But ultimately, it's about what is going to bring both of you together in the moment. And if that's it, then play on. Hence the 50 Shades of Talmud book, like my colleague wrote, that still is funny as hell. I'm like, well, yeah, you're not wrong.
So, someone in the question or in the comments had a question. Is polyamory permitted within Judaism?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. There is no in the Tanakh, there's no prescription for one kind of marriage. So we see marriage between men and women. We see marriage between a woman and then the woman gives him her servant. We see a marriage between a man and 4 women. There's not really a prescription. Now, here's the thing. You're supposed to only have one wife. If you were to take a second wife, you have to be able to prove that you could care for both wives at the same level, financially, emotionally, mentally. You could not put one wife over the other wife. And in modern day, you have to have a piece of paper signed by 100 rabbis that sign off saying that you are capable of doing this. Now, that is the law. So, yes, it is ultimately discouraged. That being said, if I have people who come to me, my job is to keep them within Judaism. That is it. My job is one of my biggest jobs is if somebody says to me, this is the thing that I need, and I want to understand how Judaism sees this and how I can, even if it means to change some things, not change Judaism, but change how I approach it. How can I do this? And that's the thing that's going to tell them to go away. That if I don't do this, then I am no longer a Jew. I try my best to find the loophole because ultimately I want to keep Jews within Judaism.
It is more meritorious to find a way to be lenient than strict in Judaism.
Which
That
is also
the
why I'm a
principle.
Hillel girly. I love Hillel.
We all are.
Question.
Although right now, I'll be honest, lately, switcheroo, there is a little bit of me who's like, I need to grab that stick like Shammai and beat a couple of people.
Question, Rabbi. How widespread is the sheet on the wedding night thing?
You know what? It's not a thing. Nobody does this. This idea that Jews have sex through a hole in a sheet is bullshit.
The ones who told me about it were because I did. So my friend used to do weddings, like the flowers, and I used to help him out for side money, and we did one. We set up for a Jewish wedding. We had we did the flowers and stuff, and some of the people there were telling us about it. That's why I wasn't sure. They could have been
were fucking with you.
I don't know, but.
Pulling your leg.
That's what the fuck is this about? Like, why would you?
But where it comes from is likely somebody saw a talit katan hanging somewhere and thought that's what it was. So basically, a talit katan. You've seen the talit where somebody is wearing over their shoulders. It looks like a long scarf. Well, a lot of men wear zitzit attached to a talit katan. It means it's a big square that has a hole in it to go over your head, that is put on under your garment. So
it's like a poncho.
So the zitzit hanging the two front and two in back. So I surmised that somebody saw this hanging on somebody's freaking, outside drying after being washed and thought, man, I bet you that's what they have sex through.
So it's
and
basically somebody mistook it for like a weird Jewish glory hole.
Yeah, and so that has become like the thing. I get asked this a lot, like, hey, isn't it uncomfortable to do it through a sheet? And I'm like, I wouldn't know. I've never done that.
That is so fucking dumb.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I get asked that is wild. Do you wear a kippah to cover the horns on your head? And I'm like, what horns?
It is preferable to have nothing between you and your partner.
And your
And
spouse,
in the
yeah.
Talmud,
the
rabbis made fun of Persians because they stayed fully clothed during intimacy. So...
Yep, thank you.
I don't know
I had a question for the rabbi. I don't understand the difference between the three main category of Jewish people. Could you explain that to me?
What do you mean by the three categories?
Well, I know there's Ashkenazi, but I know that
Ashkenazi?
There are two other ones that...
Oh, there's more than that, love.
I'm talking...
So we have different cultures. So we have Ashkenazi. That literally means kind of German Jew. Ashkenazi is Jews of Eastern European descent. You have Sephardim, which is like me. I'm a Sephardic Jew. My family came to South America in 1492 after the expulsion of Jews from Spain. And Sephardim means Spanish Jew. You have Mizrahi, Kaifin, Bukharian, Beta Israel, Ethiopian, Assyrian, Syrian. Did I already mention Kaifin? Beta, and I said Beta Israel. So when we were put out into the diaspora, our cultures evolved differently. So while at the end of the day we are all Jews, our culture, Yemenite, yes, I actually get asked a lot if I'm Yemenite. Our cultures develop differently. So while like Sephardim rabbis would say we could eat something known as kitniot during Passover, that would be rice, beans, and other items that were essential to our daily lives because we are like Spanish Jews and that was part of our daily food. Our Ashkenazi co-religionists cannot eat kitniot because their rabbi said it could ferment and that fermenting could be considered rising, and we're not supposed to eat anything that can rise, like any kind of grain that could rise, hence the unleavened bread thing. I'm sorry. My rabbi actually asks every year if he can lean Sephardi during Passover. So we have different cultural understandings, but we are all still, at the end of the day, Jews. So like within Ashkenazi Jewry, they have denominations. And often you hear Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, Hasidic, Satmar, Lubavitcher, depending on, Sephardi, we do not have that. So oftentimes I get asked, what denomination are you? And I say, I don't have one. I'm Sephardi. And it's something people haven't heard of. In fact, that the lady I was telling you about who is in rabbinical school, Dugald, she just sent me, she's also Sephardi, and she just sent me where is it? She sent me an article about what is happening to Sephardim in our current state. Are we post-Sephardim, meaning that have we been forgotten because Ashkenazi have kind of taken over the Jewish culture?
Gotcha.
It's a conversation with scholar Devin E. Naar about the meaningful Sephardic representation and how it looks in the wake of total near erasure because of the idea that Ashkenazi is the blueprint for Judaism.
Yeah. Rabbi, Doug has a question.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Sorry, No, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm so sorry.
No.
How do rabbis view shmastershmation? Is it encouraged, discouraged, neutral?
Depends on that will depend on the rabbi and the community. There are some that discourage it because of the spilling of seed, because of Onan. In fact, again, this is not, by the way, in any way, shape, or form anything to do with actual Judaism, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Again, my adopted sister who lives in Israel, Kala teacher, she was told that her, again, I don't know where mothers are getting this idea. So we have a law, and this does tie in, and so I apologize for the kind of tangential hopping. It's called Nida. And the laws of Nida state that when a person who menstruates is on her menstruation, she separates from her spouse. Some couples actually have two twin beds that are pushed together, and then they separate them a few inches apart during her nida, and they aren't allowed to physically touch until such time as her nida is over and she goes to the mikvah. And then after she comes out of the mikvah, it's sometimes called mikvah night because they enjoy intimacy as a way to come back together physically. Now, some people find that very wonderful and holy because you have to find other ways besides physical touch to be intimate with each other during this separation. So that is one thing. And this is why it's important. In some communities, men are not allowed to do the thing because of the spilling of seed, again, Onan. However, I have heard in some spaces that then women are told that during their nida, they should submit to their husbands for backdoor access to prevent him from spilling seed, which is completely nonsensical and has no bearing or no basis within Talmudic literature.
I mean,
because still spilling seed,
that's what I was going to say. He would still be spilling the seed.
Absolutely. Women, however, there isn't really a thing about women actually not doing it because we have no seed. And unfortunately, the idea of what constitutes smex has everything to do with penetration. This is why in the Talmud it says two women who rub against each other, i.e. lesbians, could still go on to marry a Cohen, because it's just girls playing around.
Girls doing it for themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. So, it depends on the community. And absolutely, like everything in Judaism, it depends. Two, there are different rules generally for AFAB and AMAB people. And it depends on the community you come from.
Got it. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
My apologies.
All right, I'm going to hop down, Dugald. That was literally my only question.
No problem. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for coming up.
I think I get a lot of questions about Jews and sex.
Well, because
it's either that or how come you hate Jesus? Those are my two main questions.
Because it's so opposed to how Christians view sex.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think that most people they don't know how, this is my terminology, but they don't know how encouraged sluttiness is in Judaism. I didn't know before today.
I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, we're not going to slut shame you. At least a lot of communities won't. I want to say there are communities that actually will. We are not a monolith. So I cannot speak for all of Judaism. Generally, the idea is you should probably be a person who is virgin until marriage, but also we're not going to throw you out just because you're not. But we have a lot of different understandings for the way that human sexuality is. And I mean, technically you could be, and I mentioned this earlier, a dear friend of mine, his name is Rabbi Stephen Greenberg. Have you heard of him, Switch? He's the first out gay Orthodox rabbi in the history of Judaism. He writes a book.
He just got ordained at Chovave, right?
No. That's a new guy. The first out Orthodox rabbi to ever be out is Stephen Greenberg, and he came out in 1990, and he wrote a book called Wrestling with God and Man. And he talks about what it is like because he hid his sexuality because he wanted to be a rabbi desperately. And so when he couldn't do it anymore because he found the love of his life, he came out. And he was ostracized at that time from his Orthodox community because the idea of someone being a homosexual, especially a male homosexual, and being in the rabbinate was unheard of. So here in this book, he talks about the idea is really that there are Orthodox men who are gay who just do not participate in the act that it is described within the Levitical text. Because really it's against the act. You can't be an insertive or receptive partner in same-sex.
But if it was about forcing it, then why does it matter?
Because that hasn't always been the idea. Like, it's important to note that, homosexuality and different rabbis will psak differently, meaning that they look at that text. I know Switch has talked about it, but there is a belief in Judaism that there are 70 different ways to read each verse in the Torah. 70 different ways, and all of them are correct. This is one of the reasons why we engage so much in what we call argument for the sake of heaven. It's because all of us are trying to understand the text to our ability, but we come to the text as we are. What I read in the text might be different than what Switch reads in the text, and part of that is because of how we grew up, how we see our community, the community we grew up in, and as Dan would say, our own dogma. That's an unfortunate truth, how we come to the text. So where I see Leviticus 18:22 as saying, one, as I mentioned before, the concern, a lot of it was about the pollution of the land itself, about the hierarchy and the social capital of men within the society versus women in the society, and how you aren't supposed to have a power structure where you hold power over another male in your midst. Another rabbi might look at that and see that act as talking about all of homosexuality. It doesn't, and we would argue about it, but that's why you get two rabbis, you have 10 opinions.
Well, that explains.
Even within rabbinic literature, it's a very specific act, and that's what is forbidden. Any other sort of physical relationship that a man and a man might have together short of that one act is fine.
Yeah, that's just why I mentioned that in Rabbi Greenberg's book, he talks about that. Well, no one said you have to. And then there's some other things that people don't understand. How do you know? So in order in Judaism, for you to come and say, hey, I know these people are doing it, you have to have two witnesses to the event that don't know each other and who are can corroborate each other's statements separately because they don't know each other. They saw it independently. And it's a whole lot.
Not related to you or each other.
Yep.
Right.
So, there's a lot of there's a lot of hurdles that one has to actually jump through in order to do these things. People are like, well, we just know.
We're right back now.
Well, how do you know? And by the way, why are you thinking about it? Like, I don't meet straight people and think about the ways that they are trying to engage intimately. That's weird.
Nope.
But it seems to be the first thing somebody thinks of gay men is they say things like, well, I wouldn't want to do that. Well, no one's asking you, Ted.
Wait. No, Kevin.
You probably don't wash your ass to begin with. Let's be real.
Nobody cares, Kevin.
It isn't for you. But this idea that, oh God, homosexuality is terrible because of the way they have intimacy. Why are you thinking about it? That's the question. God damn, that's weird. Pardon me, but
Well, it's funny.
that's the weird part.
I find, well, this idea that they're all going to take it and approach it differently as far as those texts go, that explains BB. It explains BB, Mr. Yahoo. But also, it also still leaves open the path that Christianity has a problem with right now, being very oppressive. If they look at it wrong, you know what I mean? So that's kind of that's kind of.
I mean,
but that again,
it's our
I want to be
best solution and biggest problem with any biblical religion.
Yeah,
is that you have to interpret, and we can interpret very far away, but there's no right answer. And I mean, rabbinic Judaism is very creative in our interpretation, and we celebrate that. And Christian nationalists are also very creative in their interpretation. They just don't realize that they are. That's the biggest difference. I would agree with that.
Are very, very loose with their interpretation because there's some of them.
I would say not only that. I think, and I find this, in Judaism, especially being a woman in the job I am. I will have a great many people say, you cannot be this because of, we don't have women rabbis. And I say, well, that's untrue. We have for a very long time. Right. But it's not common. It's more common now. But if you could tell me what it is about being the owner of a uterus that makes me incapable of understanding the Talmud, the Torah, the Mishnah, I will listen to you. But if it is simply... I get the argument of simply that women are holy, we are meant to have children, that the Torah is already written on our hearts. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like what I'm asking. It sounds like an excuse to keep women from being able to access this by saying, well, you're so holy, this is below you. Well, like Yentl, I love the text. I have always loved the text. My entirety of my life, I've loved the text. And to be told that simply because I can have children means I am divorced from being able to sit with that text the same way as my male counterparts was not something that, resonated with me. Sally Priestland, as I mentioned earlier, was the first woman in America to ever be ordained rabbi in 1972 or 74. She just retired, actually, not too long ago. And I'm aware that every one of us women who enter the rabbinate and do so sometimes very defiantly, stand on the shoulder of the giants of the women who came before us and said, we're not tolerating this. We love the text just as much, and we should have access to it. I've made the joke occasionally that I think it's sometimes that men are afraid we're going to read the Talmud and see some of the things they've said about women and get mad about it because, the Talmud is a 10,000 page document, over 70 volumes, and there's not always put women in greatest of light. There are plenty of places where it does, but there are places where it doesn't.
Can I ask, how far spread is Kabbalism then? Like the
Kabbalah?
Yeah. Is it like
now
a lot of people put stock in it? Because when I hear people say mysticism, I think that they don't take it seriously. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Because of Madonna, the Kabbalah has become chic. So, you can find a Kabbalah center. There's some in LA. You'll find them all over. And it's people who want to come and understand this idea of Jewish mysticism and wearing the red string around their wrist. And they're generally not Jews.
The next step was into it. I don't care.
Yeah, like that. That is how this kind of movement of everybody's into Kabbalah comes about. Is Madonna was spotted in the 90s walking around.
Life's not fair. Shout out the Jews. Yeah.
Anyway.
What the fuck?
My question was more like, how many of the Jewish people or tribes or streams or denominations
or do we
take
study
it seriously or actually look into it themselves?
Quite a bit.
Really?
One of the things says we can't even start learning Kabbalah until we turn 40 because our emotional maturity and our hearts and our minds are not prepared for what lies within Kabbalah until we've turned 40.
So it's like an elevation of okay, now that it makes sense why these Kabbalah centers are such a scam and how and why they do what they do to structure it.
I won't even say scam. I know some of them are run by actual Jewish people. And I'm kind of like, if Goyim want to pay you, get that bag. But
The
also,
the one in LA that my ex finally went to when we lived there for a little while, or near
Yeah.
for a little while, I was not happy with it. Because they basically walked in, he was like, I'm trying to learn about it. And they're like, well, in order to do that, you have to pay all these fees. And I was like,
yeah, I mean, I love Kabbalah. My mother, of course, started learning Kabbalah when she turned 40. And I remember she was so excited that she had become the age that the study of Kabbalah was now open to her. And I would watch her. I study a lot during the day, whether, you know, even sometimes when I'm on with people, I'm also like have something up on my screen I'm reading. My mother makes me look like I never studied a day in my life, as I've mentioned. She would wake up in the morning. First thing, she would have study. Her door would remain closed until she was done. Then afternoon, she had study. I think my mother spent probably 6 to 8 hours a day studying text, whether it was Kabbalah, it was the Mishnah, it was the Torah. And yeah, so I watched her love of it. And when she would really start talking about some of the things that are found within the Kabbalah, it was such an interesting thing to be able to sit and listen to her. You know, she'd say, you know, it's really mystic shit. And a lot of it has sexual imagery in it. That's the other thing, is that, you know, the Kabbalah is replete with sexual imagery as a way to explain what it is trying to do. I have if you're into kind of like, I mean, this is a book done by a colleague of mine, Jill Hammer. I have not finished it. I need to do a review of it for her. The Under Torah, an Earth-Based Kabbalah of Dreams by Dr. Jill Hammer. Have you heard of, you've heard of Jill, haven't you, Switch?
oh my, hold on. Chaos, I read it wrong at first. It says mystic shit, but I read it as mystic. I thought it was making like a joke. Never mind, my bad.
Rabbi Hammer has basically, this book kind of is a way for people to try and understand the Kabbalah and also seek meaning in it, almost through like dream and meditation therapy. She has people like write down some of the things. It's based in the idea of the tree of life and the connection of the outer like mystic to your inner. I have not studied it nearly as much as my mother has. Like my mother, I could tell her something and she'd be like, well, you have to understand, you start here and you have the chokmah, and I'm like, yes, I get that. No, shut up and listen. Like so,
I don't care how many glopple stops you throw at me, Mom.
Yeah, it is really, it's beautiful. It is beautiful.
I wanted to address something that the host said, that he had to pay money to learn Kabbalah. And in Judaism, we don't really care if you want, or if you're interested in this. It's not like we're trying to spread the gospel. You know what I'm saying?
I know, yeah.
If you want access to our information and our tradition, you're going to pay. Like even to convert to Judaism, it can cost thousands of dollars to do it, because we're not seeking to teach you. Like if you want to come here and learn, it's going to cost you some money.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, and I know all that. What I'm saying though is like the way they specifically talked about it and did it, they had like a gift shop set up. Like if you buy these books and then give us these fees, then maybe you can reach some type of enlightenment. Like it wasn't Jewish people talking about their religion or their faith. It was literally like
what Kabbalah is, though.
It's not what you were describing is my point. It came across more like Scientology does than it did.
I've been to that one, the one in LA, so I'm familiar with what you're saying.
It kind of came off as like because I ran into a Scientologist while there too. It kind of came off as the same pitch that they gave us. It was weird.
Oh, Scientology?
Yeah, that they get. It kind of came off that way.
And I'm I will say that growing up Jewish, like I have dear friends who have talked about this, so it's not something I'm outing for them. Talking about the prices they like paid when they were converting. I have friends who converted twice. Like one of my dear friends converted in years and years ago.
I think it's because they didn't tell them about conversion to Judaism. They didn't say anything about Judaism itself.
Which is the Kabbalah. Yeah, but
Kabbalah is Judaism.
I understand that, but like they weren't talking about the traditions the way that you guys are. They were talking about it in like these are just Jewish secrets that you can purchase.
Jewish faggot, nigger shit loving faggot ass Jew type nigger faggot.
What is wrong with these people? But I
don't understand what's wrong with people today.
I don't know. The people that were talking to him were selling it as, if you buy these books, then you're going to attain enlightenment. They didn't mention about conversion or becoming a believer or anything like that. They simply said these are deep, dark secrets, kind of like selling it as like actual spiritual magic kind of a thing, the way that it was coming across from the ones that we were talking to. I don't know who they were. I just know that it was at that center, and they were in that shop, and they were telling them about it.
Oh,
So-
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm looking at something that got me fascinated, so I don't want to like talk to myself.
You're okay. So yeah, it just didn't come across right. The people that we were talking to, it might have been they're just bad at like explaining it. I don't know. I just know it kind of came across as more like we're selling you some things that were written down in these texts. We don't expect you to convert or actually come to any type of
Right, I understand what you're saying, but I think that even if they're not expecting you to convert, or that's not even part of the conversation, if you are being taught about Judaism, I don't see a problem with.
But that's my point. They weren't teaching. They weren't trying to.
Sweetheart, Kabbalah is a part of Judaism.
He knows that now.
No,
Right,
but
he
I'm
knows
saying
that
like
now. He knows that now. He did not know that then.
Oh, but
that's my
still,
point. Yeah, it's not
but
the way
still,
they-
if I think that it is kind of a Christian framework that like, oh, this is like something that is spiritually beneficial to me, and because it's like good for me and good for my soul, it should be free. And I just don't think that is.
I don't think that's what he's
expectation
saying.
that makes sense.
That's what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think. I mean, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not trying to like brown knight you, by the way.
People that approached us approached it the way that people talk about ancient Chinese secrets. You see what I'm saying? It's not about the money.
Did they come to you? Wait a minute. Did they come seeking you out?
We went in there, and the people that we were looking. He was looking through various books because all he knew was what he had been studying online, right? He walked into this gift shop. He saw the books, and he's like, how do I? What are we doing? And basically, one of them just picked up a book, handed it to him, and says, "In here, you're going to learn." Basically, kind of selling it off as like ancient Chinese secrets, but instead saying ancient Kabbalic secrets. They didn't even mention Judaism. That's my point. They did not sell it as a Jewish thing. They sold it as some type of mystic art that you can obtain by buying these books and giving them money. It wasn't sold as Judaism. It wasn't even mentioned, is my point. It was.
So when you were
Would calling it Judaism change the pitch?
Never mind. Never mind.
I don't know where the break in communication in here is. Were you aware, like when you were in there, were you aware that Kabbalah was connected to Judaism at all?
No, that's my point.
Okay.
No.
I know that the one in LA, right?
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt everybody, but I do have to get off live so that I can make myself and my brother dinner.
Right.
I will see y'all later. You have been absolutely lovely. I will say
It was wonderful to talk to you.
Thank you. I will say I came up on not this live in specific, but I went on TikTok live because I wanted to argue, but it turns out that I didn't do that. I had the opposite of an argument. This was an amazing time. Everyone have a lovely day.
Oh, I know where the
Ms. Rabbi, I will be seeing you again.
It would be my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good one, y'all.
Thanks for
I have to put my kids to bed. I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were saying. I'm not really trying to argue with you, but I get it. It's like you don't want people who are like peddling their wares like this is like a cheap thing that like, oh, if in $59.90 3 payments of $59.99 you can know all the ancient secrets of the Kabbalah. Like
that's kind of like how they were selling it. That's why I was like,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, if
How long ago was
said,
this too?
Hey, this is part of our faith. This is just what these are what they teach. That's different. But the way that these people were talking to us, it was not that. It was something way different.
Oh shit, my VPN. I'm like, why is it telling me it's 900 and
Yeah.
Oh no, why is it saying that?
Yeah, I gotta go put my kids to bed, so I'll
have a wonderful night.
Good night.
Yeah, I went to, where the hell is this? Wait, why is it sending me here? I'm not in Brazil. I thought I put on the one, Los Angeles. So why is it? I'm trying to figure out why it's telling me it wants to charge me in Brazilian money when it's the one in Los Angeles, because I'm familiar. It's over near Pico Robertson.
You talk about the Kabbalah Center?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the hell is this.
For
Like,
all
I
I
haven't
know,
been
they
there
were
in years and years and
newbies.
years.
For all I know, they were newbies to just working there. For all I know, I don't know. I just know that's how they say
have
it.
not been there when I lived in Los Angeles.
And
I
this
went
is
there a
2013.
couple times.
This was
And I got
2013. Yeah, this was.
Yeah, that's when I lived there. So
Oh,
I
cool.
had a very difficult time with them just because, to me, as growing up Jewish, Kabbalah was something that we were supposed to hold on to, that it was sacred to Judaism. It was a part of Judaism. And because Judaism is a closed ethno-religion, you have to be Jewish to learn Kabbalah. That's
That's
my mindset.
why I had such a hard time with it. I guess that's what I couldn't get across to her. But it's like when I looked into it, they were like, "No, this is not something you can just do."
Well, to me, I know I really logged down on the idea that no, it's not for Gentiles because of Madonna. When Madonna started wearing that stupid red, she started wearing the red thread around
It's
her
because
wrist.
of her that he was even interested in it because he was a super fan of hers.
Oh my Lord, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm trying. Oh my God,
I have a
choose
hard time
study
with her
path.
music now as a result.
I'm looking at it right now. Choose a study path: love, relationship, well-being, meditation, prosperity, and success. Are you kidding me? We are not Joel Osteen. What is this? What is this? I gotta look. A Kabbalistic perspective on money that is like all things, that spiritual energy and energy that is. I mean, yeah, we do that. I mean, that's how I do the Kapparot. So we have a thing within Judaism called Kapparot, and that is where we literally, it is right around Yom Kippur, where you're supposed to swing a chicken, a live chicken, by the way, around our head while saying this prayer. And it's supposed to be like we're transferring our sin into this chicken, which obviously is an interesting idea. And then after that, you're supposed to donate the chicken so that it can like be eaten by people. Like, yeah, the idea is that you're supposed to donate the chicken afterwards. Now in New York, that doesn't always happen. And during the Kapparot, a lot of chickens are just left on the street, and it's a big problem. And not so much anymore, but it used to be.
Like
one of my teachers, Rabbi Yankelwitz, is one. He's a vegan, so he won't do that. So what he started doing was taking money, and he would do the Kapparot with money swinging over his head, and then donate that money to a charity of some sort.
My problem wasn't the money; it was the way that the money was presented.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I think that
you know how Scientology is structured, right?
I absolutely, unfortunately, do, because my doctor used to be right across from the Scientology Center. You know, Sunset in Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
Right across from there was where my doctor was. Well, I cannot believe you know LA this good. Like,
right? Well, I lived. So we lived in Laguna Niguel. Like
I know where that is.
Yeah. So we went up there like a bunch because he was obsessed with LA. He loved LA. I personally wasn't a huge fan, but whatever. So he loved it. So we were up there quite often, and he wanted to go to the Kabbalah Center, and that's what we did. But on the way, we walked around and did a bunch of stuff, and we wound up near the Scientology Center and ran into Scientologists.
The one in Hollywood?
Yeah. So
yeah, okay.
So we ran into them, and then we were going to come by the Kabbalah Center later on, like in the afternoon. We were up there toward the first half of the day. Well, they gave us a pitch. Basically, you know how it's structured. You got to pay this much money to get to this level, and then you got to learn all this stuff, and then okay. But then when we went to the Kabbalah Center, they wound up giving an almost identical speech, except for they inserted Kabbalism, never mentioned Judaism, Kabbalism, in where Scientology would be in the spiel, basically.
Right. No, I get you.
So it made it a whole, like, it seemed very weird.
Yeah. So I would like to say, Jen in Vegas said Jesus died before an access to Kabbalah. Kabbalah wasn't developed until the medieval age. Kabbalah is a product of medieval rabbis around the 11th and 12th century. So there was no Kabbalah at the time of Jesus.
For them, it was just the straight up the 613 laws and
yeah. And how those were performed and then
daily. Yeah.
exactly and that's why I try to explain to people. So like the 3 times we pray now a day in Jewish law now is represent of the sacrifice of the temple, because instead of animals we are sacrificing our time. No matter what we are doing, we are stopping what that is to turn around, sacrifice the time we could be investing in something else to then turn around and have these prayers.
Well, when you think about it, time is part of your life, so you're still technically...
Exactly. This is why I tell people when somebody says, that's a terrible way, selling your body is a terrible way to make money, and I reply with,
different than
everybody sells their body for money.
Everybody.
If I'm standing 8 hours at Macy's, I just sold my body for 8 hours to this company. What is that different than if some guy said to me, I need you to beat me for an hour and a half, and I say, okay, that'll be $750. Either way, I'm selling my body for money.
Yeah. Difference is how you use the body.
Like the moral, no one has the moral high ground here. And to apply morality to the way people actually earn money is a ridiculous notion that is totally based in Puritan culture. So sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that, but that is a huge thing for me. That is just like, it makes me really, really, really nutty.
Well, I get that. And I feel bad that she didn't understand what I was saying. Dude, stop.
I think there was just a break in communication. And I don't think she understood. That's why I said they didn't say it had anything to do with Judaism.
Yeah.
So
we're talking about Kabbalism itself, like it was a completely separate entity that just happened to be, that I found out later on, or when I looked it up, that it was attached to Judaism. Which is what made me think it was even more of a scam, because I thought of what you did, which is that it was a later teaching for people in that faith. So I was just like so confused by the entire encounter.
Oh, no, I absolutely get you. And I love speaking to Switch. Switch is very knowledgeable. Yeah. She's an Orthodox Jew.
Really nice. I like Switch.
As she talks about, she was Christian. She came into Judaism. I believe she's agnostic, because her and I've talked about it in lives before. And she's very, very knowledgeable. I know she spends a lot of time studying. She mentioned in a live a while ago that, like, her husband said something about like her being a stay-at-home mom, and he didn't realize what that meant was she would be reading like Talmud all day long. And I'm like, yeah, I feel that. So
I have no problem with people of a faith selling what they know for money, because like it's your fucking knowledge. It's no different than any other job.
This is where I disagree, and I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but there has been, in my opinion. Again, this is my opinion, guys, whoever out there, do not apply this to every Jew. This is the opinion of this Jew, this rabbi, based on this Jew, this rabbi's experiences in the 50 years I've been on earth. There has become kind of like in Judaism, and I don't mean those outside, but I mean in Judaism, there has become kind of this pay to pray model that I am not a fan of.
Yeah.
And I've witnessed it growing up, that, their membership to synagogues, and don't get me wrong, synagogues do need money to operate. They need a certain amount of money to be able to pay the bills, put the lights on. I pay the rabbi. Absolutely get that.
I get that.
But in a lot of spaces, I have seen it become exorbitant. In order for you to come, if you want to come to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur services, because high holidays, it could be upwards of $1,500 a person. And that's if you're a member. And to me, that is like a pay-to-pray model that I am not a fan of. Now, granted, I grew up in a poor synagogue. I've never said otherwise. I grew up in a tiny synagogue that was Ashkenazi, even though my mother and I were Sephardi. I wasn't able to really start accessing Sephardi synagogue until I moved to LA as an adult. But our synagogue model was really one that was communal in nature. We were more like a keliot, which is what we call kind of community centers in Sephardic culture, where what would happen is it would be, my mom was cantor. For a long time, we had a rabbi, but when he retired, my mother took the role as what is known as a shiliach. So she's a cantor, but she took over also doing the entirety of the service until a new rabbi came in. And so what would happen is a member of the community would clean the synagogue. Like, we didn't have a dedicated cleaning person. They would come and clean as part of their membership dues. Like, that's what we called it, even though that's not really what it was. Yeah. It was a volunteer. Hey, who's going to bring, you're on the calendar to bring oneg next week, meaning what we would nosh on after service. We have a room we all kind of go into, sit down, have snack together, eat a little together, and commune together. Oh, so Tovia is going to bring bagels and schmear for the next oneg. Somebody else is bringing a challah. Oh, you're going to bring salmon. That's great. Thank you so much. Hey, we're getting low on candles for the lighting. Oh, I'll bring candles so that we have candles. And that was the model that I grew up in. Is people, the rabbi didn't even get paid. He got paid paltry amounts, but he volunteered his time, which is kind of how I've gotten where I'm at. Yeah. Which I know my wife is right, does not pay the bills. And so I'm trying very hard to start to evaluate myself, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, I get that.
And so I grew up in that. So when I started going in, when I moved to LA and I started going to these synagogues where membership was so much money, and then, generally it is Torah, but unfortunately this month we were kind of both busy this Sunday. Yeah. And somebody else told your story about being able to hide under the rabbi's bed. It was, anyway. Do you want to come up? Here, I'll send a thing. So when I went into LA and I started attending these synagogues, that it really was, don't forget to get your Rosh Hashanah tickets. If you're not a member, it's $2,000. If you are a member, it's like $1,200, something like that. Is, I can't even afford that. How do you have this happen? And then I started hearing information, like I mentioned earlier, I have a dear friend who converted twice. She first converted Reform or Conservative, which, by the way, is halakhically sound. Anyone in this room who doesn't think that it's halakhically sound, not you, of course, Dugald, to become a Reform or Conservative Jew has never read the halakha. There is things that you have to do. You have to be in front of a bet din, and you have to go through mikvah. Those are the two main things that make you a Jew when going through conversion. To say it's not halakhically sound is bullshit. It is. Nevertheless, she wanted to marry her husband under the chuppah because her husband was Orthodox, and she had become Orthodox after her conversion. She had become Orthodox. She was asked to convert again under the Orthodox denomination because they didn't want to acknowledge her conversion from Reform or Conservative. Again, I cannot remember which one. And then they said, and this is how much it is going to be. Enter price range here that she told me about. And I went, oh, what? And I made the joke, and I'm like, I am severely undercharging people. And she was like, what do you charge? I'm like, I don't. Like, and she was like, you don't? I'm like, no, maybe I'm a schmuck, but like, I don't. And it was quite a bit of money. Now, I will say, hey, throw a coin to your witcher. And now, my therapist and while this is a side event, it is kind of tangentially again attached. My therapist said to me in my last session, if somebody wanted to come to you because you're a professional dame and they wanted an hour of your time, what would you say? And I would say, well, here's a contract. I'm going to need all of your soft and hard limits. I need to know what kind of safe word. What are you looking to do? I have a non-refundable deposit of enter the money here that I told her. And that is non-refundable because if you back out, then you're going to waste my time that I could give to somebody else. And so I keep that. At the time of the engagement, this is how much you owe me. Please understand that there will be no sexual touching involved because that would be considered prostitution and it is illegal. This is what I can, however, offer you. This is the type of dame I am. And she was like, okay, perfect. Got you. Now, if somebody comes to you and says, Rabbi, I want to study Torah. How much do you charge an hour? What do you say? And I'm like, well, that depends on, well, what do you, I don't necessarily the charge for that. And she goes, why? You went to how many years of school for it? I was like, well,
and you got
4.5.
for no domineering stuff.
No, I was taught. Yeah, I was taught by another dame.
Right.
So, I was like, I went to yeshiva for 4.5 years. Yeah, and how long were you in school for those degrees of yours? And I'm like, 12, I think. Like I graduated in 2008. And when did you go in? I'm like 90. Well, no. I went in 1997, I think. And she's like, okay. And when did you pay off your? I was like, 2021. So she's like, why can't you do that? And I'm like, because to me, this is my passion. Literally. When I had surgery, I had emergency surgery last October. And when I came out of surgery, the first 2 thoughts that came to my conscious mind was my wife and Torah. Those were the first 2 things. I thought of my wife and I thought of the books of Torah. And she goes, okay, so are you afraid that attaching money to it will diminish your passion? And I'm like, no, it's fair. I think people should have access to public scholarship because so many people don't. And she's like, right, but you're the one who has so we're working on it. Hence why I did do the Patreon. And yes, I'm trying to self-promote from an uncomfortable space. So I do have Patreon. I do offer things there. In fact, I made a 3-inch model of the tonic cult statue that I have sitting here for you, Torah.
Yay!
I made a 3-inch one, and that is going to be one of the first things that get shipped out every other month if you're a member of my 2 higher tiers. But that being said, it was very hard. And yes, I know I undercharged because I have this weird feeling that I'm not supposed to charge for God. And of course, but I see it happen, and that turned me off.
Though you're charging for your time teaching about it.
That's going to be my issue, and you and I have discussed this. Like, it's one thing for me to charge for tarot readings. It's another thing for me to charge for, like, rabbinical work.
And that is the thing. And I'm good about it with anybody else. Like, I am completely fine when I tell people, we pay people for their labor. So if somebody is giving you education, what are we going to do? We're going to give them some money because they've spent their time with you. But when it comes to me, I'm like, you could just, whatever.
The best way to do it and to get over it is to look and see what others charge when they teach.
I did. So I did. And I know, like, we're supposed to be talking about other things, but you're going to have to just deal with it.
You're fine.
So I did. And so what I came up with, because this was also to soothe my own soul on it, because I know, and I'm the only one, I take care of my mother, and that is literally the only money we're making. My wife has been blackballed from the job that she was trained in. And so it's just me. Whatever I make here, whatever I make taking care of my mother, that's it. And I have a house of like 8 people. So I had to kind of get over it a little bit, which is frustrating, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Necessity needs kind of.
I don't think your version of that and I will mind.
No, I don't think so either. In fact, there are times that I think that I'm probably getting pushed a little by like, hey, could you stop doing that? So I did. So I have a $3 and I have a $5. The $3 is really just like, hey, you kind of help the channel. You do get some benefits. But what I originally had was 5, 10, and 25. Those were my only 3. My wife was like, you do weekly classes on ancient texts and you're charging $25 a month on them? I was like, yeah. She's like, I think that might be a little underneath. So I eventually said, okay, I'm going to expand it to 3, 5, 10. I do still 25. And then I added 50 and 100, which gets personal access. Like the $50 a month, you get 145-minute one-on-one with me per month. Plus I print out a 3D, like something that is attached to whatever I'm teaching. Like I have the Tannic sculpture. I have the handprint from Kirbet Ejrud. I have the Venus of Willendorf. My wife finds she has created a 3D sculpture of David or not David, of Moses by Michelangelo, so that I could send those out every other month as part of that, plus a personal thing. And then 100 is 2 meetings per month. And then access to all of my Sacred Chaos interviews, which is the reason I'm putting them there, is because I need people to be there. So all of the interviews I have with all of these people that everyone loves and clamors over goes here. And I'm still kind of like nervous about it. It's up, and I'm still a little like, I don't know if I like this or not. And my wife's like, well, too bad. Now you've done it.
Right.
So when I tell people, oh, I'm interviewing Dan McClellan for my interview series, I hear a whole lot of really? And I'm like, yeah, it's going to be on my Patreon. That's a Patreon exclusive. Is Dan, Josh Bowen, Megan Lewis. Hopefully, if I can get the balls, I'll write to Francesca and Candida Moss. Be like, hey, you guys, you want to come help me out? But all of them are going to be there.
You know Dr. Kip?
Oh, yeah, I just talked to him. He has a new book out called God's Propaganda.
Oh, he
I
actually finished it?
Yeah, it's out. So I said, I ordered your book today, Kip. Once I receive it, I'd like to read it. And I would like to set a date at your convenience, of course, for that interview, because we had already talked about it. And we can go over the scholarship, of course you do, the future of it, as well as the genesis, and then I put in parentheses, see what I did there, of your new book. And he was like, oh, thanks, Hannah. I'm really keen on setting up something with you, so just let me know when. So, yeah, absolutely. I have Josh, Kip, Dan, Megan. I'm going to try to write. I need to. Part of it is I know these are my colleagues, but then I still get a little fangirly over them. I need to write to Kevin Carnahan. I need to email Francesca and Candida and see if they want to do it, because I would like to see some female scholars as well.
That'd be awesome.
In my link tree, you'll see it. It's called Rebel Torah with Rabbi Hannah. That is, and then of course you see that it says Sacred Chaos, because that's my kind of, that's what I represent, really. I'm sacred, but I'm also chaotic, and so is the Torah. I believe that, fighting with God is a necessity. Being angry is part of life, and faith does not come with certainty.
All right, Ken. I'm going to assume you're over 21. Do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. Actually, yes, I do. So, Rabbi?
Yes.
So, I have this thing, a video I had put up, right? And it says, a first century Jew would not say, this is my body, this is my blood. Do I need to change that to a Jewish person?
So, okay.
I got kind of reprimanded on that.
No, that's true. What you said is true. So, because Judaism does not like anything to do with blood. Dam, which is the Hebrew word for blood, is considered unclean.
Right.
This is why when we eat kosher food, we have to drain all food of all of its blood, because the dam is the lifeblood, so we're not allowed to ingest it. So no, a Jewish person of the Second Temple era would not be, this is my blood, this is my body. They would not.
It was my language that I got.
His use of Jew.
Instead of Jewish person.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I mean, yes, technically, if you're not a Jewish person... You weren't
using it as a slur.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you are,
no.
Here's the thing. It depends. Oh, I don't think you were. I know you weren't, Ken. But it is a hot button among Jews. Some Jews don't care. Some Jews will say, if you're not Jewish, please say Jewish person. If you are a Jew, you can say Jew. I don't think that you did anything necessarily wrong, but I understand the sensitivities of some. So I tend to lean and say, Jewish person is probably better, or a Jewish community member, unless you're Jewish. But other than that, I don't think you meant it intentionally to be a slur, or even pejorative. It's not really a slur, but it could be used pejoratively. I get a lot of you Jew, and I'm like, what about it? Like, well spotted. Like, what? Was it the Star of David that gave it away, or the use of my Hebrew constantly? No, but I don't think you did anything necessarily wrong. And if they were not Jewish, they were probably trying to defend Jewish people. I'm sure, hopefully, I'd like to think it was well meant, like well intentioned.
Yeah. All right.
Although they could just be assholes too. Like I never know nowadays.
All right. Kenna, do you have any other questions? All right. I appreciate you.
It was nice to see you. I've seen you a lot
Seeing you
lately,
too.
and so that's always nice. I like to see you around.
Yep.
Appreciate you, Ken. Thank you again.
Yep.
All right, guys. I guess I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. We've been at this for quite a while. So,
I mean, we have. And I think today's been pretty good. Generally, we get a lot more people who are bastards or nobody at all. So
they're pretty good.
This has been a pretty good mix today.
I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for being here. Whoever's left in here, go raid Joyful. He is on, hold on, I just put it in the chat with my backup. That's his new handle. Go raid Joyful. He is with Justin from Deconstruction Zone.
Okay.
They're debating right now. So, not to each other,
All right.
other people. So, go join them. Call them Dugald Raid when you get there. Thank you all.
You got
Thank
it.
Rabbi.
I'll see you, and we'll see you again next month.
Yes, Rabbi, I appreciate you. I love you. Thank
Always,
you so
you
much.
as well. Thank you.
Mythologizing Martin Luther King, Nat Turner, even Harriet Tubman does the same thing to the black community against the system of white, or for the system of white supremacy.
Exactly. And again, that's not a new strategy. It's the same strategy that's been used, and it's just very effective. The players change.
If you ever want to play a fun game with anybody who's trying some crazy